Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 36. Dream Worlds of the Fool. Mac POV. It is quite odd. If anyone had asked me this question during my childhood, I would have surely been overjoyed and happy. But then, later in my late teen years, I would have laughed it off, yet I would have wished for it in my thoughts. Unlike my past self from a couple of years back, I am now facing a true dragon. Unlike the dragons from the game Yggdrasil that I have slaughtered, the dragon in front of me is as much real as me. He is definitely not some stack of codes working to control a 3D model in some virtual world. I reminisce about the actions and thoughts of my past, laughing at myself for having this line of thought now of all time. It is as if I am resigning my fate, or getting ready to die. I keep teleporting, escaping Typhon's attacks, all the while stacking up with my attacks, depleting his HP, if it exists. Unlike the game, the attacks that get nullified don't just disappear here. Well, at least when it is not me who is getting attacked. But I wonder if I will get it today. It's almost 2 years since I got stranded in this timeline and since I had that dream. I have had mysteriously words appear in my head whenever I am sleeping or when I am stargazing. It happens at most random moments. Laugh leaks out as I think back to the time when I received a line from what I assume to be my incantation to the reality of marble while taking a shower. It went along like this. Let the past and future intertwine, and reality bend to my will, and summon the ancient horrors that lie beneath. It does sound amazing. Though I have got most of the stanzas, the second last one was when I had put the totem wolf god to rest, with the last being just after naming Cathpalig as Tower. Thanks to that, I was able to cover Tower with my coat. The time it gave me was really helpful, and it even allowed me to cast a super tier spell to cover the parts of the body that are not covered by the suit. There is still a stanza missing. Though I have no proof to back up the claim, it's just a feeling. *zap. I watched as the lightning struck my foot when I tumbled between my repeated motions of teleporting and casting a spell. I was slow this around, or the dragon progenitor might have been fast. I watched in third-person perspective as the lightning struck my foot just before I teleported. After teleporting, I checked for any injury, and I was lucky. After making sure there was no damage, I teleported again and hovered above spectating the dragon. Though I had been scot-free during these exchanges, the same couldn't be said about the surroundings. Luckily enough, I had managed to get him to concentrate his attacks in the opposite direction to where I had sensed Yaru right after the first explosion. Well, he was truly lucky this time around. His habit of wandering the forest whenever he is busy thinking of something saved him. Not that I think about it, but it was also for the same reason that I had met him. Was it fate? Food for thought. Turning the direction of my line of thought, I turned to see the dragon. Putting these distracting thoughts to the back of my mind. Well, I have at least managed to prove the invincibility of the suit. That's one thing off my worry list. Primordial Flame. I cast the spell, beckoning the call. A golden hue fire orb materialized in front of me. With every passing second, it grew in size, and the intensity of the flame increased. Acting according to the spell, the golden orb traveled towards the dragon at high speeds, resulting in a giant explosion, blinding my vision for a second, creating a cloud of dust, blocking his and my view completely. Just as I had gotten myself a room to breathe, I felt a huge torrent of wind clashes against me, scattering up the cloud of dust. I was still lucky that he hadn't spotted me yet. Thinking of taking advantage of his carelessness, I was ready to cast the spell, but I stopped midway, seeing him ready his attack, even though I was standing in the opposite direction from where he was facing his attack. Following his line of sight, I saw Tower staring intently at him. I know that Cathpalig now Tower is a strong being in Nasuverse. He wasn't called the primate killer for no reason. Still, he was having a hard time dealing with the wolves. Though I am unaware of his current predicament, I couldn't let him die. Knowing the strength of my suit and believing in ROB, I directly teleported in front of the tower. His expression of surprise sure is cute. He had really, and not in a comical sense, dropped his jaw. Ignoring it, I picked him up in my arms, showing my back to the dragon progenitor. Still, it is quite a sight seeing these many new expressions transitioning through his face. I had seen it in the anime, but I had yet to see this guy show me these many expressions himself. Not a second later, I saw flame dance around me and the sound of an explosion. This suit is quite amazing. Despite the explosion taking right on my back, I didn't feel anything. Right when I thought that I had to take things seriously now and fight with full force. Right when I thought things couldn't get any weirder or amusing. Right, that's the right word, amusing. I saw the final stanza. The words making up the final stanza were floating in front of me. I know that what I am seeing is not quite possible. I think. It was as if I was seeing subtitles in the real world, but instead, they were my incantation to activate the reality marble. Truthfully speaking, I haven't cooked myself any food. It's not like I could fetch any ingredients except the few raw ones in this ancient period. Right when I have the food creation carpet, ignoring my naming sense. It is quite a handy tool. In its presence, there is no need for me to challenge myself. Since I don't drink, I am sure that I can't be drunk and imagining things. Well, I didn't use or consume any random weed or plant. I am for sure not high. Can this body even get high? Well, they are things that I don't need to worry about. I haven't smoked any substance in the past and neither do I plan to. I guess it is safe to assume what I am seeing to be real. Seeing that tower can't see or isn't reacting weirdly. It is safe to assume that it is only visible to me. So this is it, huh? Omni POV. Bruce sees the text lining up in front of him. The floating words formed a sentence adding the last part of the incantation for his reality marble. Gears turned in Bruce's brain as he processed the whole information. Bruce cast the teleportation on Tower to send him to a safe distance from him. Turning around he faced the dragon. Typhon, sensing the change in his demeanor, readied itself for the battle. Bruce stood silent, forming the words in his mind, playing the incantation in his mind. He opened his mouth, uttering every syllable with precision. I am the fool with dreams. Not waiting to complete the stanza, Typhon attacked him. Responding to it, Bruce teleported above and struck Typhon by retrieving the Vishanti's staff. Bruce rained down preloaded spells in the grimoire and turned the staff on the dragon. From beginning to end. Yet not waiting for him, Bruce continued. The one with no destiny. The attack continued, both not stopping. Born of dreams, where my mind is my world. Lightning streaked past his eardrum ringing with the sound of thunder. In the name of the fool, I command the threads of fate and time. Asterisk thunder. Let the past and future intertwine, and reality bend to my will. And summon the ancient horrors that lie beneath. Dark clouds darted the sky, blocking sunlight, with a storm brewing on the land. Typhoons taking control of the wind currents. Despite the harsh check from nature, Bruce stood his ground. Expectations rise within him for his reality marble. The whole tension had passed on from his body. With his reality marble taking root in his every thought. Let the abyssal depths rise, and the sunken city of R'lyeh awaken. Not giving him any time he continued. Behold, the stage of cosmic dread, where madness reigns supreme. Finishing the main incantation, Bruce stopped as he eyed the dragon in the distance. Dispelling the flight spell, he went down at high speed and just before he crashed into the earth. His fall speed decreased, allowing for a soft landing. He stared at the dragon closely and had made up his mind. He was going to end the life of the dragon now. Nothing could stop him from it. And he spoke the final and last stanza of the incantation. Welcome to the worlds from the dreams of the fool. Silence enveloped the land as they saw a dark orb manifest in the center, devouring them all in a nanosecond. Both of them, Bruce and Typhon, were fast and saw the whole thing transpire. Yet they couldn't do anything but retire themselves to the black hole-like object. Suck them all in. But Bruce was sure that he hadn't mistaken it. Just before he got devoured, he saw the dark gray cloud spread across the land, covering everything in its path. Bruce wasn't the only one, even Typhon had witnessed the phenomenon. Even he, with the ability to see through all obstructions, was rendered incapable of seeing through it. It caused the Typhon to contemplate its decision and think of its action. Worried, it looked around to see itself and the men to be in a dark land or space. It was a weird dimension that they had found themselves in, what it thought. It eyed the men standing on the rippling water in the distance, thinking of the cause of the occurrence. It was then that it appeared to it. Reality marble. The men had taken it in a reality marble. Bruce, not worried in the slightest, looked around as it was quite different to what he had seen the time in his dream. Currently, he was standing on a sea or ocean covering the whole land. It was a dark place, unlike the place he had been to before. Unlike before, when he looked up, it was darkness all around, with the ocean at the bottom. Everything is stretching to infinity from all sides. Bruce calmed his breathing as he closed his eyes. Calming his nerves, he opened his eyes, slowly observing the surroundings. But unlike before, he saw thousands and thousands or possibly millions or trillions of eyes darting all across the infinite space. He checked the ocean below as he felt a mysterious pull from it. Trying to suck in everything. With the ocean being the only exception for eyes, he felt the whole dimension. He let himself be immersed in the dimension and the reality of marble. He understood the reality of this dimension of his reality marble. This is the gate to my reality marble, or the place that I had been last time to. He bent down, feeling the water. He took a handful of water in his palm, observing it. All the Typhon is nervous about the place, as it couldn't sense Gaia or the outer world or look through the water or even the man himself now. Bruce feels the texture of the water and its meaning. He stretched his hand seeing Typhon moving towards him at high speeds. He grabbed empty air facing Typhon, water dripped down his palm following his action. Answering the call, giant rotten hands, corrupted with negative energy and miasma, causing curses and corrupting the very reality movement made its way from the dark water, grabbing Typhon and dragging it in. Despite his struggle, it failed to pull away from the hand or break it off. Typhon was half immersed in water when using his all-strength, he pulled off an attack. Tiring itself out, he managed to blast off a hand, but to his fate, another couple of hands rose from the water pulling him in. I am sure that being the owner of the reality marble, this dark water will not harm me. But I am quite scared of going in myself directly. Nervous of the dangers under the water, especially from the incantation stanzas detailing. Bruce summoned a couple of giant hands. They opened their palm allowing Bruce to jump on them. Forming a fist and covering Bruce, the hands sunk back into the dark water. In reality marble, sunken city of R'lyeh. When Bruce opened his eyes, he saw himself sitting at the top of the grand temple of R'lyeh. He wondered about the effects of the water when he spotted Typhon just outside the city, with the giant wall separating them both. It was another prowess of his inside the reality marble. He could sense everything inside it. He was able to conclude his understanding of it. Detailing its uses, he was happy to find that he could also maintain it for as long as he wished, while he also could know everything inside it and also drag anyone in it. He was sort of omniscient in reality marble. Typhon, despite being dragged through the ocean, was tormented by every debuff and curse, with his HP constantly depleting. The water had tried corrupting his very essence. Yet he stood staring at the wall. Guessing that the man was inside the wall, Typhon blasted the wall as it made his way inside. Seriously though, are all divine beasts and machine gods so overpowered? Bruce now had the omniscient view of the dimension. Knowing his prowess, Bruce swung his arm commanding the reality marble. Following his command, dark, grotesque creatures in priest and worshipping robes rushed out from their homes surrounding the grand temple. Rushing towards Typhon, heeding Bruce's command, they rushed at the Typhon, blindly attacking him. There were a wide variety of priests and worshippers. Warriors, archers, monsters, casters, assassins and every class from Yggdrasil. It was not limited to dark monsters, but even many beings from the races corrupted by the eldritch gods, the fallen with an array of classes and from different races of Yggdrasil attacked Typhon. With giants, elves, humans, undead like vampires and skeletons, and even dragons. It surprised Bruce to see the worshippers of Cthulhu once again, and what surprised him most was the lost lambs and the sheep of other great old ones and outer gods in the army attacking Typhon. Thinking it was enough, he signaled them to back off. The lambs of the great old ones disappeared in a puff of dark gray smoke. It surprised Typhon a lot. It was the same smoke it had seen before. It cautiously looked at the men, wondering his identity. It already had an idea with everything it had seen so far. It was thinking of the connection between the outer gods and the men in front of it. Just when Typhon thought that it had seen enough for today, the men took out a golden key-like object. Let's just fight him myself. It would be a good warm and I can also check for how I fare in a real fight. The wolf was quite weak. So, this is it. I also have those lambs as a last resort. This dragon must be just as strong as World Devourer if not even way more than him. It would also work as the proxy to the fight that I had wished to complete with World Devourer before I was thrown out here. Bruce, taking out the key, thought of going with a bang. As far he knew, divine beasts were very strong. It was also apparent in their battle back in the real world. Though Bruce had not sustained any injuries, the same could not be said about the land. The damage caused by his one attack was in a different league than that of the totem wolf god. That wolf would have had to spend a whole year stacking upon attacks to even get an attack as strong as the one used by Typhon. With the key being activated, red lines stretched out to the sky, opening his vault. Retrieving EA, Bruce got ready to use it. But he did use Ravens of Knowledge to check his HP before the attack. Seeing that he, with all those efforts, had only brought his HP down to 97.4%. Bruce took EA out to do some serious damage to Typhon. Moreover, most damage Typhon received was from the dark water. Bruce went ahead with it. With his command, a grinding noise was heard from the EA, as the red lines on it lit up, with its upper part rotating at high speeds. Bruce swung the EA. Enuma Elish. A red orb with lightning zapping around the edges that had been formed at the tip of the EA released the high pressure, an intense ray of the beam at the dragon. It was a destructive weapon, and being the most powerful weapon of Gilgamesh, it lived up to its name. Despite the destruction caused by it, Bruce quite enjoyed the sound of the weapon at its full power, draining his HP down by a significant amount. So, it is true that many divine beasts are strong enough to tank Enuma Elish. No wonder they had such a hard time dealing with bulls of heaven. Since this guy is also similar to machine gods with being divine beast. It is not going up to the easy. Skill, Magnum Tenebrosum. Answering his call, darkness spread out at his back, extending from his shadow. From the darkness came forth dark tentacles slashing away at Typhon. Super tier spell, the promised star fall, Stella. Leaving no time for it to recover, he went on ahead and teleported right above it. A giant with a giant crashed on it, stabbing the sword. Skill, World Break. Seeing that it was still standing, Bruce continued with his onslaught as he at last stood at the top of the Grand Temple in his The Fool or the Last Avatar. Typhon stood on its last leg, staring angrily at the dark being. It watched as it awaited its end. It watched the man raise his right arm above. Skill, Soul Nirvana. Let's do this with my strongest skill. It didn't know what skill was. But it knew for sure that this was the end of it. It could sense the strength of the attack. A mini sun or a miniature sun fell on the city. Its fall was slow, but there was nothing Typhon could do with chains restricting it. As it looked defiantly at the men swearing revenge, it was for a fraction of a second that it closed its eyes, but when it did open, it saw the whole sky covered by eyes blinking and staring intently at him. Thousands of giant eyes blotted the sky. All staring at him. A chill ran down its spine as the miniature star clashed against Typhon, bringing an end to him. Its effect spreading all across the reality marble as a ripple effect. Bruce got thrown out of the reality marble. It was as if it had all been a dream. But seeing his arms and finding himself in his last avatar and the Fool avatar, it was a reminder to everything that took place inside. Chapter 37. Lost in Vengeance. Mac POV. I was suddenly thrown out of my very own reality marble. I never knew you could get thrown out like that. Well, it was my first time in there, so what would I even know? Though I had slain him, seeing as he has yet to show himself. The confidence is not misguided. I had seen his HP just before getting thrown out. It was quite an experience. Battling a dragon and defeating it. It was a divine beast no less. Quite the accomplishment, something worthy of being added to my resume or CV, curriculum vitae. The fight also wasn't with its perks. Now, I am quite confident of facing my opponents head-on. I needed it, unlike my previous worlds, to be in a fight with magic, and some overpowered beings of Nasuverse like ORT, Chaos, or Void Shiki will be nerve-cracking. The confidence to stand my ground against overpowered characters, I needed that experience. Especially when my life was on the line. I just have to make sure I keep my face safe. The only part of my body that isn't protected by my suit. I don't know what ROB was thinking when he included gloves in the kit, but I am thankful for it. After all, I can fight giving up my defense. Also, it did help build up my confidence. So, in the end, it was quite productive. On a much lighter note, it was my first big fight since my transmission. A feat worthy of celebration. After all, I fought him, putting my life on the line, though I had the suit as insurance. A fight against the dragon or the divine beast was thrilling. Still, to think that Soul Nirvana did what it did to my reality marble. I had never expected it. Anyway, what did it even do to it in the first place? After using my strongest skill, or at least what I assumed to be my strongest skill, the dragon was slayed. The resulting explosion and destruction spread throughout the reality marble. It's just that when I think back to it, it wasn't Soul Nirvana that threw me out of my reality marble. I guess. My memory is a bit hazy, now. Erg. My stupid brain. If** King tried looking into the skill, Soul Nirvana. With my omniscient view of the reality marble, I may have unconsciously tried deciphering the workings of Soul Nirvana. I may have indirectly tried getting a glimpse into the concept of a star creation and controlling it. I at least think that is how the skill works. As the ultimate skill or the spell of my world item, the Fire Dragon's Heart. It creates a mini-star every time I use it and causes it to explode on its own. I don't even need to make it collide for the explosion to take place. I can destroy it while it is still hovering in the sky. It is somewhat similar to having the gravity of a star collapse on itself. Thus resulting in supernova, or does it create a black hole? Though supernova happens after the death of a star. Something I had seen back when I had used it on world enemies in Yggdrasil. Still, I haven't used it much even back in Yggdrasil. Now, I didn't even get to watch it before my brain decided it was enough, or was it me not being able to handle the information? It was more like I felt tired from all the influx of information barging in for my brain to handle. Never mind it, I can look into it later. For now, let's check the damage report. Bruce felt his reality marble. Looking at it, he smirked. Interesting, I will have to check it out later. Concluding my prologue about the reality marble and my fight. I raised my head sighing. The sigh marked the effort I had put into the fight to get the dragon. I caught a glimpse of our star, the sun in between the clouds hiding behind the clouds. The climate was getting under control, unlike it was then when the dragon progenitor or the Typhon was controlling. Unfortunately for him, he or she had to die. I turned around, getting the whole view of my surroundings. At least what was left of it after facing the onslaught of the dragon progenitor. It had turned into a wasteland as far as I could see. Soon, I spotted Yaru at a 100-meter length, seated on the ground facing in my direction, following tower. But why is his body emitting so much mana? It is on the level of level 100 magic casters back in the game. And it keeps increasing. He is treading on the border. If this keeps up, he might as well surpass me in terms of mana quantity back when I was still in the game. Now, with Gilgamesh and Gojo's cursed energy turned MP. I have a very large supply of mana, which is a lot, and even back in the game, I had more mana compared to others. I had checked out the Ain's Olgaun and Momonga's mana level in the game. Yaru almost has the same amount of mana as him now. Even compared to Ain's or others back in the game, I had a surplus amount of mana, and I had more array of spells than him or anyone else in Yggdrasil. I watched him as the quantity of mana kept increasing. Omni POV. Bruce stood his ground, waiting for Yaru to make a move. Yaru, on the other hand, was afraid of being standing at the center of the now destroyed land. He got to wondering about the fool or Vishanti who had disappeared suddenly. One moment, he could see the fool and the dragon, and in another, they were both gone, leaving behind dark gray fog covering the land. He was worried for him. He knew that the fool was a strong being, possibly a god. But he had seen the totem wolf god and had made advancements in the field of magic, broadening his horizon and his perspective and insights of magic, compared to him. The dragon now attacking the mountains, and the fool, both of them were in a league of their own. He knew for a fact that the wolf wouldn't have survived a second against the dragon. Despite the fool having defeated the wolf, he was still nervous. He had seen the fool attack the dragon by teleporting. He traced his steps back to the now destroyed mountain and the cave in it. The cave that the fool had occupied for his stay. He walked carefully, staying clear of the attacks from dragon and the fool. He was halfway through when he saw both of them disappear from his vision. Where dark gray fog replaced them, covering the land where they were both fighting. He stayed rooted to the spot, as dark gray fog made its way to him. In his short tenure and from his experience, he instinctively knew the gray fog to be something he couldn't escape from. He helplessly watched as it started spreading in all directions, encasing everything in its path. It was a unique experience, the fog after it made contact with him. He felt all his senses getting cut off from reality, leaving him at the mercy of the gray fog. He closed his eyes, afraid of the things he might see and for the possibility of the fog affecting his eyes. Afraid of the end, he felt looming over him. One wrong move on his part could lead to his death. He warily opened his eyes, afraid to die without any resistance. He found himself stranded in a dark space. He couldn't see anything nor could he hear anything, which confirmed the fact of him having yet to retain his senses. He felt the void in his heart, he felt indifferent. Unbeknownst to him, he wasn't sure from when. But he felt the emptiness around him. The darkness in his surroundings. He warily tried discerning his location to come out blank. He felt he was now trapped inside the void, helplessly waiting for his end. The suffocating feeling, with an empty mind, was nerve-wracking for him. With each passing second, he felt pieces of himself slipping away, dissolving into the surrounding darkness. His memories, his identity, all that he once was, began to unravel like threads from an ancient tapestry. He could no longer remember his name, the sound of his voice, or the warmth of the sun on his skin. The void was consuming him, erasing him from existence. Desperation clawed at his mind, but even that was fading, replaced by a numb acceptance of the inevitable. Just as he surrendered to the encroaching oblivion, a flicker of light pierced the darkness. It was faint, like the first glimmer of dawn after an endless night. The light grew, and with it came images, fleeting and ephemeral, like scenes from an old film scroll. Sepia-toned and flickering, they played out before him, a retrospective of his life. He saw himself as a child, from his very first memory of being fed by his mother to moments before the fog assailed him. He saw as the film scroll rolled playing out his life. In his childhood, when he used to help his mother in her work after sending his father with the other men and older kids of the village to hunt. Life was peaceful to him back then, it was. He was happy and was leading a peaceful life. All was good until that accursed night. On that day, he was waiting for his father to return home. He waited all evening while he watched his mother waiting for him with him. Though she didn't show it. He could feel her distress. In this period, he was in his happiest moments of life, everything was perfect until the hunters returned with the haul. He ran through the crowd in search of his father. Only to fail, and by the time he returned, he found his mother crying and talking to some hunters. Not knowing the implications of her tears, he waited till the next day, staying awake throughout the night. Fooling his mother with his sleep act, he stayed by the entrance to his home awaiting his return. He remembered growing up tending to his mother, for the next week after his father's disappearance. Now that he thought of it, he realized the actual reason for his disappearance. His father had died during the hunt. All the while he had cursed him for leaving them all alone to fend for themselves. Saddened by the loss, he yet again remembered his mother's fate. How the elders and the priest had visited his house the next day to talk with his mother. He remembered the look his mother shared with him after their departure. Her laid-back response to his every question and her lifeless eyes. It all persisted for the week. The saddened look on his mother's face every time he asked about his father, leading him to altogether stop asking her about it. However, it surprised him that the elders delivered the food for his family for the later days. He was happy that he didn't have to work anymore. He was happy and sad back then. How could he have known of his fate back then? He was but a naive child. Everything was manageable for him. He still had his mother, but the world wasn't kind to him. The day after 8 moons of his father's disappearance, he watched as the elder women of the village came to his house, kicking him outside to prepare for the ceremony. It was a joyous occasion in the village. When asked about it, the elder did say about his mother having been granted a chance to meet their god. He was happy. He had been waiting for that day. Seeing the joyous atmosphere around the village, he had hoped for his father to return to celebrate the festival. He was very happy that day, so much so that he had congratulated his mother for receiving such an honor. After all, no one in the village except for the priests was allowed to meet their god. He had been angry at their god for not allowing him and his mother to meet their father, but now that he had called his mother, surely, his father was next. It was an answer he had come up with as a child. He was over the moon, so much that he had insisted to his mother that he be allowed with her to meet their god. Unexpectedly he ended up receiving a slap for his wish. Infuriated at his mother for denying his wish, he remembered storming out not before hearing his mother's what he could remember as her last words to him. He still remembered the warning he had received from his mother to never speak of it in others' presence. To also forget what transpires that day. He still remembered her words where she had thanked the world for him being a boy and not a girl. Else he would have joined their god as a servant of the priests. He vividly remembered his mother's last words to him, to grow up strong and become the strongest hunter in the village and to one day marry a girl and start his family. Those were her last words to him before he stood in front of the temple with the rest of the village, where the priest supported his mother to walk inside the temple. He had returned to apologize to his mother, but it was already too late. He wasn't allowed to meet her. He didn't wish to separate from his mother right after losing his father. With tears streaming down, he stared at the temple, begging to question their god for why he was ill-fated. The temple, unlike usual, was very silent and eerie that day. A chill ran down his spine looking at the entrance to the temple. His mother slowly, under the watch of the whole village and the priest who had formed a barrier of sorts around the temple, walked inside. People watched with their bated breaths after she walked inside. Silence reigned supreme in the village during the ceremony. It was not until they heard a single high-pitched scream from inside. The scream was of his mother, which he realized albeit late. He wished to run up to his mother, but the priest's watchful eyes scared him. He had remained rooted to his spot, scared to run up to his mother. After the scream died out, he heard the loudest howl in his life from inside. Following that howl, silence once again descended on the village, with blood dripping down the temple. If not for the watchful eyes of the priests, the howl had done its job. His legs gave out, and he ended up falling in despair. He knew not of the situation but something, despite not knowing what it was. It made him despair. Followed by tears, enough to blur his vision. Contrary to his mood, joyous cheer echoed throughout the village, celebrating the festival and the success of the ceremony. He still remembered a certain remark from one of the priests who stood near him. His disappointed sigh. Among the cheers and merry attitude with the festive sound, he was able to hear it. The priest was disappointed in him and his mother. Of how his mother could have made him the sacrifice and saved her life by becoming a servant of God. It pained him to hear it, but his next words still haunt him to date. What a son she has, he couldn't even run up to see his mother despite hearing her cry for help. To sacrifice her life for such a son. She wasn't a God's chosen one. The scenes moved faster, a whirlwind of memories that left him breathless. He reached out, trying to grasp them, to hold onto the fragments of his existence. But they slipped through his fingers like sand, leaving only the faintest trace of their presence. Tears streamed down his face, yet he couldn't feel the sensation of liquid gliding down his face. From there, his memories passed at breakneck speed, moving at a rapid pace. He watched the scene again when he had entered the forest and had met the fool. He watched in the third-person view, as a bystander. He could now clearly see the worms that made the body of the fool. Thousands of worms took a human form, wearing human skin. Though his 2 eyes were looking at him of the past. It rocked his world when he saw all the eyes of the worms looking directly at him. It scared him, increasing his heartbeat. In the vortex of this void, where his all senses were cut off from him, It is what he had assumed to be, but the increasing heartbeat he felt. The pain in his chest and the sound of his increased heartbeat confounded him in his understanding of his situation. Breaking his illusion, afraid of his end. Before he could attain his wish, he called for help. "Save me, the fool." Sooner had he spoken, he felt his senses return to him. He opened his eyes to take a look at his surroundings. He had mysteriously come to the mountain where the cave was. He saw Cathpalig watching him with a scrutinizing gaze. It left him wondering about everything that he had seen. If whether it was all a lie. While the grey fog was nowhere to be seen. Now that he had gotten a quick look through his memories and at his inner self, he thought back to the origin of his wish, something that had led him. The power behind his craze fueled his wish to learn magic. His vengeance against the totem wolf god, his wish to bring it down. It was what he had wished for. But now he felt lost. His drive to learn magic had been all tied down to the wolf. But without it, he was nothing. His whole life had been dedicated to it. Even his drive for alchemy could be traced back to it. His wish to concoct a poison to kill a god and the magic to seek vengeance on the village. Now lost, he saw Cathpalig and followed his gaze down to the ground, where he felt a pulse of mana from it. Digging up, he found a golden apple. He held it above, he felt heat emit from it. Holding it in his hands, the mana in the apple surged and drowned him. Feeling inferior, like an ant standing against the waves of the ocean. He was down on his knees at the weight of the item held in his hands. His gaze lingered on the apple when he saw Cathpalig smirk at him. Following his gaze, he saw his book hanging on his jacket, threatening to fall. Drawing the fog back to the fool. A lot of things now made sense to him. Trusting in his gut, he opened his book and started drawing up the circle with his blood when Cathpalig walked up to him and poured mana into the magic circle. Lighting it up and the mana kept increasing. Taking that as a cue, he placed the apple at the center and completed the circle. Just before the circle completion, he placed a fong beside the circle. The fong, now feeling the mana, started vibrating. He took out a dagger to complete the ritual and drew the remaining of the magic circle, completing the circuit. Completing the process and trusting in his devotion, he stabbed himself with the dagger and bit into the apple, eating it whole. The circle lit up, taking it as a cue. Tower jumped back, taking shelter. Pain assaulted his very soul, as he felt his body become unstable. He felt his heart explode and the pain was unbearable for him. As the fruit's mana collects in his chest, healing his heart. Stitching it back up. Chapter 38. World Destroyer and Nirvana. Completing the process and trusting in his devotion, he stabbed himself with the dagger and bit into the apple, eating it whole. The circle lit up, taking it as a cue. Tower jumped back, taking shelter. Pain assaulted his very soul, as he felt his body become unstable. He felt his heart explode and the pain was unbearable for him. As the fruit's mana collects in his chest, healing his heart. Stitching it back up. Just when he thought of having succeeded in his first step, the ritual stopped. It left him wondering whether it was a failure. He only had one shot at this and he couldn't mess this up. Failure doomed his death. Moreover, the magic circle channeling the mana and the ritual had also disappeared. This can't be happening with me. Yet he could feel the lingering mana on the ground surrounding him. He despaired, knowing that he failed to hang on to life. Knowing his life would end with the last bits of mana burning to keep him alive. With it, would he find his end? Just as the feeling of death sunk in, he observed the space in front of him distort. A dark being, similar to those eldritch gods that he heard of from the fool, appeared in front of him. Scared for his fate, he saw Cathpalig come out of hiding. Despite it being scared for its life, it stood for its ground. Bowing to the eldritch god standing in front of them. The eldritch god, standing still, observed him with keen interest. It was then that Bruce observed the collection of mana in Yaru's heart. Even his gore body, especially his legs. They had been mangled up. Sacred of his life, Yaru, despite his inner struggle, was only able to utter a single syllable. Who, leaving the sentence and his question incomplete. Bruce, at the moment realizing his mistake, looked down at himself. He was in his last avatar, the one he hadn't shown to anyone. Even Cathpalig was prostrating itself to him. Not sure of his next action, he looked around. The whole region had been flattened, lost was its past picturesque view. The vegetation and wildlife, the mountains adorning the land, are gone. His eyes moved along, taking the whole view in. He stopped in his tracks as he observed a dark portal open right behind him. It didn't help him that the portal kept decreasing in size. It was currently large enough to allow Typhon to pass through. But at the pace, it shrunk, in a couple of minutes, at max 8 or 10 minutes. Even Tower or Cathpalig would have difficulty passing through. He was not sure why or how. It was his instincts, he had a gut feeling about this portal leading back to 21st century Earth or back to Sakura. He, with his all being wished, just jumped through it, but the apple or world destroyer held him back. He couldn't let such a weapon sit idle in the past, and that which could change the past and possibly destroy Earth. I have to calm down. I can't just jump into any portal like an idiot without making sure it is safe and finding its origin. This portal should take me back, I have this gut feeling, though I am not sure of the origin of my confidence. Bruce sighed as he calmly watched the portal and turned around the address Yaru. He had retrieved the world item, Ravens of Knowledge, to discern the portal's origin. Ah. At least the portal does take me back to Sakura and the Holy Grail War. I know that my fate is tied to the Holy Grail War, seeing as I was summoned to fight in it. And even after traveling to the past, I still have the pact I made Sakura in effect. The Holy Grail War should contain the secret or the way for me to go back to the Overlord verse. I shouldn't have messed with the timeline very much. So many floors and a large army of NPCs to boot has brought me to Fate verse. I should have listened to ROB when he talked about those graphs. Well, if I can return to Overlord verse with just this, then I think that it was all worth it. The huge army of NPCs and the floors were all worth it. He looked up at Yaru as he realized. Wait. 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 I didn't jinx myself, now did I? Never mind, I am sure that it only applies to those who believe in it. Let's be optimistic and hope for the best. My last death flag ended up getting me transmigrated to Overlord verse. I should be positive. His gaze wandered towards Yaru's heart, the origin of the exorbitant amount of mana, when he saw it. It was the apple, the world destroyer that he had made. He couldn't quite believe it. Yaru ate the apple. The foo *K is wrong with him. Leave the robbery. If this idiot can't control it, he will explode in a giant explosion, taking this whole planet with him, possibly. There is only one possible explanation for this all, he is trying that ritual of his. It did look legitimate, I, for one, couldn't find any flaws in it. Which doesn't automatically make it flawless. I am no master of magic, but I will have to trust my God of Runecraft title. Even so, that magic will turn him into a chimera-like being. From what I understand, that magic destroys the body and reconstructs it with demon, devil, spirit, or ghost with a part of dragon blood in them. They will be reborn anew into what I coined as Azura. With great strength stats and huge mana quantity. They will be quite strong, but to think he used the world destroyer for it. He is definitely an idiot. There's no doubt in it, but why would Tower even allow it? Does he think he can pull it off? If so, this magic will be more valuable than World Destroyer. Not only did I create a world-destroying weapon, but I also got my hands on this fabulous magic. Robbing my caloric stone would easily get him on my kill list, but if he were to succeed, the rewards would easily outweigh the losses. I could get my hands on a new type of magic that even Ains wouldn't have thought of. Well, this is made using the magic of Overlord verse and Nasu verse. Still, I can use it to strengthen myself and break the limit of Overlord with Overlord magic. Despite many thoughts drifting in his head, he contemplated the situation. Not a lot of time had passed in the outside world. His avatar, the final form, made sure of it. So, now what? Do I roll with it? For him to succeed, he has to give it all. But despair and resignation are written all over his face. He has already given up on the fight. If you wish to give up, why did you even consume the fruit in the first place? You aren't alone in this, you would take the whole planet with you. I don't think any super tier spell can tank this attack. As for world items, I don't have any shield world item on me. Bruce tired and checked the status of the portal from the corner of his eyes. He had to hurry up. He can't miss this train or flight. He would be lucky if he could get a chance like this one again. Tired of his situation, he noticed the subtle atmosphere around him. Something he ignored or missed till now. Everyone was prostrating towards him. Even Tower was in on it. They were treating him as if he was a god. He thought back to all his interactions with them all this time. I guess I did leave everything unsaid. I guess it makes sense that they would arrive at such a conclusion. I lived and talked as if I was some supreme being. I lived and behaved like I owned the universe. But it only applies if they can draw or are considering me, Vishantai, the fool, Optimus, and my current form to be all the same. His line sight extended to Tower. Tower or Cathpalag, He knows it's me. As for Yaru, I'm not sure. He seems to be lost, resigned to his fate, awaiting his death. Still, he at least is showing signs of being lost and is looking my way. Seeking directions. I can't waste too much time, and neither can I extract the apple back without Wish Upon a Star. For Wish Upon a Star to work, the amount of experience will be exorbitant and may leave me in a weakened state. I also can't allow him to destroy this planet. Also, can't take a ticking time bomb with me to the future. Well, multiverse exists in Nasuverse. Let's just hope this is one as well, in case the explosion happens. It does not affect my only clue back home. Let's become what they wish for me to be, a god, and show these lost lambs direction. Not because I want to, it's just the situation calling for this act. Yaru was expectantly looking at the dark being, a being similar to those eldritch horrors that the fool had told him all about. His gaze turned to Cathpalag, a pet of the fool. He was shocked to find him prostrating towards the dark being. It was as if the very void had materialized in reality. Chaotic energy lines the outline of the being, caging him to appear in reality. He wasn't sure whether the cage of chaos was a cage to him or a shield to mortals such as him from getting erased or disappearing into oblivion. If it hadn't been enough, he saw a portal appearing behind the dark being. Yaru earlier had lost words, seeing the portal. He hadn't been able to complete his sentence and ask what had been worrying him. He remained oblivious to the identity of the being. But seeing Cathpalag bow to the being, he had a clue to the identity of the being. Just to make sure, he spoke what was very obvious by now. "Who are you?" Taking in the question, the being smirked. At least he thought the being did. He wasn't sure of the expression on the being. "You can address me as the fool." He failed to gulp with his mouth parched up. He was taken aback by the revelation. Despite being ready and having an idea of their identity still did not help him. He expectantly looked up at the fool. With hope reignited in him, he with the will to live, looked up at the fool. Asking to be saved. All of the things he said came back to him, everything he said. His nonchalant and indifferent attitude towards the gods to powerhouse such as eldritch gods. Even to his condensing attitude towards the root, the creator, and the end of everything he knows or will ever know. Stifling his tears, he spoke with the liberation he had achieved in this frame of time, from being resigned to death to having hope to live. "Arg. Who?" "The fool." "Yo, you are. Servant asks of you. Please show me the way to live. To conquer this power. I beg of you." Coughing up, he completed his sentence. "It is all in your hands. Crave for it and subdue with your willpower." Bruce stood still watching Yaru, as he kept track of the portal. That doesn't sound right. Moreover, it is not something a being of the caliber of the fool would say. Let's just roll with it. Bruce in his past life, though not interested in theatrics, was very much interested in lore. It was more apparent in his love for character building in his games and the millions of stories he concocted in his head, with characters' lore. It is but a simple request. What you wish to do is certainly interesting. A mortal trying to break free from the restraints of the root. What you wish to achieve is something that does not originate from the root. Are you sure you wish to turn your back on the root? Your actions now are the same as betraying the root. Using all his psyche to it, he went on playing with words. Putting on a display of the fool. "I will follow you, the fool. I am ready to pledge my life to you. Everything I have and will ever have will all belong to you. My very existence belongs to you. Use me as you wish and discard me if you feel the need to or don't require my services. Kill me at your behest. I will follow you, even if I have to destroy this very world." There were many words left unsaid, but Bruce felt his determination. And the weight his every word carried. Yaru looked up at the fool with determination. "I am what I am all thanks to you. You have even slain my target for vengeance. The being that I had hoped to kill all my life. You have also saved my life. If not for you, I wouldn't have survived and lived to this day. You also made a path for me to attain magic, even if it was for a fraction of a second. I got to experience magic. You gave me the power to achieve for myself rather than granting me it. It would have been a simple task for a being like yourself. You allowed me to try and fail. Giving me a sense of accomplishment for myself." He looked at the fool. "I have at least accomplished something. I made this magic circle. I made something praiseworthy from a being like you." Yaru asked the question that had been bugging him for a while now. It was something that would decide his fate. After all, I can't ask the fool to fight the root for someone as insignificant as me. It is a waste of their time. I have asked for something very shameful. How could I have asked for it? I have to accept that I have failed. I have to live up to my mistakes in life. I am reverting back to my past self. I stood there watching my mother, I might have myself condemned her to death. This is my punishment for it. The fool, I wish to ask you a question if I am allowed to do so." Bruce, intrigued, signaled him to ask away. "Am I powerful enough now to defeat the wolf god?" The question piqued his curiosity, but there was something else he observed. Unlike the start, Yaru was now truly ready to embrace death. Given up on his life. Racking his brain, he tried thinking of the answer to this situation. Something or anything that had led the situation to here. Was it revenge, vengeance, or his pride as a genius? All the guesses were aligned to what anyone would assume had they been unaware of his past. Yaru had been very secretive about his family, leaving Bruce to assume him to be an orphan. As he thought of every other situation, he went back to basics. Something significant for him to ask such a question waiting for his end. Getting sacrificed to him has led him to hate and wish for vengeance, but I have already killed him when I saved him. So, his animosity against that wolf shouldn't be so deep. Unless someone close to him was also sacrificed to the wolf. Someone like his family would result with growing up wishing for vengeance. He was an orphan if I am not wrong. Anyway, why was he even being sacrificed to the wolf? The timing was also uncanny, it was after he had acquainted with me. Anyway, let's answer him truthfully. The chances of him surviving are 50-50 if I am optimistic. In reality, it's 0.1%. Looking down at Yaru, Bruce spoke. You are more than powerful enough. You should have been powerful enough to defeat him even in your current state. That's good. I wasn't a total failure. Yaru sighed, but as he relaxed, ready to welcome death. He wished to know it. Something that would make his life worthwhile. Something that would add meaning to it. Gathering his courage he spoke. The fool, who are you? Allow this lowly mortal to gaze at your truth. I pledge my life to you. Bruce, having heard it, was happy. His acting had worked to fool Yaru and even Tower, who remained prostrating towards him. The foo *K is on about. I got lost there, but I can't have him dying on me and destroying this planet. I am still not sure if this is the same verse as the one I got transferred to. If it is the same planet as in the past or some other verse like FGO in the multiverse. A failure, you say? Yaru was confused by the words of the fool. It was then he heard a single syllable uttered by the fool. Nirvana. The effect of it shocked him. Yaru looked around himself as the magic circle once again lit up. You haven't failed yet. Rather, the apple hadn't digested. Now, you should be able to make your dream come true. Yaru was left without words. The guy surely hadn't thought much when he ate the apple. It was during my talk with him that I noticed the blockage. The mana was gathering in his heart but was stuck there. Nirvana is the activation spell or code for the world destroyer. It was a gamble, but it worked. The mana flow has been re-established. He should be able to do it now. If this is the same world as the one I was summoned to. Then, for my insurance if I were to meet him in the future. That is if he manages to make it and the world is saved. It is all about what ifs. But I will need a strong dose of devotion if he does become a powerhouse. This is going to change a lot of things now. But I can't be worried about them. Now what's done is done. I don't have the power to travel back in time and I definitely wouldn't. Reality Marble is too sweet of a deal to mess up. I am the fool. Bruce stating his name, transformed. Chapter 39. The birth of an Azura. I am the fool. Bruce stating his name, transformed. Yaru / POV. I am the fool. Yaru heard it, he was ready to get a glimpse of the true deity. From what he had heard of from the fool in the past. He treated the root as something ordinary. He spoke of it as one would speak about rocks and trees. Or a magus would speak of the basic spells or skills like mana control. So, it was shocking for him to see the fool, who was in what he had assumed to be his true form. Seeing Cathpaleg's reaction had instilled that about him. For the fool to transform into a dragon shocked him. Also, he couldn't forget what he had heard a couple of minutes earlier. He spoke of his magic circle to be of foreign origin. Something that did not originate from the root. So, by default, the knowledge he was bestowed by the fool was also foreign to the root. He was excited to see the truth of the fool. He at first had assumed the fool to be a true deity, a supreme god. But now, he wasn't sure. He could only reach one conclusion now. He is someone from outside the root. He watched as the dragon stared down at him. He was attentive to not miss a single word from him. I am the void and the end. He waited with the bathed breaths. I am the beast and the monarch of the infinite expanse of space-time. I am the calamity and personification of destruction. He watched as a giant replaced the dragon. I am a titan. Who wields infinite strength and power. From the titan to human. I am a mortal being. A sorcerer or a magi who has gazed into the abyss. He who holds all the magic in the world. He was so mesmerized by the forms that he saw him change his form again. It was of a monstrous creature now. I am the demon who represents all the evil. Yaru watched as the demon turned into a tree. I am life. To turn into a skeleton. I am also death. He watched the skeleton disappear from his vision to appear in front of him in a humanoid form. The form that had allowed him to gaze into the worms. The form that looked human was anything but that. He watched the fool place his hand on his head. You are bound by unnecessary worries. Get a fresh start with this. Be born anew with this magic. From henceforth you will be born anew as the Azura, Zarios. Yaru, now Zarios, embraced the name as he contemplated the truth of the fool. Bruce watched as the mana kept gathering. And there were no signs of it stopping any time soon. He watches the confused look on Zario's, answered him. He spoke as he observed the portal from the corner of his eyes. There is nothing for you to think about. Just know this, I don't grace others with my presence. Not like I can face all those powerhouses all alone. Remember it, I won't repeat myself. The Fool of Infinite Dreams, Weaver of Fate and Time, Sovereign of the Stars and Lord of Cosmic Dread. Master of the Supreme Ones, and the Ruler of the Primordial Chaotic Void. The Lord of Everything, and the King of Nothing. It was common to all the residents of the Nasuverse. For they had the same understanding of the root. Something that is the origin, container, and end of everything. It is omnipotent, omniscient and omnipresent existence. For them, for someone to be from outside the realm of the root, to be unbound and from outside the root, only meant the being to be also higher entity than the root itself. A stronger being than the root. They were blinded by the perspective, though it would have not been as such. Bruce had the ROB suit to thank for this misunderstanding. Bruce turned, leaving Zario's to think about it. When he had an idea. Right, before I leave. Here's a present from me to you for successfully developing magic and succeeding in it. Bruce stated it, and he raised his hand. In it, he held the fang of the wolf. Zario's, surprised, looked to his side to find it missing. It was something the fool had given Zario's or Yaru as a memento, hoping it would quench his anger towards the wolf and the villagers for trying to sacrifice him. Bruce had never imagined he would use the fang for this. Waving his arm, he cast the 8th tier spell. Spell, Resurrection. The wolf god, having been resurrected, looked around. As it spotted the fool, it howled angry at its attacker, ready to pounce on his enemy. Bruce, not in the mood, cast the 9th tier spell, Frozen Prison. Spell, Frozen Prison. An ice cage encased the wolf, trapping it inside an ice block. Wolf, angry at the cage, kept on attacking it to fail. Having resurrected it using the beginner resurrection spell, Totem Wolf was not in his prime. It struggled, leaving any dent on the prison. Bruce, not waiting for a response from Zario's, leaving tower, walked inside the portal. What was I thinking back then? This lore writing was no good. How could I have spoken as someone with Chunibiu? It was cringe. Bruce, while floating through the tunnel of what could be a hole through spacetime, admonished himself. Though it is cringeworthy, it should be good enough for an honorific name. If I were to have an honorific name, it would be it. That should do it. And if I meet him again, hope he doesn't forget his devotion towards me. But seeing his dedication and spirit, I doubt he would do anything to go against me. Bruce, as he got adjusted to traveling in the tunnel, experienced a pull. When a tear through spacetime in the tunnel created a hole, suckling him in it. When he opened his eyes, he warily opened them, hoping for it not to be some other shithole. Enough is enough. There was also the hole, something he didn't expect to appear. As luck would have it, when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in front of the Matu mansion. Back to the present from the past. Bruce opened the gate, hoping to walk inside, when he heard a shriek. He turned around to notice the portal still open, its size shrinking, just before it could disappear. He saw as a small ball of white fur fell through it. Extending his hands, he caught it. I had imagined him to have come with me or was stuck with me by force, and not by his violation. So, for him to come through the portal by his violation should mean something. Does this mean he accepts me? Happy at the tower's presence, Bruce pets the tower, walking inside the mansion. Before he walked inside, he made sure to stay till the portal closed. Back in the desolate land, Zario's felt the burning sensation from his heart. He accepted the magic take effort. Unbeknownst to Bruce, the presence of Totem Wolf in front of them served as a great motivator for Zario's to succeed. The magic circle, having its job, disappeared. Now, all that was left was the body to reconfigure. The matter in his body started breaking down. Zario's endured the pain, staring down at the wolf. The Totem Wolf, or what they had called as Drostala, back in the village, quivered back, sensing the dangerous amount of mana accumulating in his body. Zario's, afraid of losing his chance at revenge, stood up. Though it hurt him just to stay seated. He was treading in the realm of impossible, enduring the pain. He with difficulty walked a few steps. Just when his legs gave out, Zario's, for the first time, trusted his gut, letting his body take over. He let his body move on its own accord. Like a master swordsman would swing a sword. He, for the first time in his life, gathered mana in his arms. The gathering of mana and destruction of his arm to fasten up. Yet he endured it. Like a professional, he fluently shot the mana in the form of a golden flame orb towards the wolf trapped in the cage. The fluency of his actions was as if he had been doing this his whole life. Striking the wolf, his body gave out. But just before he lost consciousness, he saw the wolf burn to ashes. Hanging on to the thread, he chanted the name of the fool. Afraid of death, after having his hopes up, He made himself a promise to become a devotee of the Fool if he survived the magic. The golden flame in his heart, unlike the one used on the wolf, didn't die out. It spread to his whole body as it engulfed his very existence. It was very late by then. The mana released by his body was enough to attract all the powerhouses of the world. They were truly late. The flame expanded, as the explosion rocked the whole world, destroying the parallel verse altogether. It is debatable if Zarios was lucky or not. In the end, he survived. The world destroyer created by Bruce had achieved its purpose. Destruction of the world, but with Zarios being an anomaly during its end. It achieved what Bruce had hoped for it to become. With the world's destruction and its the concept of being a weapon to bring an end to the world, it had achieved its purpose. It had accepted its offering. With the death of a world, the heart of Zarios was forged with it. The world destroyer, now after being affected by the magic, had taken the form of a heart. Was now successful in gaining the status of world item. Had Bruce seen this, he would have lost his mind. The heart, now world item after completion of the magic, entered its last stage. Reconstructing the body of Zarios from the heart. Zarios opened his eyes, finding himself back in the void. He cursed himself, thinking of reasons as to how he could have ended up here. He did not know magic, except for a few he had seen the Fool perform and ones he had read in the books of the Fool. Stranded in the void, helpless. Zarios thought of using gate to get out of here. Spell, gate. Only for the spell to fail to activate. He knew not of why the spell failed. Oblivious to his situation, he stayed in the void. Thinking of ways to get out of here. And so what could have been like an eternity in the void where space and time didn't seem to exist. Zarios spent his days working on his magic. It continued till he could. He had thought of giving up and had even tried committing suicide. It had all been for naught. His heart was indestructible and it would end up healing him, irrespective of his tries. Just when he thought of giving up and calling for help, he used what he had been hesitant to use. He spoke the words that were engraved in his brain. It was as if the Fool had spoken of it a couple of minutes prior. The Fool of infinite dreams, weaver of fate and time, sovereign of the stars and lord of cosmic dread. Master of the supreme ones, and the ruler of the primordial chaotic void. The lord of everything, and the king of nothing. He was hesitant to use it. He couldn't call the supreme being for something as trivial as this. He was ashamed of himself. He waited after calling out the honorific name or the Fool but received no response. He was on the verge of giving up. When he noticed a sword slice through the void. I take it you are Zarios. Zarios, confused by the talking sword, answered him nervously. Despite possessing such strength, he felt the incredible power of the sword. It held the strength to end. I am and you are. The sword took a serious tone, as it answered him. I am Error, the sword of blasphemy and the eternal servant of the Fool. New world. Unlike Bruce, world was not having the best of times. The world could be seen standing on the steps leading to the throne of the Fool on the floor, Arcadia. With the floor guardians of every floor up to Arcadia lining up on both sides of the throne room. The tension was so high in the throne room that you could cut it with a knife. All the guardians had gathered at the throne room for one reason alone. To meet the Supreme One, but only to find him missing. They directed their gaze at the ruler of the floor, Arcadia, world. Not afraid of her power on the floor, demanding answers. It only ended up with her flaring her mana, to shut the occupants of the room. The oppressive mana of the world devourer that had entered the guild chasing Bruce. The world was left with no other choice but to take control of it again. She had seen Bruce enter the guild. So, she was at least happy about it. But it was right at that moment that the game ended. Causing the world devourer character to merge with her NPC/player account character. She had transitioned from being an NPC/player built with Longinus world item to a world enemy. She, in her humanoid form, stood in the hall. The oppressive mana and aura of the world devourer did its job. All the floor guardians turned their heads away, refusing to look at her. Though they were all grumpy about it. They all shared a single thought: is this the true power of grandmother? Had world heard it, she would have chased them all to the ends of earth. Disturbing the silence of the hall, and drawing the attention of everyone present. The Shadow Lord, the highest version of Arch or Shadow Demons, rose through the darkness of the hall. Having the gaze of so many powerful beings made even the Shadow Lord, a being of level 95, quiver under intense pressure. It was lucky there were a few floor guardians who were not present in the hall. It had taken a lot of courage to even make an appearance in the throne room. It spoke volumes of the difficulty it was having to make its report. It was difficult to utter a single syllable under these circumstances. Yet, it endured for its loyalty to its summoner. The ruler of shadows. Upon receiving the signal from World, it gave its report. It had been sent by the World to check the surroundings. The current state. Upon learning of the situation, World concluded that they had been swept up in the past. before the Greed Kings or the Six Gods made an appearance in this world. She readied herself for any challenge she might face while trying to keep the canon intact. She couldn't mess it up before Bruce returned. Though there was no way of knowing whether he would return. But she knew it in her heart that he would. She had a rough idea as to where he could be. Though she did not know the specifics from them going all out creating their guild had caused a problem with their transmission. According to the condition set by the ROB, Bruce was thrown out to some random verse. She would have been worried sick for his safety if not for the ROB's suit. Still, she was worried for his safety. It told away at her heart so much so that she had been going about her life all this time without rest, food, and water. Though unbeknownst to her, it wasn't just him that got stranded in unknown territory. They had also faced a hiccup in their ride. They had mysteriously, ROB's courtesy or his rules had caused Bruce to teleport to a random verse, and they had transmigrated 1,000 years back or 500 years before 6 great gods. Chapter 40. The Overlord of the Mysteries. Bruce walked inside the Machiavelli mansion with light steps. With his phone dead, he plugged it in and left it to charge. Tower getting out of his hold, had made himself comfortable on the sofa in the living room. Bruce sat beside Tower, retrieved his laptop, and connected it to the internet. His objective for it was simple, to check the situation and also find out about the date. He couldn't summon the Arch-Shadow Demon back to ask the date, and neither was Safhra in sight. Seeing as the pact was in effect, he knew that she was alive. Booting it up, he checked the date. Arg. I was gone for 2 whole weeks. I need to calm down. I'm sure that nothing has changed. He keeps his wits, browsing through the internet, scrolling away at news articles as his hands stop. Drawing all his attention to the articles. Bruce tried to calm down, but underneath, a raging storm of thoughts was swirling in a chaotic dance of fear. He feared the change in the situation. But on the outside, he maintained a facade of calm, his face a mask of stoic composure. He raised his hands to his face. His fingers brushed on his face. The gesture was slow and deliberate, as if he could erase the inner turmoil through his actions. His fingers lingered for a moment, covering his eyes, a brief shield against the world. In a fleeting second, he could feel regret for his actions and the devastating effect his presence had caused in the Holy Grail War. But then, with a deep breath, his hand fell back to his side, his expression once again unreadable. To anyone watching, he was the picture of control, but inside, the tempest continued to rage. With a pain in his heart, he watched the headlines once again. This time, he had recovered. He felt indifferent reading the title. His lore had come to his rescue, relieving him of any guilt he could harbor. Concentrating on them, he reread the headlines, just to make sure. Massive fire broke out in Hamurahara Academy due to gas leak, over 200 casualties. Fuyuki City. A huge boulder rolled down the hill, squashing a school bus carrying elementary school kids. Fuyuki City. Earthquake of magnitude 7 strikes Fuyuki City. Mass murder scene at the shrine of Fuyuki City. A massive fire outbreak in the forest. Fuyuki City. Back-to-back disasters striking Fuyuki City. Every headline was giving him a headache. He had to check the forum used by mages to get the actual news and not some cover-up news by the Mage Association or the church. It might have been his body, but he felt numb. All the rage and regret he felt for the accidents vanished like they had never existed. Though it might have been because of his race, flavor text, and karma. Or any other factors influencing him. Acting similar to the emotion suppression of the undead. Whatever it was, Bruce was not in the mood to investigate it. Bruce closed the laptop, as he turned to look at his companion. Tower, unaware of Bruce's inner turmoil and the chaos the world had descended into, was fast asleep. Getting himself off the sofa, he made his way to the kitchen. Splashing water on his face, he took a bottle of water from the refrigerator. Opening the bottle, he drank it full. Followed by a coffee can, sitting idle in the refrigerator. He opened the can and drank it full. Throwing the can in the dustbin. He exited the kitchen. His steps were heavy, the guilt weighing on him, letting the feeling sink in. He stopped mid-step. His head snapped, sensing the mana outburst somewhere in the city. He slowly turned, facing in the direction of the weird mana he felt. It's Sakura's mana. I did not know that she had this much mana. Moreover, there is corruption in her mana. Is it Ngramenu? I should head over. It may be that she is still alive for now, you can never predict the future. At the rate the plot is changing, I'm not too sure of anything now. Bruce, wary of the impending doom, took his mobile and rushed to the room he had stayed in this mansion for the short amount of time he had been here. I can feel it. I have a feeling that this is going to be my last night in this world. The sight surprised him, many boxes were placed in his room. Surprised at the boxes, he checked the stickers on them for sender and receiver's address. They are packages addressed to me. The sender? The sender? Who is it? Noticing a letter placed on his table, he picked it up and read it. These boxes contain pieces of antique items collected by X16. Though I am not sure why I would need them. But the collection of songs with an antique gramophone is great. Still, I will have to check this out all later. Anyway, I am not sure if the dude even found the location I had asked of him. I had hoped to get the mud or the remains of Enkidu and research it. I guess that will have to wait. Enkidu's power is not valuable enough for me to miss my chance to get back. With a flick of his finger, golden portals opened up beneath the boxes. After taking all the boxes and a few of the important items he had bought during his shopping trip, which he had planned on taking back to Overlord Verse with him. He had already bought various vehicles such as cars, bikes, aeroplanes, helicopters, and a few ships. Though some had been taken from their owners without letting them know of it. Though I did leave double the amount for what they would have sold for. Is it just me, or is this Gilgamesh template or nope? It's not Gilgamesh template, but it has something to do with me. I've grown so prideful that I don't wish to owe anybody anything. Though I do owe Rob a lot of things, I can just think of all this as compensation for everything he put me through. Still, I was prideful in my previous life, but now, the scale is on a different level. It must be my flavor text magnifying my traits. Walking down the stairs, he entered the living room, picking up Tower. He walked out of the house. Morning sunshine. Tower, surprised by his greeting, looked around. It had been enjoying its nap and now, it was being dragged out. Or was it being thrown out for a second time? Worried for its future, he looked at the fool, the supreme being. It was then that it sensed a huge torrent of corrupted energy nearby. Somewhere within the city, there was a corrupted holy grail. It suddenly had a look of realization, once again turning to the fool. But this time, with a resolution and an idea of its future. Tower sighed at the eventful life it was going to lead now that it had joined with someone very troublesome. It would need time to get adjusted to this adventurous life of going through one major event after another. Still, it was happy. The sigh also contained its relief. It had expected the fool to be taking it to the source of that energy. Ready to fly or teleport, it waited. Dashing its hopes, the fool took out a cube from his pocket. Tower expectantly looked at the cube. It hadn't seen it, for the 2 years they had spent together. It watched as the cube transformed into a bike. It was shocked to find their mode of transportation. It wondered if it would be too late by the time they reached the location. Bruce stared at the bike and observed Tower's reaction. He felt he could understand what it was thinking. Well, I can only teleport to the places I have been to. I have not been to that place, and neither do I have been to the place I wish to visit before going there. Though I can teleport to Sakura with the command seals or through Arch Shadow Demon. But that place is different. Also, I haven't been getting much riding time. I have a feeling that it is not going to change anytime soon. As for the people of this city, I have this feeling that there isn't anyone who is currently in danger or is in need of saving. At least for now. Well, I could fly there, but where is the fun in that? Bruce placed Tower on the fuel tank, and he got on the bike. Riding it outside, he continued with his monologue. All those heroic thoughts and the grandiose vision of saving people. I suddenly don't feel like living with it. Is it my character lore, or have I gotten too nonchalant or indifferent to everything? Am I moving at my own pace? The best example would be this bike. I am being selfish here, and all that hero work sounds troublesome. The Tower sees the bike take a detour and move in the opposite direction to the source. He turned around to look at the fool. Questioning with his gaze. We just need to make a quick stop before we go there, Tower. Wondering about this location and their reason for getting there, Tower looked at the fool and the scenery they passed by. Contemplating his decisions, Bruce increased the speed. Taking in the view, he had neared his destination. Fuyuki City, Japan. Amiya Mansion. Parking his bike in front of a big traditional Japanese house, he entered the house compound. Ignoring the house, he walked towards the shed. With Tower following behind him. Shiro should also be at the location right about now. It's great that his teacher is not at his place. Still, to think they had all ignored it till now. Even I was only able to find out about it through Arch Shadow Demon. I guess you can miss it. Walking amidst the rubble, Bruce stood facing the shed and opened the door. Retrieving a shovel, he dug into the ground. There was a fight here. I don't think his house was damaged to this extent in any of the series. Well, in Heaven's Feel, it does get damaged, but isn't this Rin's route? Just how much of the story has changed from my presence? This is frustrating. He dug into it till he felt resistance from the ground. Picking up the crate, he climbed up from the hole he had dug. I had hoped there would be magic to do this work. Still, I found it quicker than I had expected. Come to me, the last batch of origin bullets and the rest of the weapons of the one known as Kuritsuji Amiya. To think he hid it FROM Shiro all this time. Placing the crates in his GOB, he got on his bike once again. Tower, who was resting on the roof of the shed, got down, climbed up his bike and sat on his designated seat. With everything out of the way, he raced his bike accelerator, riding it through the streets heading to the final destination. He had this uncanny feeling. I, for whatever reason that I am not sure of, think today to be the last day of the Holy Grail War. Who am I kidding? It must be the command seals and my link to the Holy Grail. I can feel it, they are summoning it. Who? That is something that I am not sure of. He was riding across the streets and going towards the final destination when he suddenly applied brakes. Tower, surprised, looked at the fool, wondering the reason for the stop. When it followed his line of sight, it found a cafe. Bruce, for no reason, parked the bike, picked up Tower and took him into the ramen shop beside the cafe. Let's have dinner before going to the big fight. Am I nervous? No, obviously not. You can't fight a battle on an empty stomach. Taking the empty seat, he put down Tower to the seat adjacent to him. It was then he noticed the owner glaring at him. It wasn't just the owner, all the other customers were also glaring at him. Bruce, seeing the owner walk up to him, could already guess his reason. And it was, "Sir, I would like to ask you to leave your pet outside. We don't allow pets in here." Sighs. Well, this could be my last day in this verse. I am not raising flags, am I? I don't wish to get into any arguments or fights now. Listening to him, Bruce turned to Tower, only to see him look at the fool with adoration. Sigh. You are forcing my hands here. Seeing as Bruce was refusing to budge, the owner was thinking of throwing them out himself when Bruce slammed the 2 big bundles of notes, with each note of 10,000 yen, on the table. Get me and my companion here the best ramen you have got. And make it fast. Giving his order, he passed the 2 bundles to the owner. The owner, shocked by the scene, looked between the money and the man, wondering the action he should take. He couldn't quite believe it. The eccentric customer with the pet had given him 2 bundles of notes. To boot the tension in him, they were 10,000 yen note bundles. By his estimation, each bundle was worth 1 million yen. To think a crazy person would walk into his restaurant. Today must be his lucky day. He was struggling with his inner greed and his principles. Whether to accept the money or throw them out. Bruce had scanned the whole shop before taking a seat. There were a few who could be considered troublemakers mixed in here. He watched from the corner of his eye when a drunk customer got up from his seat and was on his way to him, seeing him slam the bundles of notes. I should have put more thought into it. He must be one of them, the infamous overworked office employees of Japan. He must have come here to eat food before heading home after long shift. He must have had a very long day. Bruce placed his hand on the seat to his right, applying weight on it till it broke. Seeing the metal support chair break, left the whole place astonished for the strength the mysteries man held. The drunk man couldn't trust his eyesight. After all, how could a man break metal in 2 pieces? He turned to his companions, trying to make sense of the situation. Trying to confirm what he had seen to be real, or had he imagined it. The owner's jaw dropped seeing the chair break. If it was not enough, he heard the eccentric customer say something outrageous by all standards. Ah. Sorry it broke. It must have been too old. Well, that bundle should cover it and keep the rest as a tip. Though I am not sure if you accept tips here. Still, keep it as compensation for the trouble. Bruce spoke, pointing at the chair. However, the trouble he spoke of varied from person to person in the restaurant, while the owner was facing a crisis. Sorry, my ass. That was a brand new chair that I had ordered last week. There is no way it could break so easily. Moreover, who is this crazy guy? He at least looks to be loaded. Even his dog is not one of the breed that I know of. Must be imported, one of those premium breed of dogs of the rich. Now that I take a closer look, he is a foreigner. That hat of his is covering his face with low lighting condition and his fluent Japanese. I had assumed him to be Japanese. I guess he must be a businessman here at work. On were ending his monologue and deciding on his course of action as to make an enemy of the rich crazy men, got back to cooking. He thought of any alternative route he could have taken as he looked at the men. Thinking back to the crazy move of his, he might as well break this whole place down and apologize in the end after paying his compensation. Even the police won't be of much help against his army of lawyers that the rich have around. With the owner moving back to cooking, everyone continued with their dinner. No one was willing to vent out their office frustration on the rich brat throwing around money, as it was nobody's business. His show of power had silenced everyone's lecture on morals they had thought of giving the young man. Ramen shop. The empty bowls kept on piling up, with both Bruce and Tower finishing one bowl after the other. Placing down the chopstick after what could be his 9th bowl of ramen, Bruce sighed. I miss world. Bruce turned to see Tower continue eating. I guess it wasn't just me who was nervous about the battle. But seeing him devour bowl after bowl, he had reconsidered his assumption. Or he might have just been hungry. Well, I guess this is it. I should not delay it any longer. People are there fighting, with their lines on the line. And here I am enjoying eating ramen without a care in the world. Well, I am doing what any tourist would do when visiting Japan. Eating ramen. Another bowl of the same for me, Bruce was interrupted during his order. He looked to his side, Tower nodding at him. Okay, and another for this little guy. 2 bowls of ramen coming right up. As I was saying. I should man up. It is just a holy grail. What does it matter that it is an omnipotent wish-granting machine? Why does it matter that it is corrupted and can corrupt servants? I have Gilgamesh template and it should not have the prowess to corrupt me, but I am not sure of absorbing me. It can absorb me, can't it? Ah. This is frustrating. Let's just go and kill all the obstacles. Quickly finishing his bowl, he looked to the side. Tower was already done with his bowl and was looking at him ready. Though they were each oblivious to the state of mind and the worries that plagued the other's mind. But they had agreed on moving to the location. Bruce had resolved himself to move to the fight. As for Tower, he was worried of the corruption himself, but seeing the fool's reassuring presence, it was ready to face the corruption. Thank you for the food. Please visit again, though he was hesitant to say those words, but the 2 bundles of notes, which he had approximated to be around 2 million yen, compelled him. Still, he was hesitant to receive it. Watching the customer walk out, he got to wonder again. How had he not protested for at least once? Knowing himself, he would have at least rejected the money openly and would have denied taking it, yet he had taken the money with no resistance. Bruce walked out of the door and got on his bike. Well, might as well ride it to the limit. Saber did do it in the Fate Zero. She had also used some skill of hers to upgrade it. After Tower sat down, Bruce raced it into the mountains. Just you wait, Holy Grail. You are mine for the taking. I have Cthulhu's prowess and am an eldritch god in a sense. I should behave like them. Claiming this Holy Grail is a good start to my journey as the Lord of the Mysteries. Wait, then what is the difference between me and Klein Moretti, the real Lord of Mysteries? I am an Overlord and my powers are quite different to LOTM verse. Even including the ones from Nasu verse. We are both different with different prowess. Ains is an Overlord, Klein Moretti is the Fool and the Lord of the Mysteries, while Shiro Amiya is an Archer and a Guardian. I should have my own identity. The Fool is something that is not going to change. That's right, I got reincarnated or transferred to Overlord verse where the main character is an Overlord class undead or lich. Something that I also possess. His lips curved. Bruce smiled as he thought of a name for himself or a title. Improvising his honorific name in some capacity. The Fool of Infinite Dreams, Weaver of Fate and Time, Sovereign of the Stars and Lord of Cosmic Dread. Master of the Supreme Ones, and the Ruler of the Primordial Chaotic Void. The Lord of Everything, and the King of Nothing. For I am the Overlord of the Mysteries. Chapter 41. The Avenger. Fuyuki City, Japan. A red-haired boy walked alongside a black-haired and blonde girl. Reaching their destination, they stopped at the foothills of the mountain. They had come all this way, following the mana they were detecting from the hill. Who are we waiting for here, Rin? Just a minute, they will be here, Amiya, Rin answered the one named Shiro. Hearing her reply, Shiro turned to the blonde female by his side. You heard her, Saber. Wait with Rin, I'll go ahead. I didn't tell you to go, Amiya. And Saber is my servant now, not yours. So, don't order her around. Seeing his recklessness, Rin obstructed his path, trying to stop him. Rin, I understand that you want to be careful with the plan, but Sakura is hurting. I can't stand still knowing she's suffering right now. How can you wait here, knowing her life is in danger? Rin sighed, seeing his caring side, her anger fading. I understand your eagerness to save her, but this is not a situation where recklessness will save the day, Amiya. We should follow the plan. But Sakura. Shiro complained, still unconvinced. Seeing the situation escalate, Saber intervened. Shiro, we should listen to Rin. Not you too, Saber, Shiro retorted. Saber replied calmly, this is an Avenger we're dealing with. Archer sacrificed himself to save you and Rin. It pains me to know that I was useless in that battle. But from the corruption of the Grail, we won't just be fighting Avenger to save Sakura, we'll be facing other servants as well. Rin, sensing the situation was getting worse, stepped forward to comfort Saber. You were strong back then, Saber. If you hadn't held Berserker back, Archer wouldn't have had his chance. Rin's words caught the attention of both Shiro and Saber, though she regretted bringing up Archer's sacrifice. Sensing her shift in mood, Shiro backed off. Saber was saddened by her master's grief, blaming herself for her lack of strength. Shiro, too, was pained by how the battle had ended. He had stood there, helpless, protected by others. He clenched his left hand, covered in a red bandage, remembering Archer's sacrifice. His gaze shifted to Saber. At least Saber didn't suffer the same fate as Berserker, Assassin, and Lancer. As Rin said, they've been corrupted by the Grail. I can't let the great fire of Fuyuki City happen again. I won't let Rin or Saber sacrifice themselves for Sakura. Saber, noticing his gaze, looked at him. Shiro's eyes then moved from her to Rin and back to Saber, who remained oblivious to his thoughts. Seeing them safe gave him a small measure of comfort. Though oblivious to his inner turmoil, Saber wondered why he was staring. Shiro's lips curled into a small smile, feeling reassured by their presence. His resolve grew stronger, but just as he was about to head off alone, Saber moved into a defensive stance, eyes locked on the forest beside the hill. She was preparing for a fight. Shiro grew nervous, unsure of how to protect both Rin and Saber. Shiro knew he was weak. Rin, also sensing the change in the atmosphere, turned towards the forest. The bushes shook, and the men they knew as the priest walked out from the shadows, followed by Ilyasvil. Shiro held his ground, unsure of what to expect, while Saber remained on alert. Ignoring their unease, Rin addressed the newcomers. So, how did it go? Ilyasvil turned to Shiro and replied, we took down Assassin. Shiro and the others were stunned by this news. Rin more so than the others, as she had only asked them to survey the field, not expecting Assassin to be defeated. Although pleased by the outcome, the condition of their allies tempered her enthusiasm. Rin glanced at the sinking sun, sighing as the sunset bathed the scene. She realized it was going to be a long night. Unbeknownst to the group at the foothill, a shadow creature observed them from afar. As an arch-shadow demon, its vision and hearing were far superior to others. Despite the distance, it kept its presence hidden, immobile like stone, ensuring it wouldn't be detected. Watching their gathering, it was reminded of its master, the Supreme One, whose presence had vanished from its radius. As a summon, it could teleport to its master regardless of the distance. Yet, it had failed to sense him anywhere in the world. Although it detected another of its kind in the west, the demon feared it had been abandoned. But the girl it was tasked to protect kept its hope alive. It had conflicting thoughts about the girl. She was a mere mortal, yet the Supreme One had entered a contract with her. The demon doubted and resented the girl for daring to form such a bond with its master. The audacity of a mortal to hope for such a thing. Still, it respected her loyalty to the Supreme One. Despite her power and the mysterious Holy Grail that intrigued the demon, what mattered most was her ability to fulfill the Supreme One's wishes. Its conflicting thoughts aside, the demon was confident in its ability to neutralize her if necessary, even if it couldn't defeat her outright. The girl was loyal for now. But killing her would be easier than neutralizing her. The demon pondered its course of action, considering the other servants she had supposedly corrupted. Returning from its musings, it noticed the group was on the move. Needing to return to the girl's side before the pests could arrive, the demon sank into its shadow and headed back to her. After all, it had a duty to protect her, a divine command from the Supreme One. Right when the demon was in the process of entering its shadow, its head snapped towards the city. Particularly towards the mansion of the girl. The demon was overwhelmed with emotion as it sensed the Supreme One's presence again, this time in the city. Overjoyed, it realized it had not been abandoned. Yet its duty to the girl kept it from immediately rushing to its master's side. Reluctantly, it returned to the girl's side, awaiting the moment it could be reunited with its master. Inside the cave, where Sakura and Avenger resided. Swords clashed at the entrance. A teenage boy with a red bandage swiftly sliced through a giant of a man. 9 lives blade works. Shiro watched as the colossal berserker fell, his body not splitting despite the blow. He looked at the saddened eyes of his supposed stepsister, Ilyasvil, as the end of Berserker's life in the Holy Grail War came to pass. He watched as the body of the Berserker split into specks of light. Are you okay, Ilyasvil? Shiro asked, concerned for her well-being and emotions. Composing herself, Ilyasvil replied, let's move, brother. We can't keep Saber and Tosaka waiting. Right, Shiro agreed, though he kept his thoughts to himself. I'll have time to check on her later. Right now, Sakura is my priority. I can't let anything distract me from saving her. They had split into teams to face the servants. Saber was with Rin, while Shiro teamed up with Ilyasvil. The priest was in no condition to fight, so they had left him at the foothills. Now, their only goal was to end the battles quickly. While Shiro and Ilyasvil fought Berserker, Rin and Saber were engaged in a duel with Lancer. As Saber and Lancer clashed, their battle reached new heights. Sparks flew with every swing of Saber's invisible sword and every thrust of Lancer's cursed spear, Gibalg. Lancer's swift, agile movements kept him just out of range of Saber's devastating strikes, but it was clear that the King of Knights was slowly pushing him back. You truly are a formidable knight, Saber, Lancer remarked between blows, his voice filled with admiration. If only you could reveal your name to me. This battle would go down in history as one of the greatest in the Holy Grail War. Saber, wary of his compliments, focused on his movements. The speed of his spear was deadly, and she knew that a single misstep could cost her everything. She deflected his blows carefully, never letting herself fall into his rhythm. "It is an honor to fight such a warrior as yourself, child of light of Ireland," she responded, her voice steady. Lancer grinned, impressed. "You know my legend, yet I know nothing of yours. What's the fun in that? Why hide your identity from me, Saber? We could turn this into a duel that would be remembered through the ages." He paused, his eyes darting toward Safhra, his master. "But it seems my time is short. My master demands that I finish this quickly." Saber stiffened as she saw Lancer glance at Rin and Safhra, and when he suddenly pivoted, making a beeline for Rin, her heart raced. She couldn't let him interfere in Rin's battle with Safhra. Saber moved swiftly to intercept him, her invisible blade clashing with Lancer's spear just in time. While Saber and Lancer were locked in their fierce duel, Rin faced Safhra in a battle of magecraft. The battle, however, was one-sided. Rin's experience and mastery of magic easily overwhelmed Safhra, whose attacks were futile against her elder sister's precise and powerful strikes. Each time Safhra tried to conjure a curse or send out a wave of dark energy, Rin would counter with precision, nullifying her efforts. Safhra's desperation grew with every failed attack. She glanced toward Lancer, hoping he would come to her aid, but to her horror, even he was struggling against Saber. Her heart sank. She had hoped to overwhelm them with Lancer's strength and her own magecraft, but it was all falling apart. Desperation clawed at her, and in a last-ditch effort, she ordered Lancer to cover her, to take Saber out of the equation so that she could focus on Rin. Lancer's eyes briefly met Safhra's, and though he obeyed her command, Saber was already upon him. With swift and elegant movements, Saber blocked his path, keeping him from interfering in Rin's fight with Safhra. Rin, distracted for a moment by their clash, failed to notice Safhra launching a desperate attack toward her. But before Safhra's attack could land, a figure stepped between her and Rin. Shiro had placed himself in harm's way, blocking Safhra's strike with sheer determination. "Safhra, this isn't the way," he pleaded, his voice filled with sorrow. Safhra's eyes widened in shock as she saw Shiro, her attack having no effect on him. Before she could react, Saber and Rin, working together, unleashed their combined might against Lancer. The legendary spearman put up a valiant fight, but in the end, he succumbed to their relentless assault. As Lancer fell, his body fading into ethereal particles, he resisted Safhra's control one last time, freeing himself in death from the chains that bound him. Rejecting the corruption of the Grail, in his last moments, Safhra stood frozen, her last line of defense gone. She was truly helpless now, her strength failing her as the weight of defeat settled over her like a crushing wave. Unlike in Heaven's Field where Safhra faced her sister, Rin alone, this time Shiro, Saber, and Iliasville were all here to face her together with Rin. But while Saber hesitated out of respect for Shiro and Rin's feelings, both Rin and Iliasville pressed forward with deadly intent. Shiro, conflicted and desperate to save Safhra, watched in horror as Rin and Iliasville charged toward her. Iliasville's magecraft, deadly and precise, flared as she sent her bird-like constructs toward Safhra, while Rin prepared to strike her sister with the crystal sword, a weapon imbued with the mana of countless multiverse, hoping to end her life. Time seemed to slow for Safhra. She watched as Rin's crystal sword drew nearer, its surface reflecting the cavern's dim light and her own shattered reflection. In that reflection, she saw her past. Moments of happiness and joy flashed across the sword's surface, mixed with memories of pain, suffering, and loss. For the first time in what felt like years, Safhra saw herself as she once was, an innocent girl who had dreamed of being saved by her sister, and of being reunited with her sister. "Sister," she whispered, her voice lost in the chaos around her. The memories were fleeting, but they stirred something deep within her. Despite all the darkness that had consumed her, despite the Grail's corruption and the horrors she had endured, a part of Safhra still longed for the warmth of her family. For a moment, she wished she could have been saved, that she could have lived a life free of the shadows that had engulfed her. Though she wondered about the anomaly, despite the speed of her thought process, the surroundings, and everything had slowed down. As the crystal sword approached, Safhra's mind drifted to a figure from her past, the Fool, an enigmatic presence that had disappeared the day she met the priest. The Fool had been her hope, her escape, but he had vanished, leaving her alone in the darkness. Even now, she wondered if he might return, if he might save her one last time. But deep down, she knew he was gone. He had grown bored of her and the earth. Rin's sword was mere inches from Safhra when the impossible happened. A flash of darkness reflected off the crystal blade, and with a powerful force, Rin was pushed back, stumbling as the sword was repelled. At the same moment, Iliasville's bird-like constructs were obliterated, their forms shattered before they could even reach Safhra. Saber, Shiro, Rin, and Iliasville stood in shock as a dark, oppressive energy began to emanate from Safhra's shadow. The very air around them grew heavy as the darkness spread, consuming the cavern in a suffocating void. From the depths of Safhra's shadow, a monstrous form emerged, a demon unlike any they had ever seen before. Its hulking, twisted form towered over them, radiating a power that chilled them to the bone. Sakura's eyes, once filled with despair, now gleamed with something else: power, fear, and a faint, lingering hope. This demon was not Avenger, the familiar entity tied to the Grail. No, this was something far older, far darker, born from the depths of the abyss, and the aura it gave off reminded her of the Fool. Shiro, undeterred by the demon's overwhelming presence, charged forward, his weapon drawn as he prepared to face the creature head-on. But his attacks were useless. The demon swatted him aside as though he were nothing, sending him crashing into the cavern wall. Saber, realizing the gravity of the situation, leaped into action, engaging the demon with all her might. As the battle raged on, the demon's power continued to grow. Shiro, Rin, and Ilyasvil fought desperately, but it was clear that they were outmatched. The cavern echoed with the sound of steel clashing and magic flaring, but the demon remained unyielding, its form a terrifying reminder of the darkness. And as the battle continued, one thing became painfully clear: this fight was far from over. Shiro watched as Saber valiantly engaged the demon, her sword shimmering in the dim cavern. Each of her strikes was precise, powerful, yet every blow met the dark, unyielding form of the demon. The creature flinched, its strength or Saber's swordsmanship skills seemingly lacking to that of it. The cavern echoed with the sound of clashing steel, and the oppressive darkness of the demon's presence hung in the air. "Stay back, Shiro!" Saber shouted, her voice strained from the effort of maintaining the relentless attack. Rin, still recovering from the sudden pushback by the demon, gripped the crystal sword tighter. She was breathing heavily, shocked by how effortlessly her attack had been deflected. "What is that thing?" she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Ilyasvil, meanwhile, was preparing another round of magecraft. Her bird-like constructs fluttered around her, ready to be deployed. That demon, it's protecting Sakura, she realized aloud, her voice tinged with frustration. If we don't figure out how to get past it, we won't reach her in time. Sakura stood still in the center of the chaos, her wide eyes reflecting the battle. The demon had arisen from her shadow, a guardian she hadn't summoned but somehow knew was there to protect her. Yet, it wasn't the Avenger she had come to know. It was something else, something darker, and more ancient. Her heart ached with confusion and fear. She hadn't wanted this. She hadn't wanted any of this. "Saber!" Shiro called, his voice hoarse from desperation. "We need to break through. We can't let Sakura." His words were cut off as the demon swung its arm in a wide arc, sending a shockwave through the cavern. Saber leaped back, barely avoiding the impact, but the force sent both Rin and Ilyasvil stumbling backward. Shiro fell to the ground, shielding his eyes from the debris kicked up by the demon's strike. "It's too strong," Saber muttered, her expression grim as she landed beside Shiro. "Then what do we do?" Shiro asked, trying to keep the panic out of his voice. "We can't just stand here." Rin, having regained her footing, glanced at the crystal sword in her hand. The jeweled sword Zelrich. The sword with infinite mana. "We can't destroy the demon fast enough before the Grail does its work. We should deal with Sakura as soon as possible." Ilyasvil, her face pale but determined, nodded. "But how do we get to her?" Shiro asked, glancing toward the towering form of the demon. "That thing won't let us near her." Saber looked at the demon, her grip tightening on her sword. "I'll create an opening," she said, her voice resolute. "You three focus on reaching Sakura. I'll hold off the demon as long as I can." "No." Shiro protested, his heart pounding. "Saber, you can't." "This is the only way, Shiro," Saber interrupted, her eyes softening as she looked at him. "Trust me. I won't let this creature stand in our way. Though it has its unusual attacks, it still falls short of sword skills." Before Shiro could argue further, Saber rushed forward, her blade raised high as she engaged the demon once again. Her strikes were relentless, each one forcing the creature back, if only for a moment. The demon roared, its blackened form shifting and twisting as it tried to keep up with her assault. "Now!" Rin shouted, grabbing Shiro's arm and pulling him toward Sakura. "We don't have much time." Shiro, Rin, and Ilyasvil ran toward Sakura, who stood frozen in the center of the cavern, her face a mixture of fear and sadness. The closer they got, the more they could feel the weight of her despair. It was suffocating, like the very air around her was tainted by her emotions. "Sakura!" Shiro called out, his voice cracking. "We're here to help you. Please, let us help." But Sakura didn't respond. Her eyes were distant, lost in the memories that consumed her. The corruption of the Holy Grail swirled around her, feeding on her anguish, her guilt. Rin stepped forward, holding the jeweled sword out in front of her. "Sakura, listen to me," she shouted, her voice fierce. "You don't have to carry this burden alone. We're your family. I'm your sister. And I won't let you fall into this darkness." Sakura's eyes flickered, the faintest glimmer of recognition shining through the haze of her despair. "Sister." Taking her chance, Rin lunged forward, the crystal sword aimed directly at the heart of Sakura. The sword's surface glowed with an ethereal light, reflecting not only Sakura's visage but Rin's determination, her love for her sister. She had the resolve to kill her sister to save the city. The arch-shadow demon, sensing the attack on mortal girl, sunk into its shadow. Saber an inch away from reaching the demon. The arch-shadow demon stood in between Sakura and Rin, leaving Saber empty, as it swatted them off once again. Far away in the shadows, the remnants of Avenger stirred. The fight for the future of Fuyuki City and the souls intertwined with the Grail had only just begun. Chapter 42. Excalibur. Nameless Ramen Shop. Fuyuki City, Japan. Bruce slurped the last of his ramen, savoring the lingering taste as he finished his meal. Satisfied, he glanced at his companion, Cathpalig, now known as Tower, who sat beside him, content after devouring his own share. He sure eats a lot for that small body. But what is he really? A dog? A cat? Doesn't really matter, I suppose. He's a primate killer and a beast. That's all that counts. Tower, sensing Bruce's gaze, looked back at him, equally content. Though no words were exchanged, their understanding was wordless, silent but clear. Through a shared glance, they reached an unspoken agreement. Together, they stood from their seats, drawing the attention of everyone in the ramen shop. They were, without question, the strangest pair the establishment had ever hosted, and likely would ever host. Thank you for the meal. Please, visit again, replied the shop staff, more bewildered than appreciative. The motorcycle roared to life as Bruce raced toward the hill, drawn by the powerful vortex of mana gathering there. It was the same place where his summoned creature, the arch-shadow demon, was present. Curious about the current state of his demon, Bruce used his power as its master and the summoner to peer through the demon's eyes. What a scene. Still. What the hell am I looking at? The story's already diverged from its original course thanks to my presence, but this. Of all the possibilities, this is what I find. Rin stood mere inches from plunging a dagger into Sakura's heart. If not for Shadow's intervention, Sakura would have already been dead. This Rin, unlike the one from the Heaven's Feel route, had shown no hesitation. She had been fully prepared to kill her sister. Yet Sakura was identical to her Heaven's Feel counterpart. Bruce sighed, cursing his luck, and his attention shifted back to the road. Urgency tugged at him, but he remained outwardly composed and nonchalant about the whole affair taking place in the cave. Even so, he kept one eye on the ongoing battle within the cave, the fight that would likely decide the fate of Fuyuki City. He sighed again, his focus briefly shifting to the Avenger, a creature bubbling with anticipation within the corrupted Grail. His attention was again brought back to Arch-Shadow Demon, for its prowess took him by surprise. Still, how is this guy able to take on Saber, Shiro, Rin, and even Iliasville all at once? Sure, the last three I get, but Saber too. Something's off with this summon. Did he gain some kind of power-up while I was gone? Bruce pondered this, reflecting on the unusual strength of his summon compared to his predecessors from Yggdrasil. Strange. It is quite a useful summon, with limitless summon time. It stays till unsummoned or killed. What's surprising about it is the logic-defying power. What is it about him? It is a very peculiar instance. I hadn't thought of it before, more like I hadn't bothered to. Even I did defeat Dragon Progenitor, Typhon. So, what about me? I was able to defeat the Dragon Progenitor with such ease. And wasn't he supposed to be of beast class? He was a divine beast no less. How did I win the battle? Wait a minute. How am I so calm about it? The realization hit him like a wave of cold water. He had treated that victory with the same nonchalance as if he were buying milk from a grocery store. The me from before that fight. I just knew I would win. I didn't even consider the possibility of losing. Was it confidence? Or something else? Bruce acknowledged that his suit was unparalleled, far beyond anything else in existence. In terms of value, it might surpass even the Omniverse itself. But fighting a being like the Dragon Progenitor? That was no small feat, not even with his skills and abilities across all his avatars could he hope to defeat it. There's no way someone from the Overlord universe could defeat a creature like that. Not even the Dragon Emperor or the Dragon Devourer could come close. But somehow, I did. Even by Overlord standards, this shouldn't have been possible. Peculiarities began surfacing in his mind, things he had overlooked. A rift formed in his understanding, shattering his previous beliefs about power levels and power systems. He grew doubtful of himself and his understanding of himself and the verse he had found himself in. Am I too strong to be a mere player from Yggdrasil or the Overlord universe? If this was all just granted by some omnipotent being, prowess as per the lore mentioned in the game, it would make sense. But it wasn't. The lore and the skills from across my different avatars alone would have been enough to make me someone to be feared. I would have crushed this verse very easily. No, it had been the magic of the Dragon Emperor that brought everything from Yggdrasil into existence, transforming digital data into life, just as it had for all Yggdrasil players who had been transported to the new world. Bruce's heart pounded faster as his mind spun, constructing a theory that seemed almost sacrilegious. If it turned out to be false, it would be like having cold water thrown on his face. He didn't want false hope, but the potential truth gnawed at him. Was I perhaps born from the root? Unsure and doubtful of the implications of the incomplete question, he rephrased his question. Was I summoned through the root? Could my game character and lore have been brought to life by the root itself? If that's true, a lot of things would start making sense. Rather than follow game behavior, as it did in New World of Overlord verse for the players. Here, I could have been granted lore prowess for my avatars. He pondered over the fear aspect and the similar reactions of the Nasuverse characters to him. Not like I am not feared now. The reactions of the residents of this verse are entertaining, even Tower shows interesting reactions to my every action. Maybe it is ROB's suit, doing its magic. Still unconvinced by his own theory, Bruce turned his attention back to the road as he neared the battlefield where his summon was locked in combat with one of fate's strongest servants. A smile tugged at his lips as he spotted a familiar figure. Walking along the footpath was none other than the priest, isekai'd. I'll figure this out later. For now, it seems I've run into quite a character. Bruce wasn't the only one who noticed. Isekai'd's eyes had also fallen on the men riding toward the hills. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have paid much attention. But the creature perched atop the man's fuel tank, the beast, was impossible to ignore, especially with his connection to the Grail as its overseer. His eyes were drawn to what he would only call a walking disaster. A beast, treated as a pet. This man is far from ordinary. Everything about him feels wrong. Otherworldly. Moreover, I can't feel anything from him. It's as if he doesn't exist. Isekai'd had sensed the beast's presence long before they were even within 100 meters mark. He had been on high alert since the fight began. With the situation spiraling out of control back in the cave, the destruction of Fuyuki City seemed more than plausible. Shiro was right to be worried. Isekai'd sighed as he found similarities between the Mysteries men and Sakura's servant. He could feel it, his presence was going to ruin everything he had worked hard for. As Bruce passed by, Isekai'd seized the moment to strike, launching an attack aimed at both the men and the beast. To keep a beast as a companion. There's no way this man is normal. I have a hunch, this man would stop Avenger. What happened next defied Isekai'd's understanding. Even the almighty king of heroes, Gilgamesh hadn't managed to mess with his perception, as this Mysteries man. He corrected himself, to call him a man was the same as announcing the root to be a mere children's toy. It all happened in a blink, so fast his mind couldn't fully grasp the sequence of events. The bike skidded, its tires screeching as it slid sideways. The rider's left foot came down, halting the bike's momentum. When Isekai'd blinked again, the man was already standing in front of him, the motorcycle parked 20 meters away. In his hand, was Isekai'd's severed right arm, cut cleanly above the elbow. Before Isekai'd could even process what had occurred, the man spoke words too incomprehensible for him to hear. It didn't matter. The priest's body hit the ground, lifeless, with no hope of resurrection. A flame danced in Bruce's palm, burning away the corpse. Ash scattered in the wind, carried off to oblivion. As the ashes scattered leaving behind a book. It was an odd book, which didn't burn from the flames. Seeing the book, his eyes twinkled. For Isekai'd to be carrying this around. How did he even get his hands on this book? Doesn't it belong to a servant from Fate Zero? From the Fourth Holy Grail? Bruce stared at the severed arm, inspecting the numerous command seals imprinted on Isekai'd's hand. He tossed it into his inventory, unwilling to sully the gate of Babylon with the priest's remains. Similarly, he took one last look at the book, and threw it in a similar fashion as the priest's hand. Unlike that locket, sealed in endless layers of crates and chests, buried inwards, with totems and plastered with innumerable talismans, never to see the light of day again. Sealed for eternity, possibly. Bruce sighed again as he held the pocket watch he had retrieved from his coat pocket. Staring at it, he was reminded of World and the guild he had painstakingly built for 12 long years, slaving away at the game in pursuit of the life of luxury he had always dreamed of. Alas, that dream was nowhere to be seen now. It felt distant as if it had always been far-fetched. Doubt crept into his mind, would he ever see the world or his guild again? A quiet worry tugged at his heart, and he clenched his fists. His grip tightened on the pocket watch, crafted from the precious caloric stone, as memories flooded back to him. He recalled its creation vividly. He and World had made the watch together. Both had poured their artistic talents into its design, allowing their creative passions to run free, as if they were wild beasts unleashed. Unknowingly, a soft smile touched his lips, his mind wandering to those fond memories of the game, where their joy was not bound by the constraints of reality. It's not that I have no opinions or that I'm a pushover, he justified to himself. It's just, I have no other choice. I'm going with the flow because there are no other options left for me. I'm a practical person, who edges over logic and sometimes hard for my every decision. After exhausting every resource at his disposal, he had been forced to surrender, to live under the whims of the ROB, a being beyond mortal comprehension. How could a three-dimensional being ever hope to understand his thoughts? Cursing him would be futile. Even making an enemy of him would be sheer madness. Not that I could if I tried. Even those eldritch gods would look cute, compared to ROB's wrath. Not that I know of it. It was just wishful thinking, rebellion was impossible. What could a mortal like me do against an omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and metapotent being? Defying him isn't an option. The idea itself is absurd. All he could do was hope. Everything he had, his power, his tools, even his presence, was given to him by the ROB. There was no room for defiance, no path but the one he was on. Still, despite all that, I've gained so much in this adventure, it was productive, albeit lonely. Without a choice, I walked this road. He brought his focus back to the pocket watch, admiring its craftsmanship. It wasn't just some ordinary item. Despite being made from the rare and valuable caloric stone, the watch was far more precious to him than any of his other items, even those forged from the same material. The watch was built using 3 special items, he mused. The first was the caloric stone. The second item was from the gifts I received from a player who raided my guild and then deleted his account to focus on real life. That player had been the world champion of Alfheim, a figure of great renown. Before quitting the game, the world champion had sent Bruce 2 parting gifts. The first was the legendary sword he had earned after winning the world tournament of Alfheim. The second was something even more extraordinary, a dragon world stone, a special data crystal, the highest grade of its kind in all of Yggdrasil. The dragon world stone could only be obtained by players of 3 specific classes: world champion, world guardian, or world disaster. It was dropped when one of those players landed the final blow on the world devourer. However, it only dropped once for any player, and it was advised to use it wisely. Players could only receive one, no matter how many times they fulfilled the conditions, so the assumption went. In reality, very few knew that there was another condition for obtaining it. Even if a player didn't land the final hit, they could still claim the stone if they dealt more than 35% of the total damage to the world devourer. Even with the second condition, it could be obtained only once. Moreover, world devourer could only be fought once, the fight continued, or they could challenge him till they defeated it. Bruce was able to challenge it at the end, with world support. Bruce, seated high upon his metaphorical throne, had managed to acquire 3 of them. The first he had used to craft his guild weapon. The second had gone into the construction of his cosmos floor, a marvel of design and power. As for the last, it had been infused into his pocket watch. The dragon world stone he had received from Arios, the world champion of Alfheim, had been used to reinforce his guild. With these rare items, Bruce had forged the pocket watch in his hands. It was a thing of beauty, an ancient-looking watch, what watchmakers called a full hunter pocket watch, with an outer casing that protected the delicate mechanisms within. The exterior of the watch was engraved with intricate designs. On one side, the name of his guild, the Root, was inscribed, with a detailed metal engraving of his guild weapon beneath it. On the other side, there was a depiction of his guild from the outside, the Grand Temple of the End, its name forming a semicircle at the edges of the circular casing. When opened, the inside of the watch was equally exquisite. One side held the intricate dial, its design ornate and extravagant. At the center of the dial, an eye was engraved, with the words "The Fool" etched above it. On the opposite side, inside the casing, there was a metal engraving of Earth, his Earth, not the Earth from the world of Overlord. Written upon this engraving were the words "The World." To others, it might have seemed like a memento, a sentimental keepsake. But to Bruce, it was something far more significant. This pocket watch was the key to his guild, the key to the place where his guild weapon was stored. Bruce sighed for what felt like the 1000th time today as he stepped inside the cave. His pace was leisurely, unhurried, until he stopped abruptly. Though still some distance away from his targets, he paused to consider the situation. His mind whirred as he resumed walking, only to come to a decision moments later. Without hesitation, he teleported to his desired location. The Arch-Shadow Demon will die with this. Though he had no concrete evidence to support his hypothesis, Bruce felt it in his bones. Ever since his reincarnation, things had felt normal, perhaps too normal. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yet, subtle changes had already begun to occur, slipping under his awareness. He was changing, his mannerisms, his thoughts, his opinions, even his speculations were shifting. His lore was working on him, as it was designed to, whether Bruce liked it or not. He had no say in the matter. Bruce materialized beside Sakura, just in time to raise a barrier. His eyes flickered toward the Arch-Shadow Demon. He had arrived too late. By the time he teleported, the creature had already been struck. A smirk played on Bruce's lips as he heard the voice echo through the air. His heart fluttered, blood boiling with anticipation as he awaited the words to be spoken once more. Although he had missed most of the event, he had arrived just in time to hear the final, climactic part. Caliber. Bruce had made up his mind, he would embrace his lore and flavor text. There was no longer a need to restrain himself, as he had in his past life. No longer would he hesitate to speak his mind, afraid of offending others or being too harsh. He had spent too long tied down by logic, suppressing his true self in countless situations to preserve his image, fearful of how others might perceive him. He had caged his inner child, locking it away behind walls of propriety, all in the name of pride or dignity. But now he understood it had all been an illusion, a construct of his mind that had only held him back. It was this very personality that had limited him in Yggdrasil and in his battles against Joker. In Yggdrasil, he had grand ambitions, and while most of them were fulfilled, there were a few dreams he had suppressed out of fear. Fear of Rob's dreaded graph theory, fear of stepping too far. Even the successes he had achieved were constrained by the careful, cautious persona he had adopted. He had orchestrated elaborate acts, putting up a facade to achieve his goals. I should let loose more, he mused. I reincarnated to shed these behaviors, to live freely, but instead, I've only tightened the chains. I've put more restrictions on myself since reincarnating. The fear of death has taken hold of me. Still, he acknowledged, his cautious mind had served him well. It was that very careful attitude that had brought him here rather than thrusting him into a more dangerous world with far deadlier enemies. So maybe this attitude has its pros. But still, I should be more carefree with my decisions. Given the current situation and my experience, I'll likely be thrust into more of these predicaments. Enjoying life, even amidst the chaos, is probably the better path. Amused by the irony of his thoughts, he smiled as his gaze shifted to Saber. Saber alter. How did things escalate so quickly? Bruce had ceased his spying through the arch-shadow demon after his encounter with the priest, so seeing Saber in this condition came as quite a shock. Behind him, Safhra shielded Rin from Veil, who had been possessed by the corrupted Grail, with Avenger dancing malevolently around her. Saber, once noble, now served as their puppet, doing their dirty work. Amused, Bruce's eyes scanned the battlefield until they fell upon a chilling sight. Sighing once again, Bruce saw Shiro's lifeless body lying at Veil's feet. He turned away from the gruesome sight, ignoring them for now. His attention shifted to the attack still hammering against his barrier. Cracks had begun to form, spiderwebbing across its surface. This was the strongest barrier spell he possessed, second only to a super-tier spell. Saber is strong. This attack is a good benchmark for evaluating her power. But man, I'm wasting away cash shop items without a second thought, Bruce reflected, his mind already calculating. Realizing the severity of the situation, Bruce racked his brain for a solution. He could survive the onslaught, but the two mortal girls behind him would not be so lucky. Desperation gnawed at him when, suddenly, a dark gray fog emerged from his shadow, reinforcing the barrier. This is the same fog I saw back in my reality marble. Is it connected to my flavor text? Did World write something about it? Though intrigued, Bruce wasted no time. He manipulated the dark gray fog to follow his will, molding and shaping it to his desires. The fog responded obediently, solidifying the barrier and bolstering it against Saber's relentless assault. Bruce watched as the barrier held strong, tanking the attack with unexpected resilience. The attack ended sooner than he anticipated. He turned back to Safhra and finally spoke. Avenger had tossed Safhra aside, unwilling to deal with her directly. He had abstained from killing her, preferring to focus on taking control of Veil and using the Grail to command Saber, snatching her away from Rin's grasp. The story unfolding before Bruce was entertaining, though he was growing tired of the countless twists and turns. The third true magic was within reach, the Grail nearing completion. Meanwhile, Safhra and Rin struggled. Rin, having injured her ankle against the arch-shadow demon, could barely move. With Shiro dead and her jeweled sword lost, their situation seemed hopeless. Amused by the chaos, Bruce smiled involuntarily, a reflex he hadn't intended. Still, from Safhra's and Rin's perspectives, his smile was better than seeing panic or resignation on his face. Yet, rather than comforting Rin, the smile only annoyed her. They were suffering, and here was Safhra's servant, looking smug and entertained by their plight. Where has this guy been all this time? Rin wondered, glaring at Bruce. We thought Safhra had absorbed or killed him to become so strong. But no, he's here, and he's blocking Saber's strongest attack so effortlessly. Despite their dire situation, neither girl could tear their gaze away from the strange sight before them. To Safhra, Bruce, the fool, was an eldritch god. To Rin, he was an alien or some sort of alien deity. But now, before them, sat a cute white furry creature resting atop Bruce's head, shattering the formidable image they had built of him in their minds. Bruce ignored the girl's stunned expressions, tuning them out as his focus shifted entirely to Saber. How do I fight her? His mind raced for a solution as Saber unleashed consecutive attacks against his barrier. It held firm, but just barely. This was no ordinary opponent, this was Saber Alter, her strength amplified beyond anything he had anticipated. This world is toying with me, he thought grimly, recalling his earlier fight with Kodomine, where he had practically bullied the priest. Time stop is useful in these situations. I had hoped for a way back home before the other beings of the Nasuver sensed the disturbance. But now, I'm stuck fighting Saber of all people. Bruce sighed once more as the answer came to him. His gaze locked onto the gray fog swirling in the distance, and he laughed at his own miserable condition. Resolved, he began his chant, his voice low and inaudible to all but himself. I am the fool with dreams. From beginning to end. The one with no destiny. Born of dreams, where my mind is my world. The chant flowed through him, a connection to his lore and flavor text. His words resonated with power. In the name of the fool, I command the threads of fate and time. Let the past and future intertwine, and reality bend to my will. Summon the ancient horrors that lie beneath. He smiled as the dark gray fog thickened, taking shape under his control. Let the abyssal depths rise, and the sunken city of R'lyeh awaken. Behold, the stage of cosmic dread, where madness reigns supreme. Bruce mused to himself, I'll let the priests of the outer gods handle her. Finally, he declared with a grim smile. Welcome to the worlds from the dreams of the fool. Chapter 43. Domain Expansion. Trapped within the reality marble of the fool, Saber accompanied by Iliasville, found themselves adrift atop a never-ending ocean of darkness. Light, feeble and failing, barely traveled an inch beyond the surface of the water, swallowed by the surrounding gloom. Their transition into this world had been abrupt, disorienting, and when they finally looked up, they found the one responsible for their predicament. Standing alone in a distance, observing them as if they were his mere toys to play with. Saber wasted no time, her instinct to strike immediate and deadly, but just as her blade cut through the air, massive, decayed hands, wrapped in ancient bandages, emerged from beneath the black waters. The hands reached out with terrible purpose, seizing Saber and the others, strangling them with overwhelming force, dragging them beneath the surface into the abyss. Meanwhile, in the cavern, Rin and Sakura stood alone. The scene before them had dissipated into a dense fog, a dark gray fog that consumed everything, people, surroundings, even the omnipotent Holy Grail. Though one thing was clear to them, the dark gray fog originated from one being, the fool. Yet, despite the foreboding nature of the fog, Sakura let out a sigh of relief. She trusted the fool more than the Grail. There was no greed in his demeanor, no desire to claim the Holy Grail for himself. His dispassionate, almost dismissive attitude toward it spoke volumes. To him, it was a mere trinket, far beneath his notice. His scorn for the Grail, paired with his scathing view of the other participants of the war, had cemented a vision of him in Sakura's mind. The fool would handle everything. Her faith wasn't without reason. Even a servant of the fool had instilled an unimaginable fear within Avenger, a terror that resonated deep within her. The moment the fool had entered this world, marked by her grandfather Zokan's death, Avenger had fallen eerily silent. It was a striking contrast to the vengeful spirit that had once thrived on malice, eagerly awaiting the completion of the Grail. But with Zokan's demise, Avenger's fury had been quelled, leaving only silence in its wake. They materialized within the amalgamation of the corrupted, sunken city of R'lyeh, a chaotic vision of alien architecture and ancient ruin. The ocean here, they passed through was different, the chaotic sea of madness that surrounded had devoured them had sapped their strength and willpower, a relentless debuff weighing down their minds. Saber and Avenger, who now possessed Iliasville's fragile body, collapsed to their knees. The oppressive madness pressed against their souls, making it difficult to even process their surroundings. Saber, by virtue of her warrior's resolve, fared better. Using her sword as a makeshift cane, she stood, defiant, scanning the horizon for their enemy. The battle thus far had been brutal, with Shiro's death reducing the number of masters to 2, Rin and Sakura. Rin, without a servant, was no longer a master and had lost her rights to the Grail. For them, the fool's very existence posed an insurmountable obstacle. Their carefully laid plans, built upon Zokan and Kodomine's twisted ambition, had crumbled in the face of his presence. Though their goals were different, both Zokan and Kodomine had painstakingly nurtured Avenger, feeding the creature their malice and guiding its path toward the Grail's completion. They opposed each other, their goals different and their vision with the Avenger different. They had done their part to bring the story so far. Yet all of it was undone by the fool's mere existence. Saber's ambitions, her wish to save Britain, had been cast aside. All that remained now was the corruption of the Holy Grail, twisting her will into something unrecognizable. She was a slave to the darkness, a mere pawn in a game that had long since spiraled out of control. The honor she had once cherished was bleeding from her soul, replaced by a slavish devotion to the very force she had sought to defeat. Saber, using her sword for support, let out a weary sigh as her eyes continued to scour the twisted landscape. The Holy Grail, now fallen into the fool's reality marble, was rendered inert. Ilya's veil clutched the empty vessel, its connection to the root severed. The Grail, incomplete and powerless, no longer had the capacity to gather the sacrificial energy needed to open a path to the root, the ultimate goal of the war. It baffled Ilya's veil. The Grail had always been connected to the root. The root was everything, an infinite source of existence. It was everything and nothing. To be cut off from it was unthinkable, a breach of reality itself. It being what it was. It was as if they had crossed into a dimension beyond comprehension, beyond everything they knew. She was worried for her guest to turn out false, for she worried the place they had ventured to be not a reality marble, she had assumed it to be, but a dimension beyond everything she knew of. She questioned herself, had they ventured outside the root itself? Ilya's veil and Avenger, their faces etched with worry, glanced around the nightmarish city. Saber's gaze, however, was fixed on the alien infrastructure. Parts of the city lay in ruins, while other sections retained an unnerving, haunting beauty. It was a city so vast, so beyond anything humanity had ever conceived, that they could not fathom its full size. The architecture was foreign to their senses, yet it possessed an almost hypnotic allure. Their eyes, filled with both dread and fascination, lingered on the giant temple standing at the city's highest point. The temple was a monumental structure, an architectural masterpiece that spoke of ancient eons long past, of civilizations long forgotten. Its size dwarfed anything they had ever seen, larger than any human achievement, more eternal than the oldest ruins. The sight of it invoked a deep, primal horror within them. It reached into their very souls, stirring their darkest fears, edging them toward madness. Though Saber and Ilya's veil were formidable, bolstered by the Grail's power and their natural resistance to insanity, the unrelenting pressure of the city's malevolent aura tested their limits. The curses inflicted upon them by the chaotic sea of madness caused waves of dizziness and pain, yet they held on, their spirits fighting back against the madness. In agony, they studied the temple further. At the very top, they spotted a silhouette, a figure standing ominously against the black sky. Human, perhaps, but in this city of eldritch horror, assumptions felt dangerous. Sharpening their resolve, they began their march toward the temple. Ilya's veil clutched the Grail, now devoid of its once formidable power, following Saber closely. The Grail, stripped of its connection to the root and third true magic, was a hollow relic, incomplete and useless. Despite holding the object that could grant her deepest desires, Ilya's veil felt powerless. The Grail had lost its magic, and with it, all hope seemed to dwindle as well. Darkness erupted from Ilya's veil's hands as they charged toward the silhouette, which soon revealed itself to be the servant of Safhra. The moment they stepped onto the temple's premises, the battle began in earnest. Black, box-like projectiles, shaped like grills, rained down upon the fool. But as the attack neared, his figure dissipated into a swirl of dark gray fog. He vanished into the mist, only to rematerialize before them in an instant. Before they could react, Saber attempted to strike him from behind, her sword cutting through the air with lethal precision. However, the fool, now taking on the form of Bruce, turned with a smirk. Amusement danced in his eyes as he teleported behind Ilya's veil, his mocking smile deepening as he taunted them, relishing the situation. Escaping Ilya's veil's onslaught of dark projectiles with ease, Bruce danced around the battlefield, evading each attack with a deftness that seemed almost playful. He appeared to be enjoying this game more than he let on. Any anxiety he had about the fight had evaporated, replaced by a newfound revelation. So now, I'm strong enough to face Saber Alter and Ilya's veil, with Avenger, all at once. With this reality marble, or whatever this is, there's no reason to fear even the Holy Grail. Bruce scoffed at his past self, from just an hour earlier. All the concerns that had once loomed over him seemed trivial now, irrelevant. Realization had dawned upon him, his identity, his true nature. An eldritch god, no less. Or more accurately, an amalgamation of many things, a fusion of Cthulhu, Gilgamesh, and Gojo. A grin tugged at his lips. I haven't even tapped into Gojo's abilities yet. As for Gilgamesh, I've only used EA. Perhaps it's time to see what I can really do. With a casual flick of his right hand, Bruce summoned a red orb, its surface swirling with malevolent energy. His left hand produced a blue orb in tandem. With a swift motion, he combined the two, forming a volatile purple sphere that pulsed with destruction. Without hesitation, he hurled the orb at Saber. Saber transitioned from offense to defense, raising her sword to intercept the projectile. But as she braced for impact, she realized this was no ordinary attack. Instead of a mere projectile, she was met with a massive, swirling orb of annihilation. Purple hollow. Saber gasped, her chest heaving as she recovered from the devastating impact of the attack. Even though she had managed to deflect some of the blow, the force of it had left her shaken. Her mind raced, trying to comprehend the identity of this mysterious figure. His power, his demeanor, none of it matched what she had expected from an eldritch god. He was toying with them, playing with their lives like a whimsical deity. But this felt different. The eldritch gods, whom Archer had once speculated the Fool might be associated with, were far less indulgent. They wouldn't hesitate to kill, their nature cold and uncaring. Yet this being was unlike them. His behavior was too erratic, too playful. Still, there were exceptions, as Merlin had once explained to her back in Avalon, under the concealment of their distant eyes. Some outer gods, particularly the children of the one who should not be named, were known to be mischievous and deceitful. But even they, and their creator, the demon sultan, the sleeping nuclear chaos, were not beyond the root. This realization tugged at her heart, unsettling her further. Who was this being, if not one of those ancient gods? Despite her suspicions, she was still bound by the corrupted Grail, unable to oppose Avenger or the twisted forces controlling her. Unlike Saber, Avenger, and Iliasville seemed to have no understanding of his identity. To them, he was simply an alien god, a force beyond comprehension. Saber, even in her corrupted state, held on to the hope that this mysterious deity might end it all, might put an end to the Grail War and the madness it had unleashed. Bruce, unaware of Saber's inner turmoil, continued to revel in the power he held over them. He was in control, and it thrilled him. Though he allowed himself to play with them, he never lost sight of the bigger picture. Every dodge, every leap, every movement, he was testing them, pushing their limits, all while gauging his own strength. He explored the power that coursed through him, the strange combination of abilities he now possessed. With each attack he evaded, he analyzed his capabilities, drawing up a new power system centered on his unique blend of skills. He studied his own presence in this world, noting how the very fabric of reality seemed to respond to him. Occasionally, he threw out a casual attack, just enough to keep them on edge, while he pieced together the mystery of his own existence. This should do for now, he thought with a smirk. Let's finish this soon. I'm strong, but I'm certainly not the strongest being in the Nasuverse. Not yet, anyway. I've got a few cheats, powers from my own lore, mixed with some from the Overlord verse and the Nasuverse. And then there's this unknown factor, something related to that ROB that brought me here, like a reality marble, but different. Bruce's gaze flickered to the Grail. Even within his domain, he could feel its mana, though it had lost its once otherworldly glow. When he had seen it outside, the Grail had been surging with power, ready to engulf the world. But now, within his reality marble, it was diminished, its power waning. That must have been its connection to the root, Bruce mused, his thoughts quickening. If I'm right, then the ever-present root can't reach inside my domain. His eyes narrowed in thought, glancing at Iliasville, whose distressed expression seemed to confirm his hypothesis. If this is true, then... Unsure of his conclusion but willing to take the risk, Bruce steeled himself. There was only one way to find out. Now, let's test it. Bruce sidestepped Saber's strike, her blade slicing through the air where he once stood. As she surged forward, intent on cutting down the Fool, golden chains erupted from his shadow, materializing around her in an instant. The chains coiled around her limbs, binding her tightly, and despite her desperate struggles, her body refused to respond. Strength drained from her, and her limbs felt like lead. The intricate scribblings etched into the chains caught her eye, runes, powerful and ancient, something far beyond anything she had ever encountered. While Saber fought against her restraints, Bruce teleported behind Iliasville. She spun to strike, but he vanished again before her dark shadow projectiles could make contact with him. When she glanced down, her heart stopped, the Grail was gone. Her eyes frantically scanned the surroundings, searching for the sacred artifact. When her gaze finally found it, her blood ran cold. The Grail rested in the hands of the Fool. With complete disregard for its value, Bruce casually tossed the Grail into the air, juggling it with one hand. For anyone else, this would have been an unforgivable act of sacrilege. For a magus, master, or servant fighting with their lives on the line to claim it, this would have been the ultimate insult. Yet, Iliasville felt no anger, only dread. The Fool, the one they had feared, was treating the Grail like a toy. He was playing with them, and worse, he knew it. At the death of the arch-shadow demon, its memories had flooded into Bruce, painting a vivid picture of how they perceived him. Fascinating. They've built this elaborate image of me in their minds, one that I can now see clearly, he thought, his amusement growing. Using the information at hand is just basic courtesy when engaging in a fight, after all. And as for the Grail, right now it's nothing more than a magical trinket with a bit of energy left in it. It's when we step outside of this domain that it will reveal its true nature and bare its fangs. Until then, I'm free to toy with it as I please and I'm also safe from it. From the corner of his eye, Bruce watched Saber still struggling against the chains of Gleipnir, a world item from Yggdrasil. Gleipnir, the chains that bound Fenrir, a divine beast, and a demigod back in Yggdrasil, crafted by dwarves to hold him. Even so, to think Saber would be caught so easily. Is her Excalibur not strong enough to qualify as a world item? Or is she simply too weak to break free? His gaze shifted to Ilya's veil, panic visible in her wide eyes. A new thought struck him. Or maybe, could it be because her Excalibur is incomplete? Am I wrong, or did I possibly bring Shiro along with them when I summoned them here? A theory to consider. With a flick of his wrist, Bruce commanded his domain, the fusion of Gojo's and the Reality Marble. Calling it a Reality Marble feels a bit too formal and tedious. Since my domain has merged with this space, let's just call it the domain. It fits better with how they see me. In response to his command, a dark gray fog descended, accompanied by a storm. From the shadows of the city, a pair of massive hands emerged, the same ones that had brought them here. Within their grasp was the lifeless body of Shiro. Saber's and Ilyasville's faces paled with shock as they beheld Shiro's corpse. The horror and disbelief were plain in their eyes. But Bruce paid no heed to their reactions. Instead, he extended his right hand toward the body. The swirling fog thickened, shrouding the scene in darkness, partially obscuring their vision. Dark wisdom. I didn't use this much in Yggdrasil, Bruce mused. A skill from my undead form. Ains had it too, one that required sacrifice to learn new spells. Though, I'm not entirely sure what it will do here in this world. I barely remember its lore. If only I had my guild, or better yet, world. I could have checked the library for relevant information or asked her. But alas, I'll have to experiment as I go. With a resigned sigh, Bruce pressed forward with his course of action. Responding to his skill, a crimson orb rose from Shiro's corpse and floated toward Bruce. It entered his chest, and he felt his body absorb it. Though he didn't expect much, curiosity got the better of him. In Yggdrasil, this skill required the sacrifice of other players to acquire new spells. It couldn't be performed with monsters or even world enemies. Here, things might be different. Since his reincarnation, Bruce had been without a guide, much like Ains, but at least Ains had the library and his guild for reference. Bruce had no such luxury. As the red orb merged with him, a flood of information filled Bruce's mind. For a moment, he stood frozen, breathless. Tracing and projection. Instantly, regret settled deep within him. He cursed his past self. If it were just tracing or projection, I'd have been fine. But now I've somehow inherited Shiro's pseudo-reality marble. Damn it. I should have used this as Moore's, my undead form. Dark wisdom in my base form has only partially worked. His mind raced as he considered the possibilities. Had I used Moore's, I could have gained his full reality marble. Now, I'm left with a mere function of it, a few weapons, tracing, projection, and the ability to store all the weapons I've laid eyes on. A cheap copy of the Gate of Babylon. I already have a superior version of that. But the full reality marble would have been something else. Gears floating above the city, it would have been quite the sight. Dejected, Bruce turned his attention back to Shiro's corpse, more specifically to his chest, where the red orb had emerged. Something caught his eye, a faint golden glow radiating from where Shiro's heart would be. For a fleeting moment, Bruce felt something stir within him. Without hesitation, his hand plunged into Shiro's chest, fingers digging through the flesh as he pulled out the heart. So, my eyes weren't deceiving me after all. A golden flame flickered within the heart. Bruce crushed it in his hand. Blinding light erupted from the shattered heart, its intensity overwhelming. The brilliance filled the air, searing into the eyes of anyone who dared to look. When the light finally faded, Bruce glanced down at his hand. There, resting in his palm, was a scabbard. A grin spread across his face, a new excitement sparking in his eyes. This should do. Sorry, Saber, but I'll be taking this one. I wonder if this will suit the Saber back home. Raising his arm, Bruce prepared to disperse the gray fog, his thoughts briefly flickering to what had just transpired. He glanced down at his hand, still holding the scabbard. What did I just do? As the fog lifted, Bruce's gaze remained fixed on his hand, even as he held the prized scabbard in his left hand, a sense of dread creeping up to him. Saber and Ilyasville stood paralyzed with worry, watching helplessly as the fool summoned Shiro's corpse, the thick gray fog blocking their path. The desire to rush to Shiro's side burned within them, but they were powerless. Saber, though bound by the golden chains, could feel a tight knot of concern pulling at her heart. Even if she had been free, the command spell compelled her to prioritize her battle with the fool, leaving her with no choice but to focus on the fight, even as Shiro lay there lifeless. When the fog finally dispersed, their eyes were drawn to Shiro's body. The sight of the gaping hole in his chest sent a stab of pain through them both. For Saber, the shock was doubled, her eyes locked onto the object in Bruce's hand. It was her scabbard, Avalon. The realization struck like lightning, and her sword, Excalibur, responded immediately to the scabbard's proximity. The legendary blade gleamed with darkness, and with a flash, it shattered the chains binding her. Dark energy erupted from her in powerful waves, shadows swirling around her like a warning, ready to tear through anything that stood in her way. Bruce raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. He hadn't expected her to break free so soon. To him, it seemed like the typical intervention of plot armor or the overplayed trope of the power of friendship. With newfound strength, Saber charged at Bruce, determined to reclaim her scabbard. She swung her sword in a wide, sweeping arc, intending to cleave him in two in one fluid strike. But as her blade neared him, something unexpected happened. Excalibur disappeared. Both Saber and Iliasvil's reactions were almost comical to Bruce, though he did regret witnessing such a masterpiece, a true work of art, disintegrate before his eyes. The legendary sword, Excalibur, was obliterated the moment it made contact with him. Panic surged in Saber's heart as she watched her weapon vanish. Unlike Iliasvil, Saber immediately understood what had occurred. Her blade hadn't just failed to cut him, it had been completely erased from existence. Bruce stood there, mildly amused by their reactions. He had spent too much time idly toying with them in this domain. Ever since he had stepped into his domain, he had done little more than observe, entertain himself, and let them struggle in vain. Saber and Iliasvil had tried, at least, to attack him. This should be enough, he thought to himself. Sakura is waiting for me outside. Time to finish this. His gaze shifted skyward to the multitude of moons hanging in the darkened sky. Let's hope completing the Grail war allows me to leave this place. With cautious optimism, Bruce traced the scabbard in his hand, recalling the memory of the sword he had seen moments ago when Saber used Excalibur against his summon. Activating the projection for the first time, Bruce felt as though he had wielded this weapon countless times before. In one smooth motion, a blade materialized in his hands, its form unmistakably Excalibur, yet, it was different. The sword gleamed in his grip, a strange hybrid of gold and darkness. One side shone with the golden brilliance of Saber's Excalibur, while the other was as black as the void, a reflection of the corrupted form used by Saber Alter. The sword was a fusion of two versions of the legendary weapon, born of Bruce's mastery of projection. Saber's breath caught in her throat. Her heart raced with disbelief. Though the sword was unlike any version of Excalibur she had ever seen, there was no denying it, it was her Excalibur. She could feel it. Without hesitation, Bruce stabbed the sword forward, and to Saber's shock, it wasn't her body that was pierced. The blade impaled Iliasvil. The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she clutched the sword protruding from her chest. She looked down, then up at Bruce, her mouth opening in silent protest. Saber stood frozen, her mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. But her gaze quickly fell upon her own body, realizing that her time in this war was drawing to a swift and brutal end. With no mana left to sustain her form in the mortal realm, Saber's body began to fade. Light particles, like specks of dust, drifted from her form as she dissolved into the air, her existence drawn into the scabbard now in Bruce's possession. As her body faded, so too did her power and the mana that once sustained her. Saber tried to resist, but it was futile. The scabbard, Avalon, absorbed everything. Her strength, her very essence, vanished into the artifact, leaving nothing behind. Her life ended as the last of her mana left her. Iliasvil, meanwhile, cursed the blade that had struck her down. She cursed her ill fortune, her connection to Saber severed as the mana sustaining the heroic spirit ran dry. Without that connection to the throne of heroes, she was nothing more than a fragile vessel, cast adrift in this strange, hostile domain. The corruption of the Grail coursed through her veins, intertwining her fate with Saber's. Iliasvil could feel it clearly now, Saber had been defeated. The moment they had entered this eldritch domain, they were nothing more than prey in the hands of the mysterious entity, an alien god whose power they could never hope to comprehend. Bruce pulled the sword from Iliasvil's body, letting her crumple to the ground. As her body lay still, Avenger stirred, his presence leaking from Iliasvil's broken form. The dark shadow that had been lurking within her extended toward the nearby building, desperately fleeing from the eldritch horror before it. Perched on the rooftop, watching the scene unfold, was Tower. The white little creature balancing the Holy Grail on its head like a crown, calmly observing as the final act played out. Avenger lunged toward it, his last, desperate effort to escape the domain of the eldritch god. Tower sensed the approach and leaped gracefully into Bruce's arms. Bruce smiled and petted the creature, plucking the Grail from its head. He had entrusted Tower with the Grail earlier when he had summoned Shiro's corpse. Holding the Grail aloft, Bruce spoke, his voice commanding yet strangely calm. Now, don't make this difficult for yourself. Just get inside the Grail. I promise you, the alternative won't be pleasant. The Grail is your safest option now, maybe even for eternity. His words trailed off, imbued with a quiet, persuasive power. Avenger hesitated, but realizing he had no other choice, he retreated into the Grail, withdrawing his presence from the battlefield. As his existence was absorbed by the Grail, magic and energy seeped away from Iliasvil, leaving her in a weakened, almost human state. Bruce observed the process carefully, ensuring everything had gone as planned. Satisfied, he spoke to Tower. Let's get out of here for now. Behind Bruce, a clock materialized, its presence signaling the closing of this twisted reality. Avenger, trapped within the Grail, gazed at the clock as his final moments approached. Resigned to his fate, he lay down within the confines of the Grail, awaiting the end. In his final moments, Avenger heard the last words spoken by the Eldritch God. Maximize magic, true death. And with that, Avenger's consciousness faded into oblivion, lost to the eternal void. Bruce stood still, his eyes scanning the scene before him. To be sure everything was in order, he raised his arm, summoning a cane that appeared effortlessly in his hand. He poured the corrupted Holy Grail mud onto the floor, watching it spread out in dark, twisting patterns. With a deliberate tap of the cane against the mud, he sighed. Yeah, that should do it, he muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the cane. This cane, it gives me the confidence to face all this madness. Honestly, dealing with the corrupted Holy Grail is practically a death sentence. He stared at the cane a little longer, as if it were more than just a tool, it was his anchor, his way of keeping some control in a situation where everything else was spiraling. Throwing the rest of his items in his inventory, he wrapped the Grail carefully, just like he'd done with the locket. Satisfied, he turned his attention to the two corpses lying nearby, their presence no more than a quiet reminder of what had to be done. Bruce was ready to leave. But something stopped him. The grand temple of the sunken city of R'lyeh loomed in the distance, unsettling and strange. He'd noticed it before, on his last trip here, but he hadn't had the chance to explore it. Back then, circumstances had yanked him out before he could investigate, and now that same curiosity bubbled up inside him. But along with it came a deep sense of unease. There was something wrong about that place, wrong in a way that made his instincts scream at him to stay away. He wrestled with his curiosity for a moment, but eventually decided it could wait. I'll come back with World, he thought, forcing himself to look away from the temple. Right now, I need to focus on getting out of here. Taking a deep breath, Bruce steeled himself. He looked one last time at the eerie temple and the bodies at his feet before turning to leave. The stillness around him was suffocating, like the city itself was holding its breath. Now that this is done, he muttered, I just hope the way home opens up soon. Oh, please, R.O.B., give me a break. With a dramatic flick of his hand, Bruce walked away from the dark, sunken city, hoping this part of his journey was finally behind him. Chapter 44. The End of the War. In an unknown part of Europe, Earth. A young child, no older than 12, stood before a village fuel station. Beside him, a woman in her early 30s kept a close watch, her gaze fixed on a man who looked to be in his 20s. The child, Kai, held a sword in his hands, its weight heavy with the burden of expectations. Meanwhile, his mother, Sayuri, addressed the man, her voice laced with suspicion. So, what's your name? She asked, her tone cold and scrutinizing. The man, visibly nervous, stammered, I'm X16. Are you related to the fool? Sayuri's curiosity piqued at the mention of the fool. There was a connection here, something worth uncovering, and she needed answers. At the same time, Kai wandered into the restroom, seeking a moment of solitude. But even here, he wasn't alone. In his mind, he conversed with Zarios, an ancient presence and his ancestor bound to him through blood and fate. So, is this my life now? Am I always going to be thrust into fights like this? Kai questioned, weariness evident in his thoughts. Do you have a choice? You are my descendant. Battles will come to you, whether you want them or not. And it is likely the fool himself who guided us here, Zarios replied, his voice resonating in him. You're the one who refused to leave Fuyuki City stating the fool to be near, Kai countered. You were hoping to meet him again. Ahem. How could I, a mere Azura, presume to understand the fool's will? I doubt that, Kai thought dryly. Still, my mother would have never let me stay behind, not after she found her brother and the rest of her family dead. She wouldn't leave me there. I don't understand it, but she seems to trust the fool completely, like she's under some kind of spell. Isn't it obvious? You all bear my blood. You're different, blessed by the fool himself. Though my blood is diluted after generations, the devotion runs strong. Your mother's faith, even if she doesn't fully understand it, is inherited. Zario's voice took on a more reverent tone as he continued. They craved the fool's blessing, to gaze upon his divine form. They toiled without understanding, driven mad by the desire to meet the Divine One, even though their knowledge was incomplete, their goals misguided. It was also for this reason, despite not knowing the reason for their obsession or craziness. They wished to reach beyond the root. They toiled away their life, hoping to be blessed to gaze at his divine form. They were rushing in blindly without any knowledge. They were driven mad by their craving to meet the Divine One. Kai remained silent, absorbing Zario's words. His own devotion didn't reach the level of madness, but there was no denying the change he'd seen in his mother. She hadn't always been this way. Her faith in the fool had grown over time, turning from skepticism into unshakable devotion. Even when they fled Fuyuki City to escape their past, she held on to that belief. And though her love for him remained strong, there was always something elusive, something unspoken. It wasn't just his mother either. Zarios, the sword, everyone around him treated him differently. They revered him because of the fool's blessing, and while it stung, he couldn't deny that power came with it. Power that set him apart. Kai's thoughts turned back to the men outside, X-16, whom they had met while driving through a hilly region. He had been under attack by what Kai assumed were Maguses. With Zario's power, Kai had burned a fourth of them to ashes, while the sword took care of the rest. So, what do you think, Zarios? Kai asked, shifting the conversation. What do you mean? When do I get to inherit your magic? Your real power. My power is not a toy, boy. It's a gift from the fool himself. Magic that can destroy worlds, rend dimensions. If wielded recklessly, it could end everything. You've told me that 1,000 times, Kai sighed. And you are still not ready, Zarios said firmly. Fine, Kai muttered, stepping outside, where X-16 sat on the ground, recounting his story to Sayuri. Sayuri, after checking the car, still bearing the scars of the recent battle, called for them to get in. They had a destination, the castle of the fool. According to X-16, the castle and its surrounding deserted village were guarded by one of the fool's servants. The mention intrigued her. As they drove, X-16 rambled about his involvement with the fool, how he had once been given a precious magical item, one capable of teleportation. But instead of using it wisely, he wasted it on frivolous things, like ordering pizza and pasta. Sayuri found herself growing more irritated the longer he spoke. Initially, she had planned to head straight to the castle, but X-16's story about a mysterious item the fool sought gnawed at her curiosity. Against her better judgment, she pressed him for more details. X-16 explained how, in his ignorance, he had unwittingly attracted the attention of the Magus from the clock tower, who now sought to kill him. The situation had spiraled out of control, all because he had revealed too much to a certain archaeologist, trying to impress her. I was stuck in this place, X-16 confessed, his voice laced with regret. I had no one to talk to, wasn't exactly popular. So when the fool gave me that magic item, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. His roundabout explanation grated on Sayuri's nerves. So, she snapped. Get to the point. Ahem, yes. So, when I met the archaeologist, she was beautiful. I was smitten, and in my desperation to impress her, I let her in on everything. I even took her to the site. Of course, I didn't know she was a Magus from some prominent family. She wasn't the head of the family, but she had connections. The pain of betrayal was clear in X-16's voice as he finished his tale. You're an idiot, Sayuri muttered, her patience worn thin. She tuned him out after that, her focus returning to the road. If the Mages Association and Clock Tower were involved, it wasn't just a minor incident. By her estimation, it had to involve one of the lords, if not their entire lot. The risk of heading to the site was too high. She could revisit it after they met the servant of the fool. As they drove, her thoughts churned with the possibilities. Irritatedly she asked what had been on her mind, after hearing about the fool and the castle. Did you not ask the fool's servant for protection? Seeing him turn silent, she got back to concentrate on the road ahead. Suddenly, X-16's nervous whisper broke her concentration. It was supposed to be a date. I couldn't bring that monster with me. In an unknown part of Europe, Earth. Kai sat in the front seat, quietly observing the exchange between his mother, who was driving, and the men named X, seated in the back. His eyes flicked from one to the other, processing their words and their tones. Why would the fool even select someone like him? Kai wondered. I'm not entirely sure, Zarios replied, his voice a steady presence in Kai's mind. But there must be a reason. From what I can tell, despite his fake bravado and his utter lack of social skills, X seems to be quite talented in his field. A genius, but a fool in everything else. Fair point. Just what I'd expect from someone as ancient as you. Experience speaks, I guess. While Mother seems to have built a negative image of him and treats him with condescension, you've already started thinking about how to use him. When you live among fools, you must find ways to turn their foolishness to your advantage. Besides, the fool may have chosen him precisely for his idiotic side. You never know. Unbeknownst to them, Bruce, the fool, had used his world item, Well of Ord, to scout out those best suited for the tasks at hand. Being the lazy man he was, he preferred letting others do his work whenever possible, as long as their skills were at least adequate. Perfectionism surfaced in him only rarely, when no one else's skills could satisfy him, and even then, he would begrudgingly take matters into his own hands. Bruce was organized, yes, but also paradoxically lazy. His procrastinating nature was balanced by bouts of compulsive orderliness. His paradoxical personality extended even to his guild, which, without world, would have been only a shadow of what it became. Meeting the world was, perhaps, the most important moment of his life and a blessing. The castle loomed in the distance, a perfect hideout for those who sought to vanish from the eyes of the world. Kai stood on one of the balconies, his gaze sweeping across the abandoned village below. Behind him, X, Sayuri, and the servant of the fool stood deep in conversation, plotting their next move. They had managed to convince the servant to take action. The demon, feeling disconnected from its absent master, seemed to view this task as another step toward reuniting with him. Kai's thoughts, however, were distant, drifting as he stared out at the desolate village. Their goal was simple: retrieve the item the fool sought. Yet, something gnawed at Kai's mind. He questioned Zario's. "Do you know what this item is?" Kai asked. What could the fool be looking for? Something that would intrigue even him. Zario's mused. "I can't say for certain." "Kai, let's go," Sayuri called out, snapping him from his thoughts. He turned and walked back inside, the weight of the day hanging heavy on his young shoulders. Sayuri's eyes followed her son's every movement, her gaze shadowed with concern. Ever since the incident, Kai's lost his spark, she thought to herself. He isn't as lively as he once was. 1 hour later. The castle, Europe. They piled into the car, their attention momentarily drawn to the demon, who now wore a human disguise, masked and almost unrecognizable. The drive was eerily smooth, with no obstacles along the way. As the car sped through the scenic countryside, Kai leaned back, watching the landscape roll by. He found a strange peace in the monotony of the drive. This feels like a good side quest, don't you think? Kai thought. Are you not at least interested in the item the fool is searching for? Zario's asked, his tone pointed. Of course I'm interested, Kai replied half-heartedly. Your attitude says otherwise. Kai couldn't argue with that. He sighed, conceding the point. You're right. Even now, I still get nightmares when I close my eyes. You know why? It's the being trapped inside the locket. The being trapped in that locket is no trifling matter, Zario's warned, his voice suddenly grave. Do you know its name? Normally, I'd be reluctant to even speak it. But since the fool has it now, I suppose it's safe to say. That creature, it shouldn't exist. It shouldn't have existed. Even in my prime, I was far weaker than it. From what I know, it is second only to the root itself. Though I don't fully grasp the intricacies of power at that level, it is said that this being exists beyond the universe. To think my descendants were able to seal it inside a locket. The power of the root must have been used in the sealing. Though it exists outside our reality, its very being is somehow tied to the root. That was all pretty confusing, Kai thought, shaking his head. Just remember this: never, under any circumstances, dare to speak its name or even think of it. You've already gazed at its true form once and lived to tell the tale. That's a fortune beyond belief. It was either the locket or the fool's intervention that saved you. The being's name is. The air seemed to tremble as Zario's whispered, *times. What? Forget it. You're not ready to know. Just know this: he was called by the name Sataifon by few. Calling his real name is same as making your presence and existence known to him. He is the one who should not be named, and nor are any of the outer gods. Kai slumped back in his seat, tired of the cryptic answers. His curiosity burned about the outer god, but the name itself seemed to slip from his mind as soon as Zario's uttered it, like his brain refused to process it. Unbeknownst to Kai, the error was responsible for this. The error had judged that the child was not ready to gaze into the abyss. As Kai brooded, the sword, silent, ancient craving for the root, felt its hunger for power grow. Created by the fool, the supreme being, it had its own duty to fulfill before it could return to its master's side. It could feel the pull of its purpose growing stronger with every passing moment. And though its destiny was tied to the child, it was not ready to share that burden fully. Unknown location, the place pointed out by X-16. As they arrived at the location, X and Sayuri surveyed the landscape, searching for the mysterious item they had come for. It was supposed to be buried somewhere nearby, though the exact spot remained elusive. X, always in a hurry, jumped out of the car, followed closely by Kai and the arch-shadow demon. So, where did your research lead you? Sayuri asked, her sharp eyes fixed on the rugged, mountainous path ahead. X, still fiddling with his tablet, pointed toward a region several kilometers away. I'm not entirely sure, but the location the fool mentioned is over there. Without breaking her stride, Sayuri accepted an envelope X handed her. Though curious about its contents, she maintained her stoic demeanor. Opening it, she found photographs, shots of the surrounding area taken from an aerial view. She flipped through them quickly, her eyes narrowing as she wondered where X had sourced such images. As the two of them worked to narrow down the location, Kai stood apart, gazing out at the thick forest sprawling across the plains. His thoughts drifted. Where do you think the item is? He asked. I can't say for sure, Zario's replied, his voice carrying a note of skepticism. For something to catch the fool's interest, it has to be special. I doubt it's simply buried in the dirt, it's probably hidden deep within some ancient ruin, maybe under a mountain or in a labyrinth. Alas, what the fool was searching for was the very dirt they were standing on. Kai muttered, his thoughts meandering between curiosity and indifference. Unknown office, clock tower. My lady, he's reached the location, but he isn't alone. The speaker, a woman dressed in a long skirt and blue blouse, stood beside the imposing figure behind the desk. The mere presence of the woman seated there demanded respect, inspiring both fear and unwavering loyalty. Bartholomew Lorelei, known to many as the Queen and regarded as the supreme mage of the present era, lifted her head at the news. Her sharp brown eyes, framed by her neatly tied ponytail, had made even the most powerful magi sit straighter in their chairs. She rose gracefully from her seat, considering the implications. The speed at which information traveled these days was staggering, even if you accounted for magical assistance. But there was something more to this. Bartholomew's instincts told her there was more going on than met the eye. The origin of this item is suspicious, she mused aloud. She turned toward her subordinate, the woman watching her with silent intensity. So, he claimed the item was given to him by a supreme being. The woman nodded, maintaining her composure under Lorelei's piercing gaze. Yes, my lady. I was surprised by the item myself. The temptation to take it was almost overwhelming. But I held back, unsure of his connections. I didn't want to act rashly without more information. Lorelei's gaze sharpened, silently urging the woman to continue. I had to lead him on a bit, the woman confessed hesitantly, clearly aware that her confession could cost her. He was reluctant to give up details. All he admitted, in the end, was that this supreme being had tasked him with a seemingly trivial errand, retrieving an antique. Lorelei's expression didn't waver, but inside, her thoughts raced. An antique. Why would a being of such power care about a simple relic? The supreme being, as he described, is second to none, the woman continued, growing more confident as she recounted her encounter. Apparently, this entity only moves when it finds something amusing or entertaining. Bartholomew's mind whirled with possibilities, and one name immediately came to her mind, a name spoken of only in whispered fear. She had little solid information, but enough to suspect the involvement of an outer god. These eldritch beings, capricious and all-powerful, often played with the fates of mortals for their own twisted enjoyment. Her footsteps halted abruptly. The woman following her stiffened, sensing the storm of thoughts raging inside Lorelei's otherwise calm expression. What if this so-called supreme being was, in fact, an outer god? What if this moron, as her subordinate had called him, was being used as a pawn to aid in the descent of one of these eldritch horrors? The very thought unsettled her. Turning on her heel, Bartholomew issued a new command. Relay this information to the director of the clock tower immediately. The situation is potentially far worse than we imagined, especially now that we've lost contact with the wizard marshal. The director will want to know about this. Her eyes darkened with resolve. I'm going to meet this so-called chosen one of the outer god. Fuyuki City, Japan. In the cavern, Rin and Sakura waited, anticipation and unease hanging thick in the air. They had both seen the fool, and Rin's mind was still spinning with questions. She turned to her sister, unable to hold back any longer. So, Sakura, what kind of monster have you summoned? Sakura hesitated, clearly reluctant to answer. The fool hadn't come to this world through her summoning, and she knew explaining that would only confuse Rin further. No answer she could give would satisfy her sister. Rin's impatience bubbled over. Come on, tell me. What did that old man give you to summon him? Don't you understand that the Grail is in his hands now? Do you have any idea what he could do with it? Sakura remained silent, enduring the barrage of questions. But when Rin's frustration turned into insults aimed at the fool, something inside her snapped. Anger flared, though she tried to keep it in check. She wasn't the same person she had been, corrupted and impulsive. She had control now, and she wasn't about to lose it. After what felt like an eternity, Sakura finally spoke. The fool. The fool. Rin echoed, confusion written all over her face. She had never heard of any servant or entity by that name. An alien deity called the fool. The pieces didn't fit. Sakura sighed, watching her sister wrestle with the unfamiliar name. As she had expected, Rin would never understand. Silence fell between them again, the air thick with unspoken tension. Just as Rin opened her mouth to ask another question, something caught both their attention. A dark shadow extended from an orb-like object in the cavern. It pulsed and shifted, drawing their eyes to it. The fool, Sakura's enigmatic servant, materialized from within the orb, towering above them with an otherworldly presence. The dark orb disappeared, leaving only him and the ominous aura that accompanied him. Bruce stepped out of the dissolving reality marble, his form emerging from the fading shadows like a ghost returning from a dream. He glanced toward Rin and Sakura, both of whom stood with unblinking eyes, their expressions unreadable. He continued to stroke Tower absently, his fingers gliding over the familiar presence, while his gaze swept the cave around him. Now what? His eyes, sharp and calculating, roved over every corner of the cave, searching for the portal that had once pulled him into this world. Nothing. No shimmering gate of light, no arcane vortex. There was no path home here. He exhaled, the breath escaping him in a soft, frustrated sigh. It must have been the locket, or maybe it was my very existence here, my interference in the plot of the story. My presence altered the plot of the Nasuverse, maybe that was it. The reaction that threw me across time and space to that space to fight the dragon progenitor. But Bruce, despite all his foresight, had missed one crucial factor, the ripple caused by error, the force that had devoured Zelrich and taken hold of the second true magic. This, more than anything else, had fractured the very reality he now stood in. Yet, even this cataclysmic event had not been without purpose. His journey across worlds had led to the birth of a new world item, an artifact of unimaginable power. It had absorbed the destruction of an entire higher world, along with the lives of its beings, transforming what was once a one-time use item into something far greater. The artifact, entwined with Zario's heart, had survived its purpose, continuing to grow and evolve in ways even Bruce could not have foreseen. Shaking off these musings, Bruce brought himself back to the present. Enough with the distractions, he thought, refocusing his mind on the two women standing before him, Rin with her sharp, analytical gaze, and Sakura, whose emotions simmered just below the surface. It was Sakura who spoke first, her voice quiet but firm. "Mr. Fool, does this mean the war is over?" Bruce turned his gaze to her, meeting her eyes with a calm, steady look. "Yes," he said after a moment, his voice soft yet unyielding. "Since I'm the last servant standing, the war is over." Sakura's gaze fell, and though she had more questions, she kept them to herself. Rin, however, was not so easily silenced. The Grail. What about Ilia's veil? And Rin's voice wavered as she tried to form the next words. Shiro's. She couldn't say it. The image of Shiro's lifeless body flashed in her mind, and her throat closed up. Bruce, not bothered in the slightest by her route of questioning, snapped his finger, calling forth dark gray fog. The dark gray fog permutated from his shadows, engulfing the ground. The fog dissipated as soon as it had made its way out, leaving behind Shiro's and Iliasveel's bodies. The two bodies lay on the cold stone floor, Shiro and Iliasveel, pale and lifeless. Death had claimed them during the war, and now their still forms were a stark reminder of all that had been lost. Tears welled up in both Rin's and Sakura's eyes as they stared down at Shiro's body. The grief was sharp and immediate, a wound that had been reopened before it could ever heal. "Mr. Fool," Sakura whispered, her voice breaking, is there any way to save him?" Bruce turned his gaze toward her, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Everything comes with a price, Sakura. The Grail, it's an interesting artifact, though to me, it's more of a relic. Useless, really, but it has its charm. It's more of a third true magic artifact. Lore-wise, it won't even be able to grant wishes outside of Nasuverse. It would probably end up as a decorative piece or a trinket back in Overlord verse. But how do I even get back, huh?" Sakura, holding onto the last thread of hope, nodded. "I imagine it already belongs to you, Mr. Fool." Bruce's smile deepened, a low chuckle escaping him. Then, with another snap of his fingers, the gray fog returned. This time, it swirled around Shiro's and Iliasveel's bodies. Slowly, as if time itself were reversing, their skin regained its warmth, the color returning to their cheeks. Life flowed back into them, their hearts beating once more. Bruce, ever the enigma, had snapped his fingers. Activating the resurrection spell, Bruce revived them both. Rin instinctively took a step back but held her ground, her eyes never leaving Bruce. "This is the least I can do for the hospitality you've shown me," Bruce said, his tone both generous and detached. Rin and Sakura gasped as Shiro and Iliasveel opened their eyes, blinking in confusion. Life had returned to them, but the trauma of their death still lingered like a shadow. "Is there anything else you wish for, Sakura?" Bruce asked, turning his attention back to her. Sakura, overwhelmed with gratitude and disbelief, could only shake her head. The war was over, Shiro was alive. What more could she ask for? And yet, the nagging thought of the Grail's condition tugged at her mind. Just as she opened her mouth to ask about the item the war had all been about. What about the Grail? What is its condition now? Time itself seemed to freeze mid-sentence. Spell, time stop. Bruce moved silently through the stillness, stepping between the frozen figures of Rin and Sakura. He couldn't let them see the seals he had placed on the Grail. It would tarnish the image he had so carefully cultivated. With a flick of his wrist, the seals unraveled, and Bruce retrieved the Grail, holding it in his hand. As time resumed its flow, Sakura and Rin blinked, their gazes locking onto Bruce, who now stood before them with the Grail in his grasp. The mana in the Grail spiked, reaching unprecedented levels. It pulsed with a light too bright to be contained, the mana within surging, connecting to the root itself. Bruce felt it, too, a pull deep within him, one he recognized instantly. It was the same pull he had felt when he touched the red star back in his guild. His lips curled into a smile, his departure imminent. Turning to them one last time, he tipped his hat in a final gesture of respect. "I'll be taking my leave now," he said, his voice gentle yet filled with certainty. With that, Bruce, Tower, and the Grail vanished, leaving only a faint trace of power behind. Sakura, still reeling from the fool's sudden departure, stepped forward as if to follow, but her movement was stopped by a flicker of red light. She watched, wide-eyed, as a small red orb appeared before her, hovering in midair. Curious, she reached out, catching the orb in her hand. It was warm, pulsing with energy. In an instant, the orb transformed into a metallic card, its surface glinting faintly. She turned it over and read the inscription aloud. The High Priestess. Far away, in a desolate, molten wasteland, a young boy limped across the charred ground. Lava oozed from cracks in the earth, and the mangled remains of bodies littered the once lush landscape. The boy's face was drawn, his eyes hollow, and his left arm was gone, severed in the heat of battle. Arch-Shadow Demon, X-16, Bartholomew Lorelei, Director of the Clock Tower, Brisheson. All of the significant figures had fallen in the battle. He stumbled forward, his body trembling with pain, until he reached the still form of a woman lying amidst the ruins. He dropped to his knees beside her, his voice trembling. "Mother." A single tear traced a path down his soot-stained face, falling onto her motionless form. "Why is this happening to me? Why Zarios? Why?" "Things happen," Zarios' voice echoed in his mind, "and there is nothing you can do to stop them. Sometimes you lose those you love. I am not giving you my fake sympathy. I understand what it feels to lose things, but you still have hope." The boy, Kai, clenched his teeth. "Why did this happen, Zarios? Who were these people?" "I am unsure about most of them," Zarios replied, "but one of them was a vampire, an ally of the old men, the one the fool killed." Kai's grip tightened. "Can I save her?" "Yes. She is barely alive." Kai's heart lifted as he cradled his mother in his arms. Power surged through him, flowing from Zarios, healing magic knitting her wounds, restoring her vitality. The color returned to her cheeks, and her breathing became steady. The power released by Kai, activating the magic of Zarios, the spells and the soul knowledge he had gained by the fool. It did its magic as Sayuri's body healed. But before Kai could act further, a red orb appeared before him, hovering in the air. It pulsed with energy, drawing both Kai's and Zarios' attention. Kai reached out, catching the orb. Like before, it transformed into a metallic card. "It is not an ordinary card, descendant of mine. It is made up of an unknown material. Its strength is insurmountable." He flipped it over and read the inscription aloud. The Sun. Chapter 45, 45. The beginning and the end of the Omniverse. The Arcadia. The Root, New World. In the Grand Hall of Arcadia, a woman with platinum silver hair stood motionless, her gaze fixed on the colossal throne before her. This throne dominated the chamber, a symbol of absolute power, and behind it, an enormous flag draped down, bearing the emblem of the fool. The woman, known as World, stood at the base of the steps leading to the throne, her posture unyielding, eyes tracing the emblem sewn into the fabric with reverence. The Root, Bruce's guild, was adorned with flags and emblems on every floor, each representing a different avatar or aspect of his guild. The flags varied, each symbolizing the intricate layers of his rule and the order he had imposed upon the guild. But the one that hung here in the throne room, the one before which World now stood, was different. This was the banner of the Fool, one of Bruce's avatars. Unlike his other avatars, who each had distinct flags, both the Fool and the Lord of Mysteries shared the same insignia and a flag, unlike his other avatars. World, lost in thought, found herself remembering the creation of the flag. The designs on it, each line, each curve, told a story. A vision they both shared for the guild. Ever since the guild had been transported from Yggdrasil to this new world, she had stood vigil in this very spot, keeping silent watch over the throne. Her loyalty to Bruce was absolute, she refused to leave the seat of power unguarded, despite the many challenges that had arisen since their arrival. It had been 3 months since the Root had appeared in the new world, and those months had been anything but easy. Managing the NPCs and keeping them in line had been a monumental task, made more difficult by the constant need to reassure them of their master's presence, or lack thereof. World had taken on the role of overseeing the guild in Bruce's absence, using the guardians of the floor Arcadia to maintain order among the other guardians. But even with their help, the strain was palpable. The NPCs, driven by their loyalty and devotion to the Supreme One, had grown restless. They had hoped that upon arriving in this new world, they would immediately find Bruce, their creator and master, waiting for them. Their frustration mounted with each passing day that he remained missing. Many of them wanted to scour and burn the new world, to search every corner of it to find him, but World had forbidden them from leaving the guild grounds. She had also barred them from making any contact with the residents of the new world, lest they change the plot. The guild's secrecy and isolation had to be preserved. The Guardians questioned her constantly, pleading to be allowed to search for their master. They were convinced he was somewhere in this new world, waiting to be found. But World had shut down their theories, asserting her authority as the voice of the fool, the voice of the Supreme Ones. Her position alone kept them in check, though she could offer no concrete answers about Bruce's whereabouts. Each day had followed a monotonous routine for her. In the past 3 months, she had convened only 2 formal meetings with the Floor Guardians, both of which ended with the same frustrated conclusions. The Guardians would voice their concerns, their hopes, but World would dismiss them, silencing their speculation. Between those formal meetings, the Floor and Area Guardians visited her daily, seeking updates, longing for any sign of their master. It was not so much the work that required his presence, but the emotional void left by his absence. The Supreme One had been their foundation, their source of purpose, much like how believers served as anchors for the Angles and gods in LOTM. The guild itself had been meticulously designed to function without direct oversight from Bruce. Its internal operations were crafted to run smoothly, with or without him. Even in emergencies, the system would respond automatically. World's role was largely supervisory, overseeing the functioning of the guild's complex structure. The NPCs were more than capable of managing their duties without intervention. They were not only loyal but driven by an inherent need to work. To Bruce they were workaholics, something he didn't find fault with. Yet, despite the efficiency of the system, the emotional dependency on Bruce remained a looming challenge. Her authority, though mostly symbolic, was essential when it came to implementing any changes or new directives within the guild. As the vice-guild master and overseer of the root, World held the responsibility of ensuring everything ran according to the Bruce's or S's wishes. Her power over the guild structure was absolute, but her burden grew heavier with each day spent without the guiding presence of her master. Outside the guild, the world beyond remained a mystery. The guild had been sealed off from external forces by the power of a world item known as the Yggdrasil leaf, a world item from Yggdrasil that protected the root from the prying eyes of outsiders. For now, the guild was invisible, hidden from the denizens of the new world. This cloak of secrecy, however, could only shield them for so long. For now, World continued her silent vigil, her eyes unwavering as she gazed upon the flag of the fool. Though the guild functioned without the Supreme One, his absence was felt by all. World knew her master would return one day. Until that time, she would guard the throne and maintain order, holding on to the hope that Bruce, the fool, the Lord of Mysteries, would reclaim his seat at the helm of the root. But as the days dragged on, even World could not deny the creeping doubt that tugged at the edges of her mind. Where was Bruce? Why had he not returned? And more importantly, how long could she keep the Guardian's faith alive without an answer? Her gaze lingered on the emblem of the flag, its design now seared into her memory, as she prepared for another day of managing the restless minds under her command. An eternity later. World blinked, her attention drawn by the subtle sound of footsteps approaching from behind. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw the butler of the floor, Sebastian, standing silently by a pillar, his figure blending into the shadows as if he were a natural part of them. He awaited her commands, as did the other creatures, monsters summoned through the mercenary system, ever vigilant in their surveillance and security of the hall. Her gaze then shifted to the female knight entering the throne room. The knight approached with hurried steps, her armor clinking softly as she moved. Upon reaching the steps of the throne, the knight stopped abruptly and knelt, lowering her head. She waited patiently for the guardian overseer, the voice of the Supreme Ones, to acknowledge her before daring to speak. Interrupting World's silence was not something she dared do. After a few moments of contemplation, World addressed the knight. Saber, she called out, turning her attention fully to the knight. What brings you here today? Saber, sensing permission to speak, began with formality. My lady. World raised a hand, interrupting her. There is no need for formalities, Saber. Just speak your mind. Yes, my lady, I mean, mother. Saber corrected herself, the title more familiar and intimate than the former. I have had all the floor guardians manage their respective domains and have assigned other guardians from the Arcadia floor to maintain constant communication with them, as you commanded. The children of Yggdrasil, NPCs created using the world item had been created by World. While the rest of the NPCs were created by the bots made by World. To the NPCs made from children of Yggdrasil, World was akin to a mother to them. As for the rest, she was the creator of their master and creators. World gave a small nod, her expression unchanged. That is old news, my dear Saber. You've already submitted your reports regarding these changes. Speak your mind, then. What brings you here, today? Saber hesitated, her breath catching in her throat. She gathered her courage, looking World in the eyes, her resolve hardening. Mother, why do you restrict us? Why are we not allowed to leave the guild? Why are we being confined within these walls? She paused, searching World's expression for any hint of a reaction. But World remained silent, her gaze steady. When no answer came, Saber continued, her voice tinged with frustration. Why do you stop us? World remained quiet, her eyes briefly drifting to Sebastian and the other mercenaries and NPCs guarding the hall. She gauged their reactions, assessing their thoughts on the matter. Their silent attention weighed on her, but she remained composed, her gaze returning to Saber. "What do you all hope to accomplish by leaving the guild, Saber?" World finally asked. Her voice was but carried an unmistakable isekai'd. "And that question is not limited to you alone, Sebastian." Sebastian, ever composed, bowed slightly and replied without hesitation, "I have no desire to oppose your orders, my lady." Satisfied with his answer, World returned her attention to Saber. With a flick of her hand, she gestured for the other NPCs, mercenaries, and summoned creatures to leave the hall. They filed out quietly, leaving only the three of them, World, Saber, and Sebastian, remaining. Once the room was empty, World spoke again. "Tell me, Saber. What do you all hope to achieve by venturing beyond the walls of the root? What is it you wish to do outside?" Saber swallowed, the weight of her fellow guardians' expectations resting heavily on her shoulders. She had not come here lightly, but she had been chosen by the others to voice the concerns they all shared. Or rather, as Saber reflected bitterly, she had been bribed with food and tricked into taking on this task. Nevertheless, she braced herself for whatever consequences might follow. "Why are we taking no steps to find the Supreme One?" Saber asked, her voice growing steadier despite her nerves. "I know I am crossing a line by even suggesting such a thought. I accept any punishment you deem fit." "Speak freely, Saber," World responded, her tone unchanged, but her eyes sharp. Summoning her courage, Saber unsheathed her sword. The golden blade of Excalibur gleamed in the dim light of the throne room, its ethereal design and powerful aura drawing the attention of everyone present. World remained where she stood, calm and unreadable, but Sebastian tensed, his body coiled like a spring, ready to move. If Saber dared to attack the Guardian Overseer, he would strike without hesitation. Saber did not waver. She held the sword steady, its brilliance reflecting the intensity of her conviction. Her gaze remained locked with World's, searching for any sign of understanding. "Why do we sit idle while our master is lost to us?" she continued, her voice growing stronger. "The Supreme One created us, gave us purpose, and yet we remain confined here, doing nothing to bring him back. We are not just his creations, we are his loyal servants, his soldiers. Should we not be out there, scouring the world, searching for him? We are bound by our duty to him, Mother. To remain here, doing nothing, it feels like a betrayal of that duty." The silence that followed was heavy, the air in the throne room thick with tension. Saber's heart raced as she awaited World's response, though she made no move to lower her sword. She had said what needed to be said. Saber, unfazed by the wariness she sensed from Sebastian, who lingered near the pillar by the throne, maintained her focus. She had long been aware of his presence. As the Guardian of Arcadia, she always knew the positions and tasks of the other Guardians. Moreover, World had made his presence known to her. Yet, what truly held her attention was World's calm response, or rather, the lack of any response at all. Unlike Sebastian, who tensed behind her, World remained completely unfazed, as if Saber's actions were of no consequence to her. Then, realization dawned on Saber. Of course, she thought. Mother is a world enemy, the strongest being in the guild, second only to the Fool himself, stronger even than the other Supreme Ones. A fleeting memory flickered in her mind, a passing comment once made by Arad's. Mother, though her official title is Guardian Overseer, might appear to be the servant of the Supreme Ones to those who don't know better. But in truth, she is the creator, the true creator of the Supreme Ones and the guild root. She is the servant of the Fool, who is the true master of the root. And beyond that, she is the vice guild master. Despite the weight of Arad's words echoing in her mind, Saber pressed on with her action. She turned the golden blade of Excalibur, pointing its sharp tip toward her own neck. That explains it, she thought, glancing once more at World's serene composure. She has every right to be so confident. With her power, she could face the entire root on her own as its true creator, as the servant of the Fool. With the blade hovering near her throat, Saber's voice did not waver as she continued. "Why do you stop us?" she asked, her heart pounding. "I regret saying this, but, are you thinking of betraying the Fool?" Her voice dropped to a whisper, betraying the gravity of her accusation. "It's just a thought, but it has crossed our minds, us, the Guardians." Swallowing hard, Saber's eyes hardened with resolve. "I am prepared to lay down my life for this heresy, for the atrocity of questioning the Fool and you, Mother." "Stop it," came World's voice, firm yet devoid of anger. But Saber, in her determined state, ignored the command. She steeled herself to drive the blade through her skin, her fingers tightening on the hilt, when suddenly, she felt resistance. A force pulled the sword, holding it in place and binding her, and she lifted her gaze to see shimmering golden chains wrapping around her arms, binding her sword hand. Draconic runes glowed along the length of the chains, restraining her movements. The chains weren't truly powerful enough to chain her. They were mere creation from a skill. Against a world item, they paled in comparison. Yet, Saber didn't struggle and gave up. Why? Saber whispered, her confusion evident. World, undisturbed by Sebastian's watchful eyes, answered calmly. There is no need for this. I understand your concern for the fool. You are not alone in that. Her voice softened, but there was no mistaking the finality in it. As for why I am stopping you all from venturing beyond the guild, the time is not yet right. You will understand when it is. Saber's brows furrowed in frustration. And the Supreme One? Why aren't we searching for him? Why do you insist that we do nothing? He could be out there, waiting for us to find him. A faint, bitter smile tugged at the corner of World's lips. You will not find him in this world, Saber. He is, elsewhere. Far beyond this world and verse. Her tone was laced with a trace of sarcasm, but also with the weight of sorrow too heavy to explain. Saber's eyes flared with disbelief. But isn't the fool, the Supreme One, the greatest being in existence? Surely he could return to us easily if he wished. Or... Her voice wavered, has he abandoned us? And if not, who could possibly be powerful enough to imprison the Supreme One? World sighed deeply, her mind racing as she tried to formulate an answer that wouldn't shatter the fragile spirits of the Guardians. Saber's eyes, the light in them once so bright, now dimmed, filled with desperation. Her body language told a story her words hadn't yet spoken. The slump in her shoulders, the fury that had flickered momentarily in her gaze, and now the creeping despair, all of it was a reflection of her growing fear that their beloved fool was lost, trapped beyond their reach. Especially Saber's eyes and the body language that conveyed more about her emotions than her speech. Her eyes that were sparkling at the beginning, blinded World, making her rethink her answer. The sparkle spoke of her admiration for the fool. Continuing with her eyes that raged with fury and anger in between to the light in her eyes dimming at the end. Conveying her sadness and sorrow. Her slumped shoulders worked more to convey her despair at the fool being imprisoned somewhere. All of it acted against World, as she contemplated. World watched as Saber struggled, the weight of her words hanging in the air like an oppressive cloud. She thought back to conversations she had had about Saber with her master, Bruce. He did say that she would definitely end up as one of the cutest and adorable floor guardian of the guild. And also quite gullible. She is quite expressive in ways that other guardians lag behind. But her enthusiasm is on the higher side. She is definitely someone that would pull your heartstrings to support her. Especially her appetite for food would urge you to feed her. She will be the most endearing of the guardians, no doubt about that. She is quite expressive with unflinching loyalty. She is the type of character that I would have no qualms about making her the strongest NPC in the guild. World sighed, understanding all too well the string of events that had led them to this moment. She hadn't been oblivious to the goings-on within the guild. Her summoned mercenaries kept her well informed. She knew that some of the guardians had manipulated Saber into coming to her with this impossible task. Saber, in her naivety, had been easily bribed with food, unwittingly made the voice of the guardians growing discontent. Still, this moment wasn't just a result of manipulation. It was Saber's own heart that brought her here. And now, World had to tread carefully. Listen to me, Saber, World began softly, her eyes locking onto Saber's, ensuring that her words would reach her fully. The fool has not abandoned you, nor any of us. His absence is not because of us lacking. But seeking him out now would be futile. And to act rashly would only put all of us in jeopardy. Saber's hands trembled, the golden chain still holding her sword at bay. Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them back, unwilling to show such weakness. Then, what can we do? World stepped closer, resting a hand gently on Saber's shoulder. We wait. We trust in his return. And when the time is right, we will act. But until then, you must remain patient. The fool will return to us. Of that, I am certain. Saber, though still troubled, nodded. Her sword dropped to the ground with a soft clang as the golden chains released her. The weight of uncertainty still hung over her, but there was a flicker of hope now, however fragile, that she clung to. World walked back to her position as she thought back to it. World, sensing the disturbance in Saber, spoke once again. Saber, there is no need for you to worry about the fool. He is what you would call as being enigmatic and perhaps whimsical. Saber raised her head trying to understand the words spoken by World. Even Sebastian was surprised by it. Having gained her attention, World struggled, as she chose her words carefully and spoke. I'll try to explain it to you in an easier manner of why you would fail. The world we currently inhabit is different from Yggdrasil, right? Saber nodded her head, as that was the conclusion they had reached in their last Guardians meeting. Now, to put it into perspective. There is something called as verse. A verse may be big, while some are small. Some contain a single universe or world in them, while some contain multiple worlds or universes in them. Some call it as multiverse, but the said multiverse is still a part of the verse. A multiverse and Yggdrasil are different. Where a multiverse is far bigger than Yggdrasil. Saber nodded her head, absorbing the new information being given to her. Though she struggled to believe there to be higher realms than the ones she and the guild inhabited. Moreover, she had trouble believing that her master, the fool, getting dwarfed by those higher beings. Yet she remained calm, listening to world. Her worldview was clashing against the one world presented. So, these verse, each have their own power levels. Some have very powerful beings while some are very low on the power scale. It differs from verse to verse, but you can expect these verses to be everything there is. These verses and everything there that exists and that which doesn't exist. All of it is part of what you would call as omniverse. Sebastian smiled at the newfound information as he contemplated his learnings. While world continued. She had hoped to give hope and raise morale with this stunt of hers. The omniverse is everything and nothing at the same time. It is the state of everything before the beginning of time and after the end of time. It is something that houses everything. Or rather, omniverse is term given to everything as a whole. Omniverse is everything. It was news to them, but still they were having tough time understanding the purpose of this new information that world was sharing with them. Though what world spoke next was the truth, but it was not the complete truth. She thought of this loophole, as she thought of calming all the guardians. I am world, her declaration confused them. But her following words caused an internal turmoil. I am as old as the omniverse that we all inhabit. While the fool, the Lord of the Mysteries and the Supreme One. The guild master of the root is older than the omniverse. He had existed for eons before the omniverse. I have served the fool from the beginning of the omniverse and will serve him even after the end of the omniverse. I will not have you all question my loyalty to the fool. Her words left them at a loss. This new piece of information was too much for them. They struggled to comprehend their master's greatness. As for the root, it was created by me, on orders of the fool. I am sure that you all aware of it. And I created the other supreme ones on orders of the fool, my master. World, satisfied by their reaction, noted as she gave one final push. The verse that we currently inhabit is called Overlord verse. Yggdrasil and this world are both part of the Overlord verse. To our master, the whole omniverse is akin to a dream or fiction. You need not concern yourself with this. Just pledge your loyalty to the Supreme One and follow along his wishes, for he wishes for entertainment and amusement. Chapter 46, 46. The Blazing Sun Dragon God. New World, Overlord verse. In the heart of a desolate wasteland, its hills and mountains reduced to ruins mere hours ago, a colossal dragon lay sprawled across the shattered ground. Blood pooled beneath its massive, crimson-scaled frame, seeping from wounds that covered its body. Its once mighty wings, now shredded and useless, twitched feebly. The Blazing Sun Dragon God, as he was called, glared ahead with eyes filled with both defiance and grudging respect, focusing on the figure hovering above him. The platinum-haired woman stood like a goddess of war, her silver hair gleaming under the sun's fading light. Though battered, her injuries paled in comparison to the dragon's. Cuts and bruises marred her form, but her regeneration far outpaced the beast's, knitting together flesh and muscle in real time. Without hesitation, she cast a spell, rising effortlessly into the air. Her blue eyes narrowed as she studied her fallen foe, thoughts racing through her mind. A greater true dragon, or by light novel's classification, a true dragon lord. A being of such power, and had yet to make an appearance in the story, at least until the 16th volume of the light novel or the web novel. The Blazing Sun Dragon God, she mused, her gaze sharp and unwavering. From her inventory, she summoned a weapon, a gleaming spear that thrummed with a power rivaling the fabled world items. The shift in her posture was enough to make the dragon stir, sensing the shift in her intent. You possess great strength, the dragon rasped, his deep voice vibrating through the broken earth. Though not as mighty as the Dragon Emperor, you are strong enough to lay me low. His gaze flickered with something between amusement and cunning. You must be one of the outsiders. The dragon paused, gauging her reaction. When she gave nothing away, he pressed on, a sly grin curling his bloodied lips. More specifically, a player. Yes, you're a player, aren't you? To think one of your caliber would be summoned to this remote little island. That single word, island, made her falter. An unsettling realization gnawed at the edges of her mind. The island, he mentioned, wasn't small by any measure. She had deployed every summoned creatures at her disposal, including mercenaries and summoned creatures from items, to map the land. The continent stretched vast and unforgiving, as large, if not larger, than Asia, if she had to make in comparison, dominated by barren valleys and jagged mountains. Rather, it was larger than Asia, but most of it was wastelands. And yet, here was this unknown dragon calling it a mere island. Her mind raced. If this land was considered insignificant, then somewhere beyond the horizon lay a continent so massive it dwarfed everything she knew so far. It also explained why the mapping process had been so smooth, devoid of interference from stronger beings. The 4 draconic auras I sensed. Were they the ones appeared in the story? Or perhaps weaker dragon lords stranded on this island with hundreds of other weaker dragons? She felt headache at the implications. If a land of greater magnitude existed, its rulers could be powers beyond her comprehension. The dragon, sensing her momentary distraction, continued, savoring the tension. My brothers and sister are stronger than you, he mused, almost lazily. Or perhaps not. It's hard to say. But even so, you are more powerful than me and my little sister. It seems the one who called himself a world champion was mistaken, he wouldn't last a second against you. To claim to be the strongest player of Yggdrasil. What a joke he was. The dragon grinned, but not from admiration. His lips curled with hidden triumph, for beneath his casual words, he had been weaving magic, discreet, precise, a teleportation spell to whisk him away to safety. Had he rushed, the woman would have sensed it. But as it stood, the incantation was almost complete. Victory lay just within his reach. He chuckled lowly, speaking as if sharing a secret. I'll give you one last chance. Become my mate, he offered, his voice seductive and sly. With your power, we could slay the Dragon Emperor. You wouldn't understand it yet, but we dragons are bound by certain instincts. Finding a mate as strong as you is rare. My brothers have already married players, and even my sister has married a player. But you would be honored to stand beside a true dragon god. His grin widened. After all, you are just a fake, aren't you? A draconic imposter from a mortal-made game. I believe I am right. It is called as a game, isn't it? The woman's patience snapped. She had heard enough. Unbeknownst to the dragon, she had sensed his slime magic from the beginning, allowing him to weave his spell only so far. Now, her response was swift and final. Without a word, she hurled her spear. It streaked through the air with terrifying speed, slicing through space like a blade through silk. Before the dragon could react, the weapon pierced his heart in less than a picosecond, severing his life essence entirely. His smug grin froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief as the teleportation magic fizzled into nothingness. The blazing sun dragon god was no more. The woman descended gracefully to the ruined ground, her sharp gaze sweeping the landscape. What was once a vast expanse of mountains had been reduced to rubble, the aftermath of their battle scarring the earth beyond recognition. She approached the lifeless dragon's corpse, her hand outstretched. For the first time, she invoked an unknown power, the ability of the World Devourer. She had her guesses. In her tenure at the parent company of Yggdrasil, she hadn't worked on boss monsters or monsters. With the exception being Cthulhu and World Devourer. Though she had worked on a couple of world items, namely Fire Dragon's Heart and more. She had mainly worked on bases of those world enemies. She had worked on layout and maps. For Bruce to choose Cthulhu and for World Devourer to chase them. There might have been a link. She could use this line of thought to further solve the mystery. For now, she had work to complete. Her palm pressed against the dragon's still warm scales, and a dark, consuming force began to swirl around them. The dragon's soul, essence, and body were drawn into her, merging with her own being. It was an intoxicating surge of power, one she had never experienced before. This was no ordinary dragon. This was a being that had transcended the level cap of Yggdrasil, a creature whose strength rivaled that of Fafnir, the most infamous world enemy. But unlike Fafnir, this dragon lacked the godlike regeneration, the perpetual revival, and the curse that made Fafnir such an unkillable menace. World closed her eyes, feeling the torrent of knowledge and abilities flood her mind. Skills, spells, and ancient powers etched themselves into her soul, but something crucial eluded her. Memories, fragments of the dragon's past, slipped away, leaving gaps she couldn't fill. So, not all of it could be devoured, she mused, frustration flickering beneath her calm exterior. Even with all her power, some truths remained beyond her reach. It was a first for her, with dragon status and prowess. She was quite lucky to have achieved this. But the battle was over. The dragon lay dead, its secrets buried with it, or, at least, most of them. And now, the woman stood amidst the ruins of the battlefield, stronger than before, yet burdened by new questions. For if this land was merely an island, what else lay beyond it? And what other unimaginable forces awaited her and Bruce in the shadows of this vast and unforgiving world? Piecing together the dragon god's memories. She did gather a lot of information of this world. The dragon inhabited a larger continent, namely Dragon Hour. As for the past, surprisingly the dragon knew a lot about this world. As for the players, there were a couple of guilds inhabiting the Dragon Hour currently. As she sifted through the fragmented memories of the blazing sun dragon god, a deeper understanding of the world began to form, like puzzle pieces slowly falling into place. What she discovered was far beyond her expectations, and it complicated everything. The dragon had hailed from a vast continent known as Dragon Hour, a landmass so immense it dwarfed the one she had thought encompassed the world. It was teeming with life, with monsters and players. And the Dragon Emperor, he wasn't just a myth. He rested atop a floating island that drifted high above the tallest peak, a fragment of a shattered moon. The second moon of this world had been destroyed long ago, and what was left of it hovered in silence, forgotten by all but the dragons. Only scattered remnants like this island remained, floating like ghosts in the sky. World stood quietly in the wasteland, as the wind howled across the shattered landscape. The fight had taken more out of her than she expected, but the real challenge was yet to come. The blazing sun dragon god was just the first. For others, equally powerful, maybe stronger, still roamed Dragon Hour. And beyond them, the Dragon Emperor waited. She pulled a locket from her inventory, the cool metal pressing against her palm as she stared at it. This tiny trinket had set everything into motion. If not for this, I'd never have known about Dragon Hour or the things waiting for us there. Her gaze drifted to the sky, dark and endless. This world, it's so much bigger than we thought. And dangerous in ways we couldn't have imagined. I just hope S returns soon. She thought with a heavy heart. This world is far more dangerous than we first believed. Managing the guild and safeguarding it from the monsters lurking beyond our knowledge will not be easy. Not without him. Her fingers tightened around the locket as her thoughts turned to the one she called S. His absence weighed on her, like a shadow that stretched across her soul. At least the ROB's cane and suit will protect him. That's the only comfort I have. His safety matters more than anything, more than mine, more than the guild's survival. Though she was immortal, a gift from the ROB to ensure her life was intertwined with S's, it was a hollow blessing. Her immortality came with a binding, she could not die unless S did. Their fates were woven into an eternal tapestry, a bond that could not be severed. Her voice broke the silence, bitter and laced with regret. But how am I supposed to face him, after everything I did with Dometer, and with him? The memory stung, as sharp and relentless as the dragon's claws had been. The choices she had made, the lines she had crossed, they haunted her, gnawing at her soul like a relentless hunger. How could she meet his eyes again? What words could possibly bridge the chasm her actions had carved between them? The guilt she carried was a weight even her immortal body struggled to bear. And yet, despite the regret gnawing at her heart, she knew that time moved forward, indifferent to the burdens she carried. S would return. He had to. And when he did, she would have to find a way to confront not only him but the truth she had buried deep within herself. Her grip on the locket tightened, her gaze never leaving the sky. Somewhere in the Omniverse, S wandered, his fate entangled with hers. Until then, she would continue, protecting his guild, confronting whatever dangers this world threw at her, and finding a way to atone for her past. The wind stirred around her, enveloping her hair in the wind. With a final, resolute breath, she tucked the spear back into her inventory and turned her back to the ruined battlefield. World reappeared within the heart of the guild base, her fingers still wrapped tightly around the locket. The air within the sanctuary thrummed softly with enchantments, a comforting pulse of magic that hinted at safety, though her thoughts were far from settled. A world item. She mused, feeling the subtle hum of power beneath the metal. According to the dragon god's memories, the world champion, Axerton, cast this locket onto this land. A desperate, final act in his confrontation against the blazing sun dragon god. Axerton had fallen in battle, his ideals clashing with the merciless will of the dragon. And in those final moments, he had thrown the locket not out of hope, but defiance. A small rebellion against a foe too powerful to defeat. Yet, even as the artifact left his grasp, the action seemed tragically futile. Such a waste, World whispered under her breath. In the hands of a world champion, no less. What good was an item made for magic casters in the hands of a world champion? World knew better than most the significance of the locket and every other world item that had once existed within the Yggdrasil. Beyond mere artifacts, they were pieces of the game's strongest items, legendary objects intertwined with history, myth, and power as dictated by their lore. She'd memorized every detail, cataloging not just the items but also the key players, monsters, world enemies, and bosses that had defined the game's lore. There was little in Yggdrasil's world she had not touched or uncovered. She had even made books, listing world items in one and others with their own categorization for the guild's library on Bruce's suggestion. The locket she now held had once belonged to a prominent guild, an early prize won in the game's chaotic opening stages. At the time, Bruce, better known to her as S, had given her clear instructions. Don't spoil the experience for me. Let's savor the hunt. No shortcuts, no maps, no early raids on world items. We'll play this for fun. I can't waste my 12 years doing nothing. It was right after his raid on the Surtur. He had wanted to enjoy the thrill of discovery, avoiding attention from other players and, more importantly, the game's administrators. It was a calculated choice, though it came with risks. When S was finally ready to move on the items, the window of opportunity had closed, another guild had already claimed the locket. At first, World considered relaying the locket's location to him, planning for the perfect time when they could raid the guild and claim it as their own. But things didn't go as she had expected. As the game progressed, Bruce's focus shifted. His obsession with gathering power began to wane, replaced by a creeping sense of caution. He had tampered with too many mechanics, altered too many things within Yggdrasil. The game's story had become too different under his influence, its delicate balance skewed by his tinkering. Fear began to take root, and with it came hesitation. For he was fearing the outcome. He remembered the graph and plot points, pointed out by ROB. "We'll have time in the new world to collect them all," he had said, brushing aside her concerns about the world items. The Dragon Emperor's summoning magic focuses on world items, not players. Even if the players aren't pulled in, the items will find their way there. Now, standing within the familiar walls of the guild base, World's gaze remained locked on the artifact in her hand. The Cosmic Eye of Xaxacluth. She whispered, the words heavy on her tongue. Her thoughts drifted back to the dragon gods and the strange, arcane magic they wielded, dragon soul magic. It was unlike anything in the game's known systems or the light novel, curses laced with starfire, word magic that bent reality itself, and spells that manipulated both space and time. Quite different from the wild magic used by the dragon lords. Still, from his memories. Only the dragon gods are beings capable of using dragon soul magic. While the true dragon lords use dragon magic or world magic, which is quite similar to wild magic used in the light novel. He cursed Axerton, using the curse aspect of the magic that even revival was impossible. She murmured, piecing together fragments of what she had learned from the fallen dragon god's memories. The intricacy of the curse impressed her. It was magic born from the soul of the dragons, woven with energy of their souls. And yet, it hadn't been enough. His magic didn't affect me the way it did Axerton, she noted, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her face. Perhaps it was the power gap between us. Or the lore of the world devourer. Or perhaps the world item in me. The dragon god had been formidable, his magic ancient and powerful, his will indomitable. But in the end, he had fallen like all the others. Power, no matter how great, was fleeting in the face of overwhelming force. And world possessed force beyond measure. With a soft sigh, she slid the locket into her inventory. The blazing sun dragon god was just the beginning, she whispered to herself. There are 4 more of his kind on the Dragon Hour continent, and beyond them, the Dragon Emperor waits. Her mind wandered to the floating island, an ancient fragment of the second moon, now a citadel in the sky where the Dragon Emperor slumbered. His awakening would mark the beginning of something far greater, and far more dangerous, than any of them could imagine. The weight of the future pressed on her, but so did the weight of the past. 3 months before Blazing Sun Dragon God's arrival. New World, Overlord verse. It had been decades since the root had first arrived in the New World. She had tread carefully, keen not to interfere with the flow of events nor spoil the experience Bruce wished to cherish so deeply. The guild had been locked away, sealed off from the outside world by her. Using the power of the world item, Yggdrasil Leaf, she had cast an impenetrable barrier around the guild, a sanctuary hidden from prying eyes and untouched by the chaos unfolding beyond. Within the sealed halls, she assumed command over the guardians, who, thanks to the lore she had so carefully spun for the fool, followed her with unwavering loyalty and adoration. Managing the guild was no easy task, but she bore it gracefully, finding satisfaction in the order she had cultivated over the years. But everything changed the day she received unsettling news. A group of humans had wandered onto guild grounds. Initially, they had been dismissed, mere mortals, unable to perceive or penetrate the guild's enchanted defenses. After all, the world item cloaking the guild ensured that no ordinary being could even sense its presence, let alone enter. And yet, impossibly, they had crossed the threshold. Though not particularly powerful, the humans had been led by someone who wielded magic primitive by comparison, but noteworthy nonetheless. Intrigue stirred within her as she learned of the Gate Guardian's swift and brutal response. The trespassers had been massacred the moment they stepped too close. This anomaly demanded her attention. It marked the first time since her arrival that she felt compelled to leave the safety of the guild. Curiosity gnawed at her. How had they crossed the barriers? And who were they, to possess such strange fortune? World stepped through the grand entrance of the guild for the first time in years, a quiet storm of presence that radiated purpose. Behind her followed her guards, the children of Yggdrasil, each one a masterpiece in their own right. Leading the retinue, Artoria walked close beside her, as steady as a knight bound by honor. Her sharp gaze never wavered, every step calculated to protect and serve. Not far behind, Scathach moved with a regal grace, her crimson eyes glowing with an ancient knowing. As if she had lived through countless lifetimes, and even now she carried herself as a warrior queen, ready to confront whatever awaited. By contrast, isekai'd wandered with restless energy, her golden eyes flitting from one marvel to the next. She was as curious as she was powerful, cataloging everything in sight as if each detail held meaning. Trailing closely behind, Alice kept pace, her delicate form never leaving isekai'd's side, her soft steps a silent vow not to let her companion fall behind. Further back, Enkidu and Jean Dark conversed in hushed tones, their words weaving together like old friends sharing secrets only they could understand. Their presence exuded tranquility, though each carried a quiet strength that made them indispensable in battle. Morgan Le Fay and Raiden, on the other hand, strode with pride and superiority, their every step a declaration of their own magnificence. There was confidence, bordering on arrogance, in the way they carried themselves, a reminder that they were forces of nature unto themselves. At the very back, Arad's trailed behind, his posture relaxed, exuding an air of nonchalance. He wore a lazy grin that suggested amusement at the world and all its absurdities. Arad's was the trickster of the group, ever eager to stir mischief and troll those around him. Yet World knew better than to be fooled by his antics. She had created him, after all. Beneath his playful exterior was a razor-sharp mind, the one who governed the flow of information throughout the guild, rivaled only by the elusive Laplace demon. World let out a sigh as memories of these guardians' antics flooded her mind. Decades spent managing their chaos, balancing their quirks, and keeping their overwhelming personalities in check. She felt a strange fondness even in her exasperation. With a final glance over her eclectic entourage, she moved forward toward the outer gate to meet the cosmic armored knight commander. The situation needed answers, and she intended to find them. Though she appeared calm, her mind raced. A breach. Impossible, yet it happened. And if humans, mere mortals, could find a way through the enchanted walls of her guild, what other threats lay in wait just beyond the horizon? The wind stirred as World crossed the threshold, her guardians close behind, ready for whatever lay ahead. Her expression was serene, but within her heart, a quiet resolve took root. This world has changed, and the guild must change with it. And so, for the first time in decades, she stepped beyond the safety of the guild, not as a mere observer, but as a servant of the fool. Chapter 47. The Cosmic Eye of Xaxacluth. The Root, New World. Overlord verse. As World arrived at the guild's entrance, her gaze swept over the sprawling grounds of the guild compound. Lined up in perfect formation, rows of golem knights stood vigil, their towering forms gleaming under the filtered light. Every movement was disciplined and deliberate as they secured the premises, ensuring their vice guild master's visit was both safe and comfortable. Upon her arrival, the knights stiffened in unison, their metallic frames clanking softly as they gave her a bow. They pledged their unwavering loyalty to the Supreme Ones and the one called the Voice of the Supreme Ones, World herself. She gave them a curt nod of approval, noting with quiet satisfaction the contrast between their disciplined precision and the chaotic energy of her own entourage. Though the children of Yggdrasil lacked such coordination, each one among them was a level 100 NPC, holding rare classes with power that rivaled even dungeon bosses. They moved with the freedom born of immense strength, and despite their differences, they followed World with loyalty and purpose. World halted her advance as Artoria stepped forward, blocking her path with an almost imperceptible shift. World's gaze sharpened, sensing the subtle tension in her guard's stance. Curious, she followed Artoria's line of sight, and her eyes landed on an unexpected sight. There, before a lifeless body sprawled across the ground, stood Terrorblade, the enigmatic floor guardian of the 14th floor, Tenebrous World. Flanking him were Leo and Akira Feudo, the area guardians of his domain. The trio stood solemnly as Terrorblade exchanged words with the cosmic armored knight commander, their conversation guarded but intense. Noticing the shift in the atmosphere, Scathatch stood still observing them, ready in case a fight broke out, unlike Artoria, who stepped forward to block World's path. Her body tensed, prepared for anything. Meanwhile, Arcuade, who had been idly lingering at the back of the group, had vanished without a word. Alice, noticing her disappearance, scanned the area with mild irritation, only to find Arcuade already by the bodies scattered on the ground, inspecting them with unabashed curiosity. Alice sighed at the recklessness of her companion, though she wasn't surprised. It's just the kind of thing she would do. Despite World's explicit orders that no one should touch the corpses, Arcuade had sauntered over without hesitation and was now speaking casually with Leo, as if the tension didn't exist at all. Standing beside World, Alice cast a sidelong glance at Scathatch and Artoria, both of whom remained wary and alert. Yet Alice herself was unconcerned. Regardless of their varied personalities and quirks, they were all bound by one thing, their purpose to serve the Supreme Ones. Their very existence was a testament to that devotion, and their lives were tethered to the Fool above all else. However, there was one exception, Terrorblade. His loyalty, once unshakable, had walked the razor's edge between devotion to the Fool and the Root. And now, as Alice observed the subtle tension simmering between him and the other guardians, it was clear that old wounds hadn't yet healed. Scathatch's sharp eyes remained locked on Terrorblade, her distrust evident. Artoria, too, held herself like a coiled spring, ready to strike if necessary. In contrast, Morgan Le Fay stood with relaxed poise, unbothered by the tension swirling around them. Her confidence in her own abilities radiated effortlessly. Raiden Shogun stood similarly composed, her aura exuding a quiet, imperious pride that mirrored Morgan's. Their every action radiated arrogance. Alice mused silently, watching them. They are the very embodiment of pride, untouchable and unapologetic. Her attention returned to Terrorblade, and she let out a slow, quiet sigh. His actions back then have left scars that run deep. Decades had passed since the event, yet it was clear that some of the Guardians still hadn't forgiven him. Nor had they forgotten. Then, without a care in the world, Arad strolled lazily past the group, as if the tension were nothing more than an amusing sideshow. Alice shot him a sharp look, but he ignored it, his carefree demeanor grating on her nerves. He's always like this, finding amusement in everything, even when the stakes are high. Alice's gaze drifted back to World, curious about how she would react. To most, World's expression would appear as still as a porcelain mask. But Alice had spent long enough by her side to catch fleeting glimpses of emotion beneath the surface. And what she saw now was unexpected, amusement. It wasn't just Alice, all of Children of Yggdrasil had spent enough time with World to understand her emotions. A faint flicker of satisfaction touched Alice's thoughts. So, it's just as I thought. She finds this entire scene amusing. It was just like World, their true creator. Her mind wandered back to the chaos Terrorblade had sown in the past. When the Fool vanished, leaving a gaping absence in their lives, it was Terrorblade who succumbed to despair and borderline craziness. That emptiness had driven him to desperate lengths. Though every Guardian had felt the void left behind by the Fool, Terrorblade's pain was toxic, more consuming, enough to put the Root in a dangerous situation. His actions had crossed a line. In his desperation, he had manipulated the Guardians, turning them against World. She had kept the Guardians confined within the guild walls, believing it was the only way to maintain order in the Fool's absence. But to Terrorblade, that restriction was betrayal. He led a resistance from the shadows, maneuvering from the safety of his own floor, seeking any way to summon the Fool back, even if it meant tearing the Root apart and sacrificing every Guardian to do so. I understood him then, Alice thought. That's what made it dangerous. Terrorblade's despair was infectious, and every Guardian could relate to it in some way. It made them doubt themselves, doubt their purpose. Was their loyalty to the Fool, to the Root, or to World herself? That uncertainty had shaken them all, making them vulnerable to Terrorblade's influence. And yet, despite the lingering discord, isekai'd and Arad's acted as though nothing had ever changed. As if the betrayal, the doubt, the division, they were all things of the past. Alice couldn't help but wonder. How can they behave so normally? As if everything is perfectly fine. The tension lingered in the air, thick and palpable. But through it all, World remained still, her expression unchanged, her amusement flickering like a secret only she understood. And with every passing moment, the question deepened in Alice's mind. How long will this fragile peace hold? And when will the Fool return to us? Floor 22, Key of Light. The Root, New World. Nestled within an unassuming landscape, the floor known as the Key of Light lay hidden behind jagged mountains that encircled it like a fortress. The terrain within this realm was cloaked in an endless, enchanted night, where a vast dark forest stretched in every direction. The woods were treacherous, riddled with arcane traps and interwoven with layers of illusion magic, making even the most skilled intruders lose their way. At the heart of the forest stood a colossal maze, winding endlessly toward a central tower that pierced the heavens. The tower loomed tall, its silhouette stark against the eternal night. Above, the sky of this floor was a dazzling tapestry, strewn with countless stars and adorned by multiple moons. Chief among them was a giant red moon, perpetually suspended in the sky, casting its eerie, scarlet glow upon the land below. Unlike other floors, where day and night ebbed in harmony, night reigned supreme here, unbroken and eternal. At the topmost level of the towering spire lay the throne room, a place of solemn grandeur. Its circular hall was framed by pillars of marble that gleamed ghostly white beneath the moonlight. Statues of Bruce, frozen in his various avatars, stood silently at the hall's edges, their flawless surfaces catching the light of the moons above. These statues seemed less like mere adornments and more like sacred relics, casting long shadows across the hall's polished floors. At the far end of the room rested the giant dark throne, an imposing seat carved from an obsidian-like material that seemed to swallow light itself. Upon this throne sat a demon, perfectly humanoid in form and size, save for the unsettling nature of its presence. Its entire body was clad in an immaculate black suit, with gloves concealing every inch of flesh. Yet, the head it bore was not made of flesh or bone but a swirling mass of black fog, shifting endlessly, refusing to hold a solid shape. Two glowing white flashes where eyes might have been, whether they served any purpose beyond decoration, none could say. This was the Laplace demon, the floor guardian of the 22nd floor. His expertise lay not just in magic, but in the arts of divination, eldritch magic, summoning, and mind magic. Though both Laplace and Arad's were masters of divination, Laplace surpassed him in prophecy, wielding it as both a class and an art. He ruled with a presence that demanded silence, and thus silence ruled the floor like a monarch. After the incident. Following the tense confrontation between Artoria and World, peace had finally returned to the guild. The unsettling ripple of doubt and discord that had shaken the Guardians was soothed, and with World's dedication to both the guild and the Fool laid bare, the Guardians had recommitted their loyalty to her without question. With order restored, each guardian had returned to their respective floors, retreating into solitude to oversee their domains. In the absence of shared presence, a quiet truce prevailed, an unspoken agreement to remain within their realms and avoid visiting each other's territories. Laplace Demon, who had observed the unfolding events in silence, now stirred upon his throne. His gloved fingers tapped lightly against the armrest, the sound soft but deliberate. Then, without raising his voice, he spoke. Watcher. The single word echoed faintly through the air, summoning the only other being who shared dominion over the 22nd floor. Unlike other floors that boasted multiple guardians, this one held only two, the Laplace Demon and the enigmatic Watcher, an entity whose form was as elusive as a dream. The traps and enchantments woven throughout the forest ensured that intruders had never made it far enough to glimpse either of them. The air above the tower darkened, as storm-like clouds gathered, coiling around the spire in answer to Laplace's call. Shadows swirled and twisted as the Watcher materialized from the gloom, an inky presence waiting silently for its master's command. Laplace rose from his throne with unhurried grace and teleported to the rooftop of the tower, where the full expanse of the forest stretched out below him like a living labyrinth. The red moon's baleful light bathed the landscape in shades of crimson and black, creating an otherworldly beauty that was as mesmerizing as it was foreboding. Standing atop the tower, Laplace gazed down upon his domain with detached calm. His voice, smooth as a whispered curse, drifted into the night air. Go beyond the guild. His words carried the weight of inevitability, a command that left no room for misinterpretation. He paused for a moment, exhaling softly, as if weary from the weight of unseen burdens. There are idiots stirring up trouble. See to it that they calm down. From within the folds of his dark suit, Laplace produced a scroll, a parchment. He tossed it toward the swirling clouds of the Watcher's form. And deliver this to the mother, he added, his tone quieter, almost thoughtful. Only to her. No one else. The Watcher accepted the scroll without a sound, its dark presence dispersing into the blackness of the evernight. It vanished like smoke carried away by an unseen wind, slipping silently into the endless night that enveloped the floor. May the Fool protect you, Laplace's words lingered, as it was the last words Watcher heard before disappearing. Laplace remained on the rooftop, standing alone beneath the red moon's unblinking gaze. He folded his arms behind his back, his expression unreadable as he stared into the horizon. The forest below shifted and sighed under the weight of his silent observation, as if the very landscape itself could feel the presence of its master. With the Watcher gone, Laplace allowed himself a moment of stillness, his thoughts drifting like the stars scattered across the night sky. He would need to reinforce the floor soon. Intrusions, no matter how small, could not be tolerated. But for now, he lingered in the quiet, savoring the fleeting tranquility of the evernight. In the depths of the 22nd floor, where illusion blurred the line between dream and reality, the stars whispered truths hidden from mortal sight, Laplace waited. He knew better than anyone that the night could not keep its secrets forever. And when the stars align just right, and the Fool returns. Oh! Master, your servant awaits your return. You whose form and existence dwarfs all of creation. At the entrance of the guild, the tension between World's Guards and Terrorblade's entourage was palpable. Neither side made a move, both locked in an uneasy standoff. Weapons remained in hand but not yet drawn, like wolves baring teeth but waiting for the signal to pounce. Terrorblade, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, turned to find World herself standing at the threshold. With fluid precision, he moved forward, accompanied by the cosmic armored knight, the subtle weight of their collective aura bearing down on the scene. Both knelt before her, Terrorblade lowering his head as if in reverence, while Leo and Devilman, the area guardians at his side, followed suit, bowing low to acknowledge her authority. Even with their show of loyalty, the tension hung thick in the air, like the calm before a storm. Saber or Artoria kept her hands on the hilt of her sword, the slightest twitch in her grip betraying her readiness to strike. Beside her, Scathatch gripped her spear, poised to sever heads the moment the need arose. Alice, alert and watchful, stood ready to join the fray at a moment's notice, her eyes flicking between allies and potential enemies. In contrast, Morgan Le Fay and Raiden Shogun remained statuesque, their expressions betraying nothing, merely silent observers radiating confidence, as though the entire matter amused them. Enkidu and Jean Dark flanked World's sides, like twin guardians, ready to unleash their wrath at the slightest provocation. Arcuaid, unbothered by the undercurrent of hostility, strode past the others. She moved with urgency in her steps, though the ever-present smile on her face made it difficult to discern the seriousness of her intent. Without hesitation, she approached World. The others watched with guarded eyes, but Arcuaid paid them no mind. Even Arad's, standing nonchalantly behind the cosmic armored knight, seemed content to watch the proceedings with his usual air of detached amusement. When Arcuaid reached World, her tone was calm, her demeanor relaxed. With a glimmer in her eye, she extended her hand, revealing a locket resting in her palm. "Look what I found on that man, mother," she said, passing the object to World. World's expression remained neutral, but within her mind, recognition struck like a bolt of lightning. A World item. The cosmic eye of Xaxicloth, her thoughts whispered. This item was no ordinary trinket, it was a world item designed for magic casters. Its lore was both extraordinary, it allowed its bearer to cast any spell in existence, regardless of the wielder's race or class, so long as the caster had prior knowledge of the spell. The pieces of the puzzle snapped into place, and a new understanding dawned. This was how they had managed to breach the barrier of the guild, bypassing even the defenses of a world item. The realization left a flicker of surprise on her face, visible only to those sharp enough to notice. Contemplating her next move, she shifted her attention to Terrorblade, who awaited her response with unwavering composure. "You may speak, Terrorblade," World intoned, her voice carrying the weight of unyielding authority. Terrorblade rose slightly, just enough to meet her gaze without breaking protocol, and pledged his loyalty to World and the Supreme Ones once more. His voice was steady, reverent, but the tension that simmered among the Guardians told another story. "May the Scarlet King protect you," he spoke as he continued. "Terrorblade at your service, O the voice of the Supreme Ones." This demon pledges his loyalty to the Supreme Ones. With the Devilman and Leo nodding along with him. Artoria, standing rigid and unforgiving, was the first to speak, her tone sharp and filled with suspicion. "Loyalty is easily claimed, but trust must be earned." Scathatch followed, her voice as cold as winter steel. "Your words are pleasant, Terrorblade, but your actions cast a long shadow. What assurance do we have that you will not betray us again?" Enkidu's green eyes gleamed with quiet intensity, his gaze unwavering. "It's not betrayal we fear, it's the path you choose to walk. One misstep, and you wish to destroy and tear down to root." Even Jeanne d'Arc, who seldom voiced her doubts, spoke with solemnity. "Loyalty without clarity is dangerous. We fight for the Supreme Ones, yet you sought to twist that purpose for twisted reasons." The tension deepened with every word, the distrust among them surfacing like cracks in a fragile wall. Terrorblade, however, remained composed under the weight of their accusations. His eyes, burning with quiet conviction, never left World's. Though his past actions had sown discord, there was no doubt in his heart where his loyalty lay now. World observed the exchange with detached interest, her mind calculating every nuance. Arad's shifted slightly, a subtle grin tugging at the corners of his mouth, sensing the potential for chaos and mischief. Yet even he remained silent, content to see how events would unfold. Amusement flickered briefly across World's face, a rare expression that only Arad's caught. Among the chaos, he was standing close enough to notice the subtle shift, felt a strange mix of satisfaction and concern. He mused silently to herself. It was inevitable that they would doubt him. After all, Terrorblade nearly succeeded in turning us against World in the past. His desperation to find the fool, it consumed him, made him reckless. Terrorblade's actions, though extreme, had resonated with the Guardians in ways they could not deny. Each of them had felt the emptiness gnawing at their hearts after the fool's disappearance. And Terrorblade, with his fierce determination, had only voiced what they all feared, that their purpose without the fool was meaningless. Yet it was Terrorblade's manipulation of the Guardians. And his attempt to defy World that had nearly destroyed everything. His misguided efforts had forced the Guardians to question their loyalty, to wonder whether they served the World and the Root or the fool alone. He walked the line between salvation and destruction, Arad's thought grimly, and now we are left to pick up the pieces. As the tension crackled in the air, a dark cloud appeared coiling, blocking the moonlight from the guild. Drawing everyone's attention to itself, its voice boomed as it spoke, "Enough." Its voice was calm, but the weight of his presence was undeniable. The Guardians fell silent, though the tension between them did not fully dissipate. It continued, sensing the silence. "We are in the presence of the World, the voice of the Supreme Ones. The true creator of the Root. Servant of the Great Fool, the master of the Root and all us Guardians." Though it did hit a nerve for all those present to be told by, from a mere area Guardian. Yet they remained silent. To them, it wasn't a matter of pride or arrogance that called this feeling. It was Watcher's break of protocol, set by the Fool and World. The hierarchy designed by the Fool and World was more important to them than their life. So, when it broke the rule, it infuriated them. Yet they remained calm, knowing it was right. Having silenced them, and getting their attention, the Watcher continued. "May the Fool protect you. My lady, World. You bless this insignificant being by blessing it with your presence." World, surprised by his intervention, nodded at it. Watcher continued after the acknowledgement it received from World. "Lord Laplace has sent me here to pass this message to you. Since he is busy with reinforcing the floor, it pangs his heart that he couldn't make it here himself." World received the scroll from Watcher. Sensing its gaze, she nodded at it. "There is no need to apologize, Watcher. It was I who has tasked all the Guardians to reinforce the guild. Give him my greetings." "It will be done, my lady." With the sound of its gratitude, the dark cloud dispersed, leaving them with regret and anger at both the Laplace demon and the Watcher. They both were outliners and nonchalant. who didn't bother with the structure of the guild and only reported to the Fool and World. Their loyalty running deep, only to the Fool and their creator World. Chapter 48, 48. The Fool. The Root. New World, Overlord verse. World's gaze lingered as the Watcher disappeared into darkness of the night, vanishing from sight. Turning back toward Terrorblade and the children of Yggdrasil, her expression softened, noting the shift in their posture. The tension that had coiled between them was unraveling, an uneasy truce born from the recognition that none here were enemies. They were all driven by the same desperate longing to find the Fool. In their zeal, trust had frayed, and misjudgments had paved the way for conflict. But in the end, they shared a common purpose, united by their devotion to the Supreme Ones. She gave a slow nod, acknowledging their growth. Cosmic Armored Knight, Cosmo, she addressed with quiet authority, take their bodies into the guild. Now that we've uncovered how they breached the Yggdrasil leaf, they are no longer a threat. We'll continue this inside. Cosmo responded with a respectful bow, the metallic gleam of his armor catching the dim light as he set about his task. Turning to Terrorblade, World's gaze sharpened. You, Terrorblade. She paused, her thoughts gathering like storm clouds, studying him and his area guardians. These beings, her most trusted servants, were meant to ease her burden, yet their growing disputes had done the opposite, weighing down her already heavy shoulders. She understood his motivations all too well. If she could have done it, if it had been possible, she might have done the same. She would have burned the root to ashes if it meant the Fool could be summoned. The thought brought a sigh to her lips, laden with weariness and regret. Her eyes, deep with contemplation, landed firmly on Terrorblade once more. Your loyalty to the Fool has never been in doubt, she said, her voice softer now but no less firm. Your dedication to the root, and to me, is equally unquestionable. She exhaled slowly, as though releasing the weight of her unspoken thoughts. I was preoccupied with my own turmoil and failed to see how deeply this conflict had taken root. Her tone grew sharper, cutting to the heart of the matter. The other guardians do not condemn your intentions, Terrorblade. They too are willing to make any sacrifice, even their own existence, to bring the Fool back. I would not hesitate either. Even the act of self-sacrifice is passable to them, had it yielded in his return. Her eyes narrowed as she continued, each word striking like a blade. What they abhor is not your purpose, it is your manipulation of their devotion. You exploited their emotions, made them question their loyalty to me, to the root. You turned their hearts against one another and sowed discord where unity was meant to reign. You defied the will of the Fool. That is why they resent you, Terrorblade. Terrorblade stood silent under the weight of her words, absorbing the full measure of her judgment. He bowed low, humility etched into every movement. It will not happen again, my lady. You have my undying loyalty, as does the root. I understand now, I am but a servant, a pawn in the hands of the Supreme Ones to be used and discarded if necessary. How could a pawn decide on the course of action of the Supreme One, the Fool? He rose gracefully, the tension easing from his frame as if he had cast off the burden of guilt. World observed him carefully, noting the sincerity in his words. When he spoke again, his tone was measured and respectful. My lady, I came here with the intention of offering an apology. I would have done so sooner, but entering Arcadia would have sparked a conflict. I couldn't bring myself to trouble you further. His voice carried a quiet solemnity. When I learned you would be here, I knew it was time. But now, with your leave, I will return to my floor. World nodded, her gaze following him as he stepped back into the guild. His area guardians, Leo and Devilman, bowed low in unison, their silence a mark of respect not only for World but also for the towering presence of the floor guardians and the elite guardians of Arcadia. May the Scarlet King protect you, they murmured in unison before teleporting back to their floor, vanishing from their sight. World turned her attention back to the remaining guardians. Are you satisfied now? She asked, her gaze flicking between Artoria and Scathatch. These two had been more wary of them than the others. The two warriors, though ever watchful, gave short, affirmative nods. The grudges between them and Terrorblade had not vanished, but for now, the weight of confrontation was lifted. Satisfied, World gestured toward Cosmo, who stood ready to carry out her earlier command. Get them inside, she instructed. The entrance hall, in the Grand Temple, the base of the guild, your throne room. Cosmo saluted with precision and moved swiftly to gather the bodies. With a final glance toward the Golem Knights, World gave a curt nod, signaling the end of this encounter. Her mind already drifted to other matters as she turned her attention back to the guild's vast halls, where new challenges, and perhaps, new enemies, awaited to invade. Though the tension had momentarily subsided, the lingering undercurrent of unease was undeniable. Loyalty might have been reaffirmed, but trust remained fractured, slowly healing itself over time. In the root, in the guild, and within the hearts of its guardians, old wounds had begun to scar over, but the scars would remain, a quiet reminder that devotion, no matter how fierce, could easily become the spark that ignites a wildfire. Yet, despite their differences, they would trust and protect each other in front of outside force. The fight had begun for the world, but in the end they all were loyal to the Fool. Inside the grand hall of the Grand Temple of the Root, the base castle, now transformed into a temple, loomed with majesty. Its heart, the throne room, radiated an aura of divine authority. Flanking the room, colossal pillars stood in solemn alignment, forming silent sentinels to the grandeur within. Behind the giant throne lay a tall door that led to a circular hall, vast and echoing, where twin giant doors awaited at the far end, portals to the world of ice, the first floor of the temple. The throne room was where the cosmic armored knight stood guard, ready to meet those reckless enough to trespass on sacred ground. Seated upon the giant throne of the Grand Temple was World, serene yet imposing, a regal figure whose very presence demanded reverence. Her guardians from Arcadia stood flanking the throne, silent, watchful, their presence a testament to the might she commanded. Below, on the steps leading up to the throne, stood Cosmo, the cosmic armored knight, his form gleaming like a celestial artifact. Alongside him, golem knights stood in disciplined rows, their massive figures casting long shadows that stretched across the hall. Each standing perfectly still, a testament to unyielding order. World's gaze drifted across the hall and came to rest on the pile of lifeless bodies sprawled across the cold marble floor. Without a flicker of hesitation, she raised her hand, her voice a silent invocation of the spell. Whitened magic, true resurrection. A shimmering magic circle formed at her fingertips, radiating soft golden light. The intricate runes rotated slowly, casting an ethereal glow that filled the hall with a wave of magical energy. Then, with a soft hum, the circle vanished, completing its purpose. One by one, the intruders stirred, gasping as breath returned to them. There were 13 in total, 4 demi-humans among them, their monstrous features contrasted sharply with the 9 humans. They blinked groggily, slowly adjusting to their new surroundings. The newly resurrected awoke in confusion, eyes darting wildly to absorb their surroundings. Fear seized them as they beheld the towering golem knights, standing like statues of impending doom. The cosmic armored knight stood as a sentinel before them, his presence alone exuding power enough to freeze them where they stood. Terrified murmurs rippled through the group. Some clutched their heads, whispering feverishly to themselves, while others cried out in fear, overwhelmed by the impossibility of death and resurrection. And then their gazes shifted toward the throne. The sight that greeted them was more than they could comprehend. Arrayed beside the throne were otherworldly women, each one radiating beauty that transcended mortal understanding. Yet even they, as dazzling as they were, paled in comparison to the woman seated on the throne, World herself, a vision of ethereal grace and sovereign power. Her mere presence suffocated the room, commanding awe and reverence. The humans and demi-humans stared, mouths agape, some with trembling admiration, others with ill-concealed desire. A few gazes, however, betrayed something more sinister, envy, hatred, and disgust, emotions that foolishly refused to know their position, a representation of the moronic nature of the invaders. World sat in regal stillness, the embodiment of grace and supremacy. The guardians beside her, though ethereal in beauty, paled in comparison to her presence. Her attention shifted to the newly resurrected intruders. Disdain simmered beneath her cool exterior as she noted the contemptuous stares from both humans and demi-humans alike. Their gazes, laced with fear, envy, and something far baser, shifted toward her and the guardians. World let out a soft sigh, half in amusement, half in exasperation, as her eyes flicked toward her guardians. She had been curious to see how the guardians would react to the natives of the new world. Predictably, some of the guardians were amused by the display, a few intrigued by the strangeness of the mortals, while the rest were utterly indifferent, unmoved by anything the resurrected fools could offer. The dance of emotions was as she had anticipated. So, we understand their language, she mused, amusement flickering through her thoughts. How convenient. Once mentioned a fan theory, players or guilds transported to the new world had used a world item, possibly Ouroboros or the 5 elements of overcoming to solve the issues. If the theory holds some truth. She mused silently, resting her chin lightly against her knuckles. Her gaze sharpened as her thoughts drifted. Have other players already arrived in this new world? If so, that would explain how these beings had managed to bridge the gap. Yet another possibility troubled her, the idea that the Dragon Emperor's summoning magic held unexpected properties. Could such a spell not only summon world items but also include a language component? That spell was meant to call forth world items, not solve linguistic puzzles. Could it mean, they are here? She sighed again, her thoughts twisting into uneasy shapes. If players have truly arrived, why have I not sensed them? Yet her mind hesitated. I have scoured this land, mapped its hills and valleys with summoned monsters. Yet found no trace of any players. The seas swarm with giant, feral monsters, rendering them impossible to cross. Crossing or leaving the planet could alert the Dragon Emperor. Even if we attempted a deeper exploration despite the challenges, it might disrupt the canon, which these intruders have already disturbed by entering the guild and dying. A troubled sigh escaped her lips as another thought crept in. Could there be another continent beyond this one? It would explain the absence of powerful presences here, save for the 4 strong dragons and their lesser kin. I assumed the Dragon Emperor was among them, but what if he isn't? Her hand tightened instinctively as unease slithered into her heart. She worried for the safety of the guild, for the unseen threats that lurked beyond the horizon of her knowledge. As her thoughts spiraled, she moved a bit from her position, resting her head in her hand. She felt the smooth texture of the scroll she had placed beside her throne. She blinked, momentarily pulled from her reverie. Ignoring the vulgar, lecherous glances from some of the resurrected, she unfurled the scroll, her eyes scanning its contents with a sharp focus. She let her eyes drift over the words inscribed upon it, her expression turning cold and analytical as she read. She read without pause until the final word was committed to memory. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the scroll vanished into her inventory. So, he has detected a massive surge of mana across the sea, or perhaps the ocean, she thought grimly. World's grip on the situation tightened, her eyes narrowing with silent resolve. She ignored the mortal's stares, whether born of admiration, fear, or loathing. They were beneath her concern, their emotions irrelevant in the face of the greater threat that loomed beyond the horizon. A storm is brewing, she thought, her mind already racing toward the decisions she would need to make. We still lack a complete map of this world, and it seems I must prepare for the unknown. The golem knights and the cosmic armored knight stood still, silent as statues. Their imposing forms exuded an aura of quiet menace, freezing the newly resurrected invaders where they stood, locking them in fear. The very sight of these towering guardians, unwavering and indifferent, was enough to drive most of the intruders into mute submission. While World, the enigmatic figure upon the throne, remained absorbed in thought, processing the information she had received from Laplace, the invaders gradually collected themselves. They rose shakily to their feet, fear etched into their expressions as they exchanged nervous glances. Their eyes gravitated to World and the guardians of Arcadia who flanked her throne, a mix of trepidation and disbelief clouding their faces. Most of the mortals were still paralyzed with dread, overwhelmed by their surroundings. This alien hall, adorned with majestic pillars and shimmering ornaments, seemed less like a structure made by mortal hands and more like a temple of divine beings. At the end of the hall stood a colossal throne, and surrounding it were ranks of stone giants, the golem knights, guardians of the sacred sanctum. In the minds of the invaders, they had stumbled upon the realm of gods. World, seated serenely upon the great throne, seemed to embody a deity of supreme authority, a divine being, her attendants flanking her like celestial beings in service to their queen. The golems, silent and unyielding, appeared as the guards of the divine castle. It was a miracle to the intruders that they were still breathing. After all, they remembered vividly how they had been slaughtered by lifeless statues mere moments ago. Their return to life could only be the doing of the woman seated upon the throne. Yet, not all shared in the reverent fear. Among them were fools, a male demi-human and his human thralls, deluded by misplaced arrogance. The relationship between the invaders was clear. The humans were nothing more than slaves, they were subjugated to their masters, the demi-humans. Ever since setting a step into the guild, all relations of master and servant had blurred. They were equal under the gaze of the guild. This demi-human led his entourage forward, swollen with false confidence. With a sneering smirk and a murmur of incoherent arrogance, they approached the throne as if they were entitled to it. The grand hall's overwhelming grandeur had subdued most of the group, rendering them frozen. But not these fools. Drunk on hubris, they believed they were chosen, marked by destiny. In their delusion, they assumed their god, the brightness dragon lord, had granted them this castle and its guardians to reign over. Their twisted logic convinced them that the silence of World and her guardians was tacit approval of their rise to power. As the demi-human and his thralls neared the throne, vile words dripped from their mouths, obscene, presumptuous declarations claiming dominion over the hall and even over World herself. Their ignorance was astounding, their impudence dangerous. The guardians, who had until now maintained stoic silence for they had wished not to disturb their master World, stirred. Their attention snapped toward the intruders, drawn by the crassness and lewd remarks that spilled from the moron's lips. Cosmo, the cosmic armored knight, moved as well, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. Fury surged through the guardians, like smoldering embers suddenly ignited into flames. Yet, just as weapons were halfway drawn, the action ceased, halted by a sudden surprising sight. The lead demi-human, emboldened by the pause, smirked and reached toward the woman upon the throne, his fingers twitching with the audacity to claim what could never belong to him. Then, darkness. A shadow fell over the demi-human's vision, swallowing him whole. His world shifted, and when clarity returned, he found himself standing amidst endless dunes, the desert stretching infinitely in all directions. Sandstorms raged at the horizon, a distant rumble echoing across the barren expanse. Confused, he turned in frantic circles, searching for the opulent hall, the guardians, and the throne, but all he saw was sand. The companions who had stood by his side were nowhere to be found. As his panic grew, his gaze landed upon a figure, a colossal man with a skeletal face, standing atop a distant dune. The man held a massive sword, its blade resting gently against the sand as if waiting patiently for its purpose. The moment the idiot's eyes locked onto the figure, a violent sandstorm erupted, blinding him with a swirl of grit and dust. For an instant, all was chaos, wind howled in his ears, and the sting of sand scratched against his skin. When the storm subsided, the skeletal warrior stood within arm's reach, his hollow eyes burning with a cold, blue flame. Before the demi-human could scream or flee, the giant sword swung. It cleaved the air in a single, fluid motion, a swift and merciless execution. To the Guardians, the sight was like a fleeting storm, a blur of action so fast it was imperceptible. They saw a blue hue, flickering like a lightning bolt, and then it was over. The heads of the insolent intruders tumbled to the ground, their bodies crumpling lifelessly beside them. Yet, no blood marred the carpet leading to the throne, an eerie cleanliness that only deepened the unsettling atmosphere. Standing among the headless corpses was an old man, bowing deeply before the throne. His presence was as subtle as a whisper, yet the silent King Hassan, the guardian of Arcadia and the leader of the Assassin League of the Root, radiated an aura of overwhelming finality. Though his form appeared frail to the eyes of the New World's denizens, the brutal efficiency of his actions served as a grim reminder. His strength was absolute, and there were lines that none dared cross. The remaining invaders, those fortunate enough to survive, shivered at the sight of their slain companions. Fear drove them to their knees, and in desperate mimicry of King Hassan, they bowed before the woman seated on the throne. Their earlier delusions had evaporated like mist in sunlight, replaced by the cold, sharp realization of their folly. With a sigh, World, having noticed the carnage only after it had occurred, gestured toward the Golem Knights. "Take care of the bodies," she murmured, her voice carrying the weight of inevitability. With a subtle nod, she acknowledged the silent guard. King Hassan rose from his bow, meeting World's gaze with solemn respect. His voice, deep and resonant, broke the silence. "May the Lord Moors guard your path." His words lingered in the air like a whispered benediction, carrying with them the promise of unseen shadows and the inevitability of death. With a final glance toward the guardians of Arcadia and the cosmic armored knight, King Hassan gave a brief nod, then vanished into the shadows, as if he had never been there at all. His prowess an illusion, a cosmetic item coupled with his lore. He had shown prowess, unlike any monster from Yggdrasil. The invaders remained frozen in their prostrate forms, the weight of their mistake suffocating them. And so, in the presence of gods, true and merciless, they learned a simple truth: there are lines that mortals must never cross. Present time. The Root, Overlord verse. World wandered the halls of Arcadia, her thoughts heavy with contemplation. Each step echoed softly, a rhythmic reminder of the labyrinthine puzzles unraveling in her mind. So, the players who've arrived on Dragon Hour have already used a world item to bypass the language barrier. That much is certain. Tier magic isn't practiced by the New World's inhabitants, at least, not yet. Dragon God's memories confirm this. There's no trace of any other guild or players on this continent. Perhaps the narrative hasn't diverged much from the light novel. Her expression darkened with thought. The 8 Greed Kings were the ones who introduced tier magic to the New World, according to the light novel. They are yet to arrive to this world, there may still be time before it spreads. Her steps slowed. She paused beneath the glimmer of enchanted chandeliers casting shifting light across the ancient walls. But if the Dragon Hour continent existed in the novel, then why do things feel off? The Platinum Dragon Lord, supposedly the son of the Dragon Emperor, lived there. Why would he stray to this small island? And yet, she frowned, the memories I pulled from the Blazing Sun Dragon God show that the Platinum Dragon Lord doesn't exist, not yet. If that's the case, the absence of both players and dragon gods from Dragon Hour to this continent after the 8 Greed Kings might be connected to his future presence. Did they avoid this land to steer clear of the wrath of the Dragon Emperor? Her lips curled in a skeptical frown. Though the Dragon Emperor is indifferent to most things, even slaying his own brother, it's still a possibility. Maybe they were cautious enough not to attract his anger. A heavy sigh escaped her as the web of possibilities tangled further in her mind. Lost in thought, she soon found herself back within the throne room, where the guardians of Arcadia were already assembled, standing at attention, awaiting her command. Halting at the entrance, World straightened herself. Her next words would brook no argument. "The root will remain sealed until our master, the Fool, returns," she declared, her voice carrying the weight of finality. "No guardian shall leave the premises of the guild, and no outsider will be permitted within its borders." Without giving the guardians a moment to respond, her sharp gaze drifted toward the men in the butler suit standing beside her. "Sebastian," she said, her tone clipped, "what's the status of the humans and demi-humans who entered our guild?" Sebastian bowed deeply, his every movement precise and measured. "My lady, they have returned to their village." Though Sebastian spoke with characteristic politeness, World knew there were details he had purposefully omitted, things she herself had already observed. The New Worlders, bewildered and lost during their time in the guild, had been introduced to truths far beyond their comprehension. By the guardians in charge of them, the intruders had been taught the lore of the Supreme Ones, the divine architects of the root. Most notably, they learned of the Fool, as well as the other avatars that embodied his power. They learned of the supreme gods of the root, namely Bruce's different avatars. with many temples built in the compound of the guild base and in the Arcadia and other floors. It was inevitable. It hadn't taken long for the humans and demi-humans, overwhelmed by miracle after miracle, to abandon their previous beliefs. Awestruck, they became fervent believers of the Fool, worshipping him as the one true deity. Satisfied with Sebastian's report, World offered a curt nod and continued toward the throne, her heels clicking softly on the marble floor. Halfway up the steps, she paused, turning her gaze back toward Sebastian. "Do they need to be eliminated?" he asked, his curiosity carefully masked behind a calm demeanor. World shook her head. "No. That won't be necessary." Her attention shifted to Arad's, one of the more eccentric guardians. "Are all of our guardians accounted for? Have any of them left the guild's premises?" Clearing his throat, Arad's took a moment to survey the room. Then, with a small bow, he replied, "Mother, no. All NPCs are within the guild. None have ventured beyond our borders." His choice of words different, his attempt to stand out from the rest. As if he knew things they didn't. World gave a satisfied nod. "Good. For now, everyone will return to their posts and remain there until instructed otherwise." Her gaze swept across the room, her words weighted with authority. "As of this moment, the guild, the root, is officially under lockdown. 1,000 years later. Safhra Castle, the root. New World, Overlord verse. The halls of Safhra Castle lay silent and untouched, as they had for centuries. 1,000 years had passed without a single visitor setting foot on this floor. Yet, despite the passage of time, everything remained eerily pristine, as if frozen in the very moment it had last been used. The enormous pillars lining the hall stood unblemished, casting long shadows across the fog-draped floor. A grand table, accompanied by 100 intricately carved chairs, stretched endlessly beneath the glowing chandeliers. Thick gray mist coiled lazily around the hall, softening the outline of every footfall. Above, the vaulted ceiling displayed a map of Yggdrasil, carved in exquisite detail. Not a single speck of dust marred its surface, nor did time diminish the grandeur of the hall. It was exactly as Bruce, the Fool, had left it. The oppressive stillness was shattered as space itself ripped apart near the Fool's vacant chair. A swirling vortex emerged, spitting out a young man in a suit. Resting atop his head was a small, fluffy white creature, which blinked sleepily as the portal sealed behind them with a faint hum. The man stood lazily, stretching his arms with a yawn. His sharp gaze drifted lazily across the hall, though there was no urgency in his movements, just the nonchalance of someone returning home after an extended absence. His thoughts, private and unspoken, whispered through his mind. Yet, unknown to him, another soul had been waiting to hear them. Far away in Arcadia, World lay slumped on the steps of the throne, her head resting against the cool stone. She had fallen asleep, worn out from the relentless weight of a millennium's vigil. Then she heard it, his voice. Her eyes snapped open, her breath catching in her throat. The voice she had longed to hear for 1,000 years. The one she had dreamed of, clung to, and prayed for in the silence of eternity. And at last, at long last, she heard it. "I'm home." Her heart stilled for a beat, then pounded with overwhelming emotion. The Fool had returned. Chapter 49. The Overlord of Death. Unknown location. New World, Overlord verse. The King of Darkness, that is, the absolute ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick and the nation of darkness, Ain's old gown. A giant skeletal figure cloaked in exquisite robes sat upon an imposing throne, behind an equally grand table. The being's hollow eyes stared absently toward the door as if lost in ancient musings. Dark, ominous energy radiated from him, a testament to the centuries of arcane wisdom etched within his undead form. It was as if he was not merely a skeleton but an overlord steeped in the mysteries of magic and death itself, he who has overcome the finality of everything but time itself. Silence held the room in a solemn grip until the hollow sound of a doorknob turning broke the quiet. Lord Ains, its mistress Albedo and the elder liches. The skeletal figure stirred, instinct almost prompting him to rise and answer the door himself, a habit from his lifelong past. Stifling the urge, Ains, or Mamanga, as he was once known, sat back, adjusting his posture. In a single practiced motion, he extended his arm with the fluidity honed over countless hours. His voice echoed through the chamber, commanding yet measured. "I see. Let them in." The maid at the door, dutifully bowing to the Supreme One, opened it with reverence. Stepping into the room, she turned towards the skeletal overlord, bowing once more before stepping aside to usher in Albedo, who followed in silent, poised deference. With a final nod to Albedo, the maid exited, closing the door with care, leaving her master alone with his loyal guardian. "Good morning, Lord Ains," Albedo said, bowing with grace as her voice laced through the silence. "Morning, Albedo," Ains replied, his tone calm yet weighty. He noticed the elder liches stationed outside and nodded absently toward the door. "I see you are the first to arrive today." "Yes, Lord Ains," Albedo answered, rising from her bow. preparations have been made to the Supreme One standards. The city's management is proceeding as expected, and I have taken personal responsibility for training the elder liches. They will be ready soon. Ains nodded, reassured. I knew I could rely on you, Albedo. There is no need to overburden yourself. But at his words, Albedo's face fell, her voice trembling as if on the edge of tears. Lord Ains, have I displeased you? Seeing her distress, Ains raised a hand to reassure her. Gently, he stepped closer, placing a skeletal hand on her head, awkward yet sincere. Not at all, Albedo. I am more than satisfied with your dedication. I only mean to remind you not to push yourself too hard. It has been only a week since we assumed control of Irantal. Expecting every task to be accomplished immediately would only hinder your daily activities. Yes, your daily activities and health. Nazarik's strength is my responsibility, and as the leader of Ains Olgaun, I need you well. Albedo's face softened, and she nodded, seeming appeased. Ains, relieved to have calmed her, changed the subject with a question. Have the others gathered in the throne room? Yes, my lord. I came here to escort you. Satisfied, Ains allowed himself a slight flourish, his robe sweeping dramatically as he gestured forward, hoping to inspire the fanatic admiration he cherished in his loyal guardians. In hopes of earning fanatic points from his guardians. Very well, let's proceed. We'll continue this discussion in the throne room. At her signal, the maid opened the door for her lord, and Ains made his way through the dim corridors. As he walked past the manor that once housed Irantal's former mayor, he glanced at the imposing architecture, now a symbol of his rule. His skeletal form cast a long shadow, stretching across the hall as he moved with regal purpose toward his destination. He walked in strides towards the side building. After a brief exchange with Pandora's actor, in which he handed over a copy of the latest report on his newly founded kingdom, Ains opened a dark portal, sparing Albedo a glance as he prepared to step through. Together, they disappeared into the blackness, on their way to the council that awaited in the throne room. Seated upon his throne, Mamanga listened as the frog-faced demon and the succubus listed their reports, nodding along with every remark. They heaped accusations, or what he perceived as accusations, upon him. They spoke of his masterful manipulation techniques, his brilliant orchestration of events, and his godlike ability to pull the strings of mortals as if they were mere puppets. They called him being the one worthy of being called the Supreme One and speculated on his supposed 10,000-year plan. Ains sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of their words as he hoped the meeting was drawing to a close. Yet, as his gaze drifted to Demiurge, he saw the same zealous look in his general's eyes. But there was something more this time, a change in his demeanor, as if he was about to share something he deemed trivial. And Ains knew, from his experiences so far, that trivial, in Demiurge's mind would likely lead to yet another headache for his non-existent brain. Lord Ains, Demiurge addressed him with a tone of reverence, snapping Ains out of his thoughts. Being addressed by Demiurge, Ains heightened his senses, ready to listen to anything this general of his could have interpreted from his flimsy overlord act. Or what absurd tale he could have spun from his actions and words, while giving him all the credit in the end. What is it, Demiurge? Ains responded quickly, not wanting the demon general to steer the conversation in his usual way, which often spiraled into chaotic, far-reaching plans. This time, Ains hoped to divert the topic before it evolved into another complex scheme of world domination. I suppose you wish to speak of it. Ignoring the curious looks of his other guardians, he continued. Perhaps it's something about your happy farm, he added, trying to nudge Demiurge toward a personal interest he could obsess over. With any luck, it'll keep him preoccupied. I remember reading his last report on that happy farm. I only hope he hasn't abandoned it. Having some simple hobby is quite a welcome among the bizarre interests my friends have written for them. Despite the scheming persona of his, is he the only one with a normal hobby in this entire guild? Musing to himself, he let his gaze wander. As his gaze passed over the other guardians assembled before him, Ains silently wished they, too, would find hobbies in this new world that didn't involve grand battles or conquest. Just a little something, fulfilling, harmless even. He ignored his own unresolved emotions that had been simmering just beneath his ruler-like exterior. Demiurge bowed deeply, his eyes alight with admiration. As expected of the Supreme One, our leader and master. Rising, he adjusted his glasses and nodded in self-satisfaction, a gesture that left the other guardians exchanging confused glances. It is. Demiurge. Ains gave a hesitant nod at Demiurge's cryptic statement, but the others, unsure of its meaning, could only look on, puzzled. For Ains, the words triggered a familiar sense of dread, as if he'd unwittingly stumbled into yet another landmine of his guardian's making. While he struggled to maintain his composed facade, Demiurge chuckled softly, caught up in his own reverence for the Supreme One's genius. Meanwhile, Shaltir, Aura, Mare, and Cocytus glanced at each other, visibly puzzled. Even Albedo seemed perplexed. Stepping forward, she turned to Demiurge. Demiurge, could you share this revelation with us as well? Demiurge adjusted his stance, nodding to Albedo. It was exactly as the Supreme One had foreseen. This only heightened the collective confusion in the room, including Ain's own. Shaltir finally voiced the shared question. What is it, Demiurge? Yes, I want to know too, Aura added, and Mare chimed in, me as well. Cositus rumbled in agreement, his deep voice resonating. Demiurge. I, too. Am. Confused. Explain. This. Too. U.S. Demiurge, now facing the Guardians with his back to Ains, unknowingly shielded the skeletal figure from view. From behind Demiurge, faint pulses of green aura flickered around Ains, betraying his own shock and disbelief as he strained to understand what Demiurge was even talking about. Oblivious to Ains' silent turmoil, Demiurge continued, as our master suggested, I was initially concerned, but I'm now reassured. The Supreme One, our leader and the last of the remaining Supreme Beings, was already aware. Otherwise, it could have been a serious hindrance to our plans. The atmosphere grew tense as Albedo's voice cut through, laced with anger. Who would dare present a hindrance to the Supreme One? Her aura flared, a wave of pressure that was matched by the other Guardians, who took Demiurge's words as a call to arms. Ains, feeling cornered by his words, grew even more cautious, his worries temporarily forgotten as he focused on maintaining his regal composure lest he let himself off, worried about this unknown danger that Demiurge spoke of. Letting his Guardians voice their thoughts, he chose to wait, hoping they might unravel the mystery on their own and save him the trouble of venturing yet again into Demiurge's plans. Demiurge raised a hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Turning to Ains with a look of anticipation, he spoke, What do you suggest we do, Lord Ains? Hearing your perspective could allow us to nip this issue in the bud. The rest of the Guardians looked on, curiosity intensifying. They sensed something substantial beneath Demiurge's words, but, like Ains himself, remained in the dark. Ains brought his bony hand to his chin, affecting a look of deep contemplation. What exactly is this supposed issue, he mused internally, hoping to buy himself time as he prepared to respond. Finally, after a deliberate pause, he spoke. Demiurge. Yes, my lord, came the demon's earnest reply, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Ains cleared his throat, at least, he simulated the act, and began, carefully assembling his thoughts as he spoke. Demiurge, I can see that the rest of the Guardians are curious. I think it would be wise to brief them as well. After all, as the floor Guardians of Nazarick, they should be kept informed about matters affecting Nazarick's operations. This will foster better coordination among them. In fact, Ains added, inspiration striking, this could serve as an important learning experience for them, a valuable exercise in handling complex situations firsthand. His gaze drifted forward, and for a moment, he seemed to stare through the throne room walls into some vision of Nazarick's future, a future grander than the Guardians had imagined. To Ains' relief, his words had a profound effect. Some of the simpler-minded Guardians were clearly moved, while Demiurge and Albedo wore expressions of pride and reverence. Demiurge, satisfied with Ains' response, nodded in agreement and turned to address the others. As many of you may know, I've been conducting certain experiments in the Abelian Hills, near the Roble Holy Kingdom. He paused, adjusting his glasses with a thoughtful hand, then continued, his voice taking on a weightier tone. During a scouting operation in the northern reaches of the Abelian Hills, my familiars uncovered a peculiar sight, an ancient ruin concealed behind a debris-filled cave. Upon further inspection, we discovered it was an ancient temple devoted to some false supreme god, a being they call the Fool. He finished with a slight edge to his voice, his disgust and ridicule for this so-called god clear, and cast his gaze over the Guardians, all of whom listened in stunned silence. The temperature in the room froze, silencing the Guardians as Ains turned contemplative, pondering the identity of this so-called supreme god, the Fool. Who dares call themselves the supreme god in Lord Ains' presence? Shaltir spat first, her voice dripping with contempt. Do they have a death wish? Aura nodded in agreement, chiming in, only Lord Ains is worthy of that title. This world is full of idiots who fail to grasp his greatness. You're right, Aura, Albedo interjected quietly, though her aura was anything but calm, radiating a fierce chill. These insects are ignorant of the true supremacy of the supreme beings. Worshipping some worthless creature as their god is the peak of foolishness. They will pay dearly for their offense. Though Ains felt a strong pull of curiosity about the ruin Demiurge had discovered, he held himself back from indulging in questions. The history and treasures that might lie buried beneath intrigued him greatly. Could this ruin somehow connect to the 8 Greed Kings or even the 6 gods of the slain theocracy? But his earlier charade compelled him to silence. Maintaining the persona of an all-knowing supreme being, it's tiring. His thoughts lingered on how this religion might compare to that of the 6 gods or those from Yggdrasil and Earth. Was there some link to Earth similar to 6 gods, perhaps? But his questions went unvoiced. Oblivious to Ains' inner turmoil, Demiurge pressed on. Based on the inscriptions I deciphered with the translation monocle I borrowed from the Mage of the Empire. Demiurge trailed off, retrieving the monocle and offering it to Ains. Ains murmured, accepting the monocle he had loaned to Flutter Paradine. Demiurge continued. From the scriptures, it appears this fake supreme god has taken multiple forms, and his true name is unknown. The murals describe this deity in detail, outlining his 9 avatars, each used to bless his devotees. Yes, they refer to themselves as devotees, not followers as the 6 gods' religion would. It's a complex structure, far more intricate than that of the 6 gods. The murals are rough and faded, with only information of 5 of his forms intact, the rest have crumbled with time. Ains, holding himself back with great difficulty, found himself wishing, almost praying, that one of his guardians would ask Demiurge about these avatars. To his relief, Albedo voiced his unspoken question. Demiurge, could you tell us more about those avatars? Yes. Nodding at her prompt, Demiurge elaborated. One of his avatars is the dragon of destruction and catastrophe, as he's known. The texts describe him as a colossal beast, his mere existence a threat to the world itself. A dragon avatar, and a powerful one at that, Ains thought, musing over the possibility. Could he be a doppelganger with the ability to take on forms? If he has a dragon form, what level would he be? Dragons were the ultimate forbidden race in Yggdrasil, surpassing even the gods. Boss-level dragons were a nightmare for players, especially the world enemies. It was impossible for players to choose dragon racial class. Contemplating the implications, Ains wondered if the so-called supreme god was a player, or perhaps a native of this world. And his second avatar, Demiurge continued, is a demon. Though his name has been scratched away, he is associated with all the evils of the world and... He paused, creating suspense. Sighing at the foolishness of the cult, he continued. World disaster. They also call him the Lord of Chaos. Chapter 50. The damsel in distress. Shock rippled through the room. Isn't that the same class as Lord Ulbert? Mare gasped. Demiurge nodded, answering with a trace of disdain. Yes, it is indeed one of my creator's classes. To grant such a title to a weakling is an insult to the supreme beings. It's an offense that demands 1,000 deaths, but they've taken the sacrilege even further. Ains felt a pang of unease. The title wasn't unfamiliar, and the idea of another player with it arriving in this new world sent his mind racing. A doppelganger shouldn't be able to copy a world-tier class when they transform. So how could this being take that form, assuming he's a single person and this is one of his forms? Unaware of Ains' silent pondering, Demiurge continued. His third known form is that of a human. In this form, he's called the god of magic, supposedly a being capable of wielding every spell in existence. Ains scoffed inwardly, his skeptical nature kicking in. A god of magic, indeed. That title sounds more like a bluff. Their conversations were interrupted by the sound created from Cocytus's weapon clashing against the floor. Cocytus scoffed as he interrupted Demiurge. It's blasphemy for anyone to call themselves the god of magic in Lord Ains' presence. His remark stirred a chorus of agreement among the guardians. Calming them took a moment, but once order was restored, Ains gestured for Demiurge to continue. Demiurge resumed, the fourth known avatar is that of a titan or giant. This one seems particularly offensive to Lord Touchme, as it said that this avatar is known as the world champion and has the strength to lift the world itself. The guardians were more flabbergasted than ever before. Ains tried to gauge the supposed power of this avatar, though he found the claims hard to believe. In all of Yggdrasil, there was Northwest player even close to this level of strength. This supreme god sounds more like a child making grandiose claims or a bad actor fooling people with tales of his own supposed power. As for world champion part, there were indeed 2 giants with world champion class. Could he be one of them? While also being the rest of the stuff he spoke of. And who in their right mind would call themselves the fool? His silent question went unanswered as Demiurge continued, the last known avatar is referred to as the ruler of death, the Overlord, and the very embodiment of death itself. This final title seemed to push the guardians to the edge, prompting Ains to rise from his throne to calm them. If he hadn't, most of them would have likely marched out, calling for the head of this mysterious god's cult, a cult which, for all they knew, might have perished 1,000 years ago. Demiurge, Ains said at last, a note of curiosity hidden in his tone, could you elaborate on the true name of this being, so they might better understand the matter? In truth, it was his own curiosity gnawing at him, but he couldn't afford to voice it. To Ains' surprise, Demiurge bowed, a sly smile curling his lips. I suspected you might have caught on to this, my lord. All evidence so far does indeed suggest that this being hails from Yggdrasil. But there's one detail that has even me baffled. The other guardians watched, sharing Ains' astonishment. If even Demiurge was perplexed, this mystery must be a substantial one. Demiurge continued, there is no description of his true name. Based on my research, none of his followers have even seen his true form. They only claim to have visited his realm, which they describe as lying in another dimension containing multiple worlds. He has servants, somewhat similar apostles or angels, living in this realm. To the people of this world, it would seem like another dimension with each floor representing different worlds, much like our great tomb of Nazarick. And Shaltir questioned impatiently. What is there to fear about this, Demiurge? If he has a guild base, we'll destroy it for daring to insult the supreme beings. Albedo added her agreement. Anyone who would sully the names of the supreme beings deserves 1,000 deaths. Ain sighed at their resolve. But his mind kept returning to the idea of this supposed guild, wondering if he might know this player or guild from Yggdrasil. Was it a famous guild back then? Was this supreme god bluffing, or did he somehow really possess such power? Could this be the work of a doppelganger? But doppelgangers can't inherit world-tier classes. Is he simply bluffing? Or could each avatar be an NPC in his guild? But even then, how could they possess such rare classes? Plus the players can't take Dragon Race. Lost in thought, Ains leaned back, waiting to unravel this mystery layer by layer. After sharing all he had uncovered, Demiurge turned to Ains with an air of finality. This true name is a concept with many layers. According to the texts found in the ruins, only a select few were entrusted with the supreme being's true name. In their devotion, this cult worships a giant eye as the fool, a part of the so-called fool. It is said to manifest when the true name of their god is spoken. To them, this manifestation is proof of his omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence. Ains was taken aback by the notion. There had been no such item or skill or ability in Yggdrasil. If it had existed, surely it would have been a world item, though one of dubious usefulness in Yggdrasil. There exists no skill like this as far as my knowledge extends, he mused. Could this individual be a player wielding a unique world item? Lost in thought, Ains fast-forwarded through the details Demiurge had shared. Such an item would have been a cheat, a nightmare for developers to develop and balance. Its implications are far more dangerous here, in this new world. Living in fear of even uttering his true name. Or perhaps, could the FO actually be his name? Demiurge, how could you? Ains' gaze swept over the hall, landing on each guardian. Notably, each present held a world item, a subtle reminder of Demiurge's meticulous planning. Ains was silently struck by the lengths Demiurge had gone to protect Nazarick. What happened to those summoned demons, Demiurge? Ains finally asked. I disposed of them, my lord. I couldn't risk any possibility of them linking Nazarick to this unknown guild, Demiurge replied, his tone unwavering. Satisfied, Ains grew silent once more, considering the serious implications of what Demiurge had uncovered. With a nod of permission from Ains, Demiurge resumed. This cult existed in peace for some time, but eventually drew the attention of the dragon lords, which caused their downfall. If it wasn't a sham by some greedy men, and if it existed, the chances of it to have survived to this day is slim but not impossible. Their god, if he existed, turned a blind eye, leaving his followers to govern themselves. So, they lived undisturbed until the daemon emerged, one who would become their leader and, as it's claimed, the prophet of the fool. A prophecy? Shaltir questioned, her curiosity piqued. Yes, Demiurge replied, directing his response toward her. Though I believe it to be nothing more than the ramblings of an opportunist, a man who found his way into power by exploiting their beliefs. These lines from the prophecy were all we could recover from the ruins. A hushed silence fell over the room as Demiurge continued. The Supreme One, the God, the Creator, and Destroyer of the root of everything, he who has fallen into slumber will one day open his eyes and cleanse this world, reshaping it in the image of his own desire. When the world reaches the depths of its darkest era, when death and evil from the outside threaten to consume his sheep, he shall awaken, and his gaze alone shall purge the blasphemers. The world shall be engulfed in his divine form, bathing everything in his hue. Demiurge paused after relaying the prophecy, giving his words time to settle. Ains and the Guardians absorbed the foreboding message, each contemplating its meaning. Ains pondered how such a prophecy might have won over the hearts of these people, imagining the influence of this so-called prophet. He must have been quite the actor and orator, or perhaps a true prophet. But what does this death and evil from the outside signify? Could it mean us, the players? Were these people somehow aware of players? If so, why hadn't the supreme god made his presence known in history? Aside from this ruin, he seems to have no trace in this world. It's as if he doesn't exist and is just a dream shared by some madman. There were countless questions but no answers, leaving Ains and the Guardians of Nazarick at an impasse. With the final piece of Demiurge's report relayed, the meeting came to an end, each member of Nazarick departing with their thoughts weighed down by the mystery. Safhra Castle. The Root, New World. Overlord verse. Bruce stroked the soft fur of the small, white creature resting in his hands and sighed. Let's leave you with him for a while, he said, his words drifting softly to no one in particular. And with that, he teleported. Floor 26, Astral Plane/Magical Realm. The Root. Materializing in a recreation of the astral plane from LOTM, Bruce appeared in the grand ruins of a vast castle. His footsteps echoed softly as he strolled down the lengthy hall lined with towering pillars on either side. Ahead, a grand staircase led upward. Climbing the stairs, Bruce glanced up at the starry night sky or the very space above, his thoughts wandering. I'll be meeting with World after this. It's better if Tower isn't present then, even if we can communicate telepathically. There's a lot to discuss and talk about. Leaving him out would be for the better. Finally reaching the summit, he crossed the open floor where massive pillars stood at each corner. There, a colossal creature awaited him, drawing a warm smile to his face. With anticipation, he spoke. Arceus, it's been too long. I trust you've been well. The great being rose in response, bowing low before its master and the ruler of the root. I am well, my lord. Your presence brings me great joy. Had you called for me, I would have come myself. With giant plates revolving at its back. Bruce waved off the offer. No need, Arceus. Besides, I suppose it's been ages since I last visited you. It may feel like forever, but a year or two shouldn't affect you much, should it? Surprised by his master's nonchalant response, Arceus could only nod, fully aware that Bruce, epitome of all existence, regarded even 1,000 years as a fleeting moment. Enough of the small talk, Bruce said, extending his hand to reveal the small, white creature. I'd like you to look after this little fellow. Arceus peered closely, sensing the creature's latent power. Though not overtly destructive, it still emanated a quiet lethality. Impressed by what he saw, Arceus bowed to the fool, accepting the charge entrusted to him. Bruce teleported back to the castle's entrance, gazing at the fortress looming in the distance. As he approached, the floor guardians, small, floating entities or Pokémon known as unknowns, emerged from the gray fog enshrouding the castle. They hovered around him, singing a soft, entrancing melody, and swirling in circles that momentarily obscured his vision. Bruce chuckled, reaching out to pet a few of them before addressing the group. I'm happy to see you all, too. Has she arrived yet? The unknowns hummed and nodded in unison. With a sigh, Bruce instructed them, I'll come to visit you later. For now, could you stay in the null void for a while? There's something I need to discuss with her. The creatures hummed their understanding, and Bruce produced a remote from his inventory, opening a portal to the null void. The unknowns drifted through it, and once the last one had passed, he closed the portal and continued toward the castle. Inside, the castle remained as he remembered it, a vast chamber dominated by a massive table lined with 49 chairs on each side, with 2 additional seats at either end. It was an image seared into his mind from countless visits, and not unlike what he'd seen upon returning from the Nasuverse. Now, however, one thing had changed, a woman in a white dress was slouched over the head of the table, asleep. Bruce couldn't help but notice the peculiarity of her position. She had chosen his place at the table. He sighed and walked toward her. The familiar ache of homesickness from being stranded in a foreign universe washed over him, overpowering any fleeting feeling of betrayal. After all, it wasn't truly betrayal, not when her decisions had prioritized his interests, whether he'd asked for it or not. There was also the small comfort of knowing that should World ever truly turn on him, the ROB would have reset her. Seeing her peacefully asleep reminded him that she had stayed loyal. I guess it wasn't a betrayal, he mused. I understand her in a way. I had no deep attachment to Destroyer, though what was her in-game name again? It's odd that I remember her real name, Akane, but not her character's name. As he approached, Bruce thought of the companions he'd left behind in the Nasuverse and back in Yggdrasil. His feelings toward them had softened with time, those who once seemed like mere background characters had grown faintly nostalgic in his memory. While many of them had faded from his memories. Domitor was one such example. His journey had changed him. Perhaps World acted as she did because she could only access my memories, not my perspective on them. She can recall what happened but not what I thought or felt, so it's easy to imagine her making a mistake. A smile tugged at his lips as he approached the chair where World rested. After all the battles I've fought and the supposed life and death struggles I endured in the Nasuverse, I can't help but look back on my old life in Yggdrasil and laugh a bit. Time has changed my perspective. I suppose, in the end, it's true what they say, time heals all wounds and reveals new facets to old memories. I can't help but laugh, remembering those days. And as he looked at her there, his smile widened. Funny, even endearing, how life in Yggdrasil has left its mark on me. And how my perspective has changed. Thinking of her actions back then, I guess it's funny or even cute for the matter. Completing his inner monologue, Bruce took his time walking up to World, savoring the moment and letting memories of the past drift over him like a familiar breeze. When he reached her, he gently nudged her awake. She had fallen asleep, or perhaps fainted, after entering the Safhra castle, while Bruce had been off visiting Arceus to drop off tower. Upon Bruce's arrival in the Overlord verse, his connection with World had been restored, though he knew that only ROB held the power to sever or mend that link. Along with the connection, his memories of the Nasuverse had also started flowing into World. She had laid her head on the table to process the information, analyzing his memories with care. As he nudged her, World's eyes fluttered open, and she stretched languidly, reaching an arm up as she awoke. Relaxing back into her chair, she stretched comfortably, speaking as if to the air around her. Finally, after 1,000 years. Bruce chuckled at her theatrics, finding it funny in a way only he could. In response, he climbed up onto the table, seating himself cross-legged, propping his elbow on his lap and resting his chin on his palm. He turned to her with a grin, playing along. "Wow, that's a long time," he mused. Feigning a hurt expression, she replied, "You're certainly laid back, for someone who up and disappeared on us. 1,000 years with no word. Cruel, don't you think?" Her tone turned playful as she added, "So, how was your journey?" "Pretty dull, actually." "And is that question really necessary? You have my memories, don't you?" He gave her a lazy stare, clearly amused. "So, how long has it been? And what did I miss?" Feigning the same hurt expression, World sighed dramatically. "Trust issues much, don't you? But yes, to be precise, it's been 1,001 years since we arrived in this new world." Her response startled him, and she stood up, stepping behind the chair, resting her head on its back. Her eyes held his as she continued, "Though you didn't miss much. We ended up being teleported into the past, actually. Only a week ago, Ains finally conquered Irantal." She straightened her hair, combing through it, speaking with a sly smile. "Though I must say, you seem to enjoy the journey, meeting all those girls must have been fun, It was new territory for him. In neither his past nor present life had he ever grown close to anyone who could be described as of opposite gender or a female to be precise. Despite the occasional crush, he had always deemed relationships a hassle and pain. So, chatting with World in this way felt different. Although they'd had countless conversations when he was still Bruce Wayne, this time it hit him in a way he hadn't anticipated. She ticked every box in his taste when it came to looks, and their synergy had reached its peak long ago. As if her body was designed with his preferences. Talking with World felt natural, but he knew he had to keep himself in check lest he broke out laughing at her antics. Trying to maintain the flow, he replied, "Still, 1,000 years is a long time. I can understand Arceus's reaction a bit better now when I offhandedly said 1,000 years was like a year or two to me. So, how did you pass the time, anyway?" With a slightly bored expression, as if swallowing something bitter, she said, "Well, with the guild in lockdown, there wasn't much to do. I already know everything in the library, after all. So, I just kept replaying your memories on a loop, from your past life all the way to the end of the Yggdrasil game, when you were Bruce Wayne." She paused, giving him a sideways glance. "Though you still haven't answered my question. How was it, being the knight in shining armor for all those girls?" Bruce couldn't contain his laughter, and World joined in, both caught up in the shared moment. Standing up, he theatrically pulled a dark, ominous sword from seemingly nowhere, its blade radiating a negative energy. Striking a dramatic pose, he turned to her with a smirk. "More like the tentacle eldritch god in shining armor or a suit," he declared, dropping back into his seat. World pulled herself up onto the chair, letting her long dress fall around her in an elegant sweep. With a playful look, she said, "My, how reliable. And yet, to leave this weak, delicate damsel in distress for 1,000 years while you cavorted about with other girls." She watched him from the corner of her eye, clearly enjoying his reactions and the expressions flitting across his face. Turning to face him, she continued, her voice softening. "After watching your memories, all those movies, shows, books, there was even a moment when I wished I had a gallant knight to protect me." A small laugh escaped her as she tried to stifle it, then she laid her head down on his thigh, resting her head comfortably on his knee. Bruce felt the weight of the 1,000 years since her arrival settle around him. Time really does change people, he mused to himself. And 1,000 years is no small thing. He had to admit he was getting caught up in her rhythm, perhaps overlooking the enormity of time that had passed. Even missing 3 seasons of Overlord canon. With a smile, he said with a hint of detachment, "I don't think you're quite the weak or delicate damsel in distress you play. That role seems better suited for your enemies. And besides, that draconic aura of yours isn't exactly subtle." Gently running his fingers through her hair, he continued as she tilted her head to look at him, "I'm guessing you fused your avatar with the World Devourer, didn't you? I think that makes you my gallant knight now." She giggled, nodding at his guess. "My dear Overlord of Mysteries, the great fool, aren't you underestimating yourself quite a bit?" "Maybe," he replied, nonchalantly. She sighed at his lackluster response and rose from her seat, smoothing her hair. Adjusting a few strands, she said, "Still, didn't you bring me anything from your journey? Surely you had enough time to think of a gift, no?" Sighing at her playful insistence, he said tiredly, "An assistant like you really is one of a kind. I can't tell if I'm lucky or cursed. But what exactly would I have gotten you from the Nasuverse?" Eyes twinkling, she leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Oh, perhaps that locket you keep so carefully sealed." Curiosity piqued, he settled more comfortably as he asked, why would that abomination of an item even catch your interest? The risk hardly seems worth its beauty. Sighing at his obliviousness, she extended her hand with an expectant look. Reluctantly, but with a smile, he placed the small box containing the locket in her open palm. Taking out the locket, she turned away from him. You won't put it on me yourself? It's quite the challenge with all this hair, she teased. And why would you risk wearing it? Isn't it bound to your soul? There's a pact between you and it. And besides, I'm immortal, I'll go when you go, I won't die before you, nor after you, my gallant knight. Laughing softly at her response, he fastened the locket around her neck. She raised her hand and cast a spell with a gentle grace. Greater creation item, mirror. Admiring her reflection, she twirled around in delight, admiring the look of the locket, a small, pleased giggle escaping her. Stepping down from the table, Bruce extended his arm to her. Shall we, my delicate damsel in distress? Call all the guardians first thing tomorrow. You choose the location. Linking arms with him, she smiled and replied, I'll handle it. So, what now? Bruce grinned. I'll rest. Maybe goof around a bit. Let's forget about the Overlord verse, the guild, and just enjoy today. Doing whatever we fancy. She chuckled. An interesting idea. Let's go. Chapter 51. Summoning the Guardians. Bruce savored every bite of his meal, eyes drifting upward to the sky. He was seated on the grand balcony of a restaurant constructed like an opulent palace, its splendor surpassing anything found in the New World. Each tile of the palace could easily buy a town, perhaps even a city, in the New World. Enjoying himself, humming as he listened to the music being played. Under the starry sky, with melody of every note of the piano and the violin being played by his NPCs, Bruce enjoyed his food, gazing at the sky of the floor Arcadia. Despite knowing it being just illusion and fake. It still is beautiful, the night sky that is. When gaze turned to his companion enjoying the food and the great view with him, he smiled. It is great, isn't it, World? Yes, World replied, a playful glint in her eyes. Although I had to humor you back there. Otherwise, you'd be scrambling to adjust to the time that passed during your absence. You must have been lost, trying to piece together your memories back there. Bruce's smile faltered slightly, and he sighed, though his tone remained light. You know, 1,000 years is a lot to process. But even I was surprised by it. Your playful antics held my focus, making me forget everything else, forcing me to be fully present. If I hadn't, I'd have fallen into whatever elaborate scheme you had planned for me. World giggled softly as she took another bite, savoring the food. It was a first for her. I'm not entirely certain, but I think I've changed a bit, she admitted, her tone holding a hint of uncertainty. Bruce's laughter resonated warmly as he responded, changed a bit. That's putting it mildly. For a moment, I almost didn't recognize you. A subtle smile curved World's lips. Intrigued by her sudden shift, Bruce's curiosity deepened. World, enjoying his reactions, sighed as her expression grew serious as she spoke, causing him to brace himself for what was coming. He had noticed her growing wariness ever since he returned from the Nasuverse, the way she remained vigilant of the new world beyond their walls, even with all the power they wielded. The changes in me, she began, her eyes reflecting the starry sky, can be explained by something that happened after we first arrived in this world. She paused, studying Bruce's reaction. His posture was tense, prepared for whatever revelation might come. She relished the moment, enjoying how attentively he hung on her every word. Over the past years, there have been many, or perhaps only a few, instances, she continued after a beat. Bruce remained still, fork and spoon frozen midair as he waited for her to elaborate. There were some who expressed their interest in me. Some even dared to propose marriage. Bruce's hands trembled slightly before he resumed the motion, taking another bite, fluently, with no visible reaction from him. After swallowing, he set down his fork and spoon and let out a sigh, speaking to no one in particular. This world of Overlord is truly filled with morons. To court death is a habit they can't seem to shake. World's smile widened at his unconventional response. This time, she continued, recounting events of everything that took place since they were transported to the new world. As Saber stood guard a long distance from the Grand Hotel in Arcadia, curiously watching the Great Fool and World eating. And so were the other guardians of the Arcadia. They were perhaps experiencing happiness, more so than ever since they had been summoned to this unknown world. To gaze upon the profile of the Supreme One, after eternity, it was a joyous occasion for them. Despite their immortality, they were torn, left to despair from their longing for the Supreme One. Saber stood silently keeping watch, more so for herself, to sate the void, that the Supreme One had left, when he had so suddenly vanished on them. Though there were some theories floating around, trying to answer the mystery of his disappearance before World solved it for them. One particular hypothesis had been that the Supreme One had sacrificed himself to save the root from the doom of the Yggdrasil. This rumor had caused her pain and suffering, unlike anything she had experienced before. Even being ripped apart, cell, by Dormammu, when she had been not so conscious of her action, and had invaded his floor. Hoping to make him reconsider his decision of joining Terrorblade in his rebellion against World. Though sealed in his floor, his prowess are unmatched in his domain. Fearful of his army of mindless ones joining the rebellion. Though they aren't fearsome by themselves, it's the boost they get from Dormammu throughout the guild, be it any floor. That worried the Guardians of the Arcadia. Another being who also scared the Guardians of Arcadia was Chthon and Ghost Rider. Though unlike Dormammu, Chthon was a strong being, who wasn't restricted by the domain or floor. Whose prowess matched by only a few in the guild. Saber being the strongest child of Yggdrasil NPC and was also crowned as strongest guardian of the floor Arcadia, though she had yet to fight a couple of Guardians of Arcadia to test their strength, but being duty-bound they refused to entertain these line of thought. They raised their weapon for the great fool and fool only. As she stood lost in her thoughts, isekai'd Brunstud sneaked upon her. Sensing the not-so-silent or discreet approach of her colleague, Saber questioned her, her gaze still refusing to leave the sight of the fool. "What do you want, isekai'd?" Enjoying the sight of Saber's undivided attention on the Supreme One, isekai'd Brunstud questioned her, something that had been even bugging Saber herself. Causing her to pry off her eyes unwilling, as she turned to isekai'd, an expression helplessness writ in her face. "I am not sure of it myself, isekai'd. Similar to your situation, I have also been unable to hear the words being spoken by the Supreme One and Mother." "True. True. So, it's not just me and others. Even the leader of the Guardians of the Arcadia has not been able to hear any of it." Speaking to no one in particular, isekai'd kept repeating the part where even Saber failed to hear them and kept nodding to herself as she moved back, forgetting Saber's presence altogether. While Saber stood frozen, not quite sure of what expression she should make. Whether to chase her or leave her. Sighing at herself, she turned her attention back to the dinner of the Supreme One and World, to only notice them to have left. Shocked at the sight, Saber cursed isekai'd as she rushed to the hotel to get their location. Bruce walked alone through the lush, enchanted fields outside the city that stood within Arcadia, a masterpiece of nature conjured by magic, indistinguishable from the reality outside the guild. Devouring the blazing sun dragon god might have been the catalyst for world's change, he pondered, tracing a thoughtful hand along the bark of a colossal tree that crowned a small hill. The texture was rough, yet alive with energy. He shook his head at his surprise. "Who am I kidding? Everything here thrives on magic. Mana-infused trees should be the least of my worries." Stepping out from the cool shade of the tree, Bruce's gaze was drawn once more to the magnificent moon hanging in the artificial sky. "It's remarkable. Knowing it's an illusion doesn't diminish its allure or make it less of the beauty it is. The ability to command the cycle of day and night within the guild is an amazing ability. Though I could do the same in the new world with a spell like Wish Upon a Star," he mused. Turning to the distant city, he marveled at the contrast. The bustling city of Arcadia, illuminated with magical lights, a stark difference from the quiet, shadowed hill where he stood, bathed only in moonlight. Lowering himself onto the cool grass, Bruce closed his eyes and let the memories wash over him. Thoughts of his previous life, to his life on Earth of Overlordverse to Nasuverse, and the stories World had shared swirled in his mind. The breeze whispered through the trees, a gentle, soothing lullaby that eased the tension in his chest. Contemplating the information of the new world, she shared with him. And so, he lay there in silence, caught between reflection and the present, savoring the tranquility of the night, a fleeting moment of peace amid the endless whirlwind of power, duty, and memory. Opening his eyes after what felt like an eternity, Bruce blinked, disoriented. Though he couldn't be certain of how long he had drifted off, the subtle warmth of the sun on his skin hinted at the passage of time. As his vision adjusted, he found himself staring up into the deep, familiar eyes of World. She sat beneath the sheltering branches of the great tree, his head nestled comfortably on her lap. The realization startled him. When had she arrived? And how had he not sensed her presence? "When did you come?" he wondered aloud, his voice tinged with a blend of curiosity and surprise. Doubt crept on him, wondering how he could have missed, of how she closed up on him. World's fingers wove gently through his hair, the touch both soothing and deliberate. She tilted her head slightly, a playful glint in her eyes as she answered, "Not long after you fell asleep. It seems even you need rest, after all." Her expression softened, a smile forming as she added, "It must have been quite the nap. To think, you finally let yourself sleep after 2 years, 1 month, 6 days, 13 hours, 18 minutes, and 21 seconds. A faint smile crept onto Bruce's face as her precise count settled between them. He could almost feel the weight of time in her voice. "I didn't think you were keeping track so closely," he said, his tone half amused, half reproachful. The hint of weariness lingered in his eyes, a testament to the long, sleepless nights spent in an unfamiliar world. World's hand paused for a moment, her gaze turning distant. "I would have never imagined you sacrificing sleep. But being stranded in an unknown verse, alone with no one to trust, must have drained you." The words hung in the air, a blend of empathy and sorrow lacing her voice. Quite so, he admitted, his eyes closing briefly. The silence that followed was companionable, filled with an understanding that transcended words. The first light of dawn cast its glow upon her face, highlighting her serene expression. World's eyes shimmered with an unspoken warmth as she looked down at him. Still, she continued, a gentle smile playing at her lips, I'm glad you're here, and that you finally allowed yourself this moment. Bruce's heart stirred at the sight, at the soft glow of sunlight framing her features, at the calm that had settled over them. Yes, he murmured, the word carrying a quiet sense of peace, as if echoing the tranquility of the morning itself. And with that, for the first time in what felt like ages, he let himself simply be. Bruce turned to World as he woke up, standing and stretching to shake off the remnants of sleep. So, the locket hasn't been affecting you in any negative way possible. World remained seated beneath the tree, her gaze steady as she watched him. No, I'm immune to such things, she said, her voice calm but thoughtful. Which is why I'm still trying to understand how absorbing the memories of that dragon god has changed me so much. Bruce, unfazed by her scrutiny, continued his light stretches, trying to clear the haze in his mind. Despite his level 100 status and the countless boons he possessed, which rendered such physical exertion unnecessary, he found the routine oddly grounding. His body was an unparalleled vessel, stronger and more perfect than anything he had ever imagined in his past life. How long was I out? He asked, finally turning his attention back to her. Not too long, she said, as if to reassure him. Just a month. Her tone was so nonchalant that it almost made him feel foolish for worrying. A brief look of surprise flickered across Bruce's face before he let out a resigned sigh. The initial shock of realizing he had slept for an entire month settled into acceptance. His gaze softened as he caught sight of the subtle joy in World's expression, and he felt a strange sense of peace. Come to think of it, he mused, World did wait 1,000 years for me. A month must feel like nothing to her. Making a big deal of this month might lead to undermining her 1,000-year wait. He let out another sigh, this time more at himself than at anything else. Well, at least this rest might finally make up for nearly 2 years of sleep I had been deprived of. So, what's the time outside? Bruce asked, the question lingering in the air as he adjusted to his surroundings. World's eyes sparkled with quiet amusement. It's nighttime. Though it's been a month outside, Arcadia has remained under the serene shroud of night during that time. I adjusted it so that it would still be night till you woke up. Bruce nodded, understanding. So that's why it's day here while it's night outside. He glanced at her, noticing the playful glint in her eyes. He couldn't help but smile as a thought crossed his mind, a truly considerate assistant. Yet, as he followed that line of thought, his expression shifted, and his eyes snapped up toward the sun. What about Tower? Is he still with Arceus? Yes, World assured him. You don't need to worry about him. He's been happy, enjoying his time on the 26th floor of our guild. She rose gracefully and moved to stand beside him, her gaze drawn to the city of Arcadia in the distance. Good. And what about the meeting with the Guardians? Did you postpone it? Bruce asked, his voice regaining a serious edge. World's eyes met his, a soft smile playing on her lips. You mentioned that the meeting would be tomorrow. Well, Arcadia's tomorrow is now. The Guardians don't follow the day and night cycle of the New World. To them, tomorrow of the root has just arrived. So, they'll be here in a few hours. Bruce pulled out a pocket watch from the inner pocket of his coat, its polished surface gleaming under the morning light. After checking the time, he closed it with a snap and looked at her. World's eyes softening at the sight of the locket. What will they think of this prolonged night? They might say, perhaps it's because the Supreme One has returned. This should have been the longest night in the root. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm. World giggled, the sound light and carefree. Oh, they might indeed. But they'd probably make it more dramatic. Something like, the moon clung to the sky, unwilling to relinquish its vigil, as though in devotion to the Supreme One, to serve you. The sun, resigned, accepted its fate, hoping only that its light reflected off the moon would grace your presence. Bruce's face remained impassive, though a slight twitch at the corner of his lips betrayed him. He suppressed a sigh, part amusement, part resignation, at her whimsical imagination. He hoped the Guardians wouldn't reach such fanciful conclusions. Yet, despite himself, he felt a twinge of warmth at her earnest compliments and their seamless connection. World's light-hearted nature was a comfort, even if at times, it left him exasperated. The way she could manage to sync with his personality, it was a first for Bruce. Or how she always managed to vibe with him. Enough with the jokes, Bruce said, his tone shifting to one of seriousness, his expression unreadable. World nodded, though the mirth in her eyes lingered, her expression shifting from one of having difficulty to hold back her laughter to that of seriousness, though her playfulness sparked in her eyes. All right, serious mode activated. I promise. Having Bruce nod at her dramatic actions, World walked up to him, locking her hands with his. She pulled him towards the city of Arcadia, continuing her talk from before. Though you say that, there are still some floors in the route who have no concept of the day and night cycle or have the eternal day or eternal night mode. So, it shouldn't matter much. And to ease your concerns, the guardians of the route, they would never raise any objection to any of your demands. Even if the said demand asks of them to sacrifice themselves. Chapter 52. The Power of Friendship. Standing tall in the grandeur of Arcadia's throne room, Bruce surveyed the opulent space with an air of satisfaction. The seamless transfer of his and World's meticulous design from the game to the new world impressed him. Not a single detail seemed diminished, and the craftsmanship radiated the same regal authority as before. Turning toward World, who stood a few steps below him, Bruce voiced a thought that had been lingering for some time. So, World, do you think this setting is enough to gather all the floor guardians? As for the area guardians, bringing them along might make this more complicated than it is, a parade of NPCs without proper focus on any single floor. I'd prefer to keep this meeting short. I just returned from the Nasuverse and haven't even stepped outside since I have come. If things continue at this pace, Ains will finish his Volume 16 story arc before we have sorted out our guild matters. He paused, sighing as his thoughts tumbled out, one after another, with little cohesion. I do want to explore this new world. But now, with these extra dragon gods in play, I'm not even sure how far my canon knowledge will help. Exhaling deeply, Bruce ascended the steps to the throne. Reaching the top, he turned to gaze at the stage below, his eyes falling on World. She stood poised, her expression a blend of satisfaction and something bordering on quiet contentment. Bruce returned her smile and sat on the throne, his gaze drifting to the flags of his various avatars, proudly displayed around the room. World, content with the sight of her master seated on the throne once again, approached with the grace of royalty. Standing beside him, she picked up their conversation. Yes, I can see how that could bore you quickly. Do you remember how the NPCs formed their own factions during the lockdown I enforced? They were so restless that they even contemplated rebelling against me to search for you. Bruce chuckled, recalling their dinner conversation from last month. Ah yes, you mentioned that. They actually had planned to rebel. Against you. To find me. Indeed, World replied, her smile widening. Amused, Bruce's tone turned playful. Having grew bored of his life after Yggdrasil, and with the last month spent sleeping. He cherished for something fun. He not so provocatively spoke. Doesn't that mean they love me more than you? Enough to consider a rebellion, no less. That must mean for them, I'm clearly the greater one, benevolent, intelligent, wise, calm, and, gauging her reaction to his every word, he spoke, more attractive than you, he spoke, the last bit, a lot faster. I still haven't forgotten the chess match and the one where you pulled one on me against Joker. Moreover, they were created to be wise and intelligent, weren't they? So, their judgment should hold more true, after all you did create them. Didn't you, my dear World? Her smile didn't waver. True, I did create them. An impressive memory, I must say, S. Still haven't forgotten about Joker. Seeing him nod at her statement, she continued. As for you statement, taking a pause, she continued, without bothering to look at his expression. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Why don't we settle it with a game of chess? Feigning a cough, Bruce quickly nodded. That's a good idea, but later. We have matters to address first. Anyway, what do you think about letting each guardian bring 2 assistants, like Octogram from the time I got reincarnated as a slime? It could streamline the meeting and avoid unnecessary chaos that would be caused by a large crowd. World smirked at his suggestion. A fine idea, great supreme one, eternal benevolent fool. Bruce sighed, offering her a strained smile. Quite the lengthy introduction. But let's stop with the jokes for now and focus. Very well, though I must say, you are returning to your old self more now. The cooperate slave version of yourself, as you called it. World said, bowing slightly, her eyes glinting with mischief. I am not sure. I just dreamt of my past life. Might have been affecting me, even without me being aware of it. Possibly. So. By your command, great fool. So, shall we continue? Yes. Seeing him agree to her suggestion, World walked around the throne, placing a finger on her chin, drawing an expression of wonder. She continued. By my understanding of your character. You are probably wondering about the location. Well, that's what we were discussing before, my dear World. Right, the wise fool. So, what do you have in mind? Bruce nodded, his expression thoughtful. The throne room here in Arcadia would not match the type of meeting I wish to conduct. Truthfully speaking, what we are doing here is quite similar to what Ains did, so why not have the meeting in Aincrad? World considered this for a moment. An intriguing idea, but what we're doing is far more complex than what Ains did. His meeting was merely to assess the current situation and secure loyalty. It was a simple briefing to bring everyone up to speed and strategize. Bruce agreed with a nod, prompting her to continue. For us, this meeting is crucial for damage control. We need to calm the Guardians, reassure them, and set clear expectations moving forward. Your presence alone will be a stabilizing force, Great Supreme Fool. Moreover, we need a more serious environment, and with factions, some won't feel comfortable in Aincrad. Though to meet you, they wouldn't hesitate to take over Aincrad or dance on your whims. In the end, they wouldn't oppose your idea, but it won't do. After all, you do need to break these factions, at least the remnants of it. The Colosseum is off the table, then, Bruce concluded. Yes, World affirmed. And you wouldn't want to start another war among the Guardians by choosing the Safhra castle, would you? Bruce raised an eyebrow. I hadn't even mentioned it. Knowing you, it might have been your next option. Playing the fool is your forte, after all. You should know that they would fight for the seat closest to you. Bruce chuckled. Fair enough. So, the throne room it is. But won't there be disputes over seating arrangements here? World tilted her head thoughtfully. Not if we organize it properly. The floor guardians will stand in the front, with their assistants and area guardians behind them. A round or rectangular table might cause unnecessary hierarchy issues, but this throne room is spacious enough to accommodate everyone comfortably. Bruce nodded, acknowledging her insight. These subtleties, this balance of power and perception, I'll need to keep them in mind as we move forward, won't I? Indeed, Great Supreme One, World teased with a sly smile. Enough with the titles, World. She giggled, bowing elegantly, the edges of her dress brushing the floor. Straightening, she stepped closer to him, her gaze meeting his. Oh, I haven't forgotten the chess match, my dear Supreme Fool. Let's see if you fare better this time. Throne room. Floor Arcadia. The root. Seated upon the magnificent throne of Arcadia, Bruce cast his gaze over the guardians gathered within the grandiose throne room of the castle. The air was thick with reverence and power, as though the very stones of the castle walls trembled under the collective aura of those present. To the far left stood Ashbourne, the floor guardian of the Shadow Realm, his figure shrouded in an aura of silent dominion. Beside him, his unwavering area guardians, Igris and Bellion, stood in disciplined silence. The guardians had arranged themselves instinctively, from left to right of the Fool, aligned with their respective floors, a reflection of their unspoken understanding and shared purpose. Yet, the order of their positions was symbolic, not indicative of their power. For instance, powerhouses like Cthon, Ghost Rider, Ashbourne, and Dormammu surpassed even some of the upper floor guardians in strength. Ashbourne, sensing his master's gaze upon him, bowed deeply, his voice resonant with authority and reverence. Oh, Great Supreme One, this humble servant of the Supreme Ones, greets you. I, Ashbourne, guardian of the Shadow Realm, bow to your divine presence. Alongside my loyal area guardians, I pledge our eternal fidelity to your supreme self. Igris and Bellion followed his lead, their heads bowed low in silence, embodying unflinching devotion to the Great Fool. Standing beside Ashbourne was Reno, the serene floor guardian of the Spirit Realm. Her area guardians, Toka Yatagami and Kurumi Tokisaki, mirrored her reverence. While Reno's bow was composed and deliberate, exuding grace and loyalty, Kurumi's curiosity flickered. Intrigued by the Great Fool, whom she had only heard of in reverent whispers, she couldn't resist attempting a glance at her enigmatic master. Her boldness betrayed her, their eyes met. Kurumi froze, awestruck, her heart pounding as the Fool's expression softened into a kind smile. The warmth in his gaze startled her, for she had expected reproach, not amusement. Yet her fleeting moment of triumph was swiftly shattered. The room, sensing her indiscretion, erupted with a palpable wave of menace. The collected guardians released a crushing aura of mana, bloodlust, and disapproval, their collective might forcing Kurumi to her knees. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward her, a silent reminder of the consequence of her audacity. Straining against the oppressive force, she struggled to remain upright, her strength faltering. Enough. The single, calm word from the Fool's lips shattered the tension. Instantly, the guardians withdrew their auras, leaving an eerie stillness in the room. Kurumi dared to lift her head, and there before her stood World, the voice of the Supreme One. World extended her hand, a gesture both kind and commanding, silently urging Kurumi to rise. Don't keep me waiting, World said, her voice tinged with playful authority. Be brave. Fear not, they wouldn't dare challenge you now that the Supreme One, Great Fool has returned, and for he is benevolent. He isn't offended by your actions. Her gaze swept across the room, resting briefly on each guardian before returning to Kurumi. Her tone, though light, carried a subtle reprimand, perhaps a jab at the guardians who rebelled or at the Fool himself, by calling him with such grandiose names or for his prolonged absence. For it was he, who decided to build a guild such as this one. With these many floors and NPCs, causing a disturbance in the graph of the ROB and being whisked off to Nasuverse. Kurumi, trembling and unsure, took World's hand. Rising to her feet, she bowed deeply to both the Fool and World, her voice barely above a whisper as she offered her apologies. Her hands and feet, still shaking from the collective murderous gaze and aura of guardians of the root. It's fine. Don't worry, World replied, brushing the incident aside as she returned to her place beside Bruce. As she passed him, she muttered with a smirk, you've built quite the loyal following. And look, I handled it perfectly. You weren't needed down there after all. Bruce sighed, his response curt. Fine. The meeting continued with Reno stepping forward, her bow deeper than before. She first offered a heartfelt apology for Kurumi's behavior, then spoke with quiet determination. I, Reno, the floor guardian of the spirit realm, alongside my area guardians, pledge unwavering loyalty to the great Fool. Ghost Rider followed, his fiery presence imposing yet measured. Bowing low, he declared. I, Ghost Rider, the floor guardian of the death floor, pledge loyalty to the great Fool and World on behalf of my area guardians and myself. Behind him, Beldia and Dracula mirrored his bow, their loyalty underscored by their solemn silence. With his speech, causing a stir among guardians by pledging loyalty to both the Fool and World. Which was followed by the rest of the guardians. Next came Cthon, his voice a low rumble that reverberated through the hall. I, Cthon, the floor guardian of the abyss, pledge my loyalty to the great Fool and World. Behind him, Mephisto and Piccolo stood with stoic resolve, bowing as one. Bruce's thoughts turned momentarily to the monster realm, a floor that lacked a true floor guardian, its leadership entrusted to primal area guardians. Their absence was deliberate, as their raw strength and lack of higher intelligence made them ill-suited for such gatherings. Similarly, the Brood Hive's guardian, Mother, an NPC inspired by Lord of the Mysteries, had also been excluded. Though not sentient, her overwhelming battle prowess often spoke louder than words. With area guardian being a monster. Dormammu was next, his mindless ones flanking him as he knelt. I, Dormammu, the floor guardian of Chaos Sea, swear my allegiance to the great Fool and World. Bruce's gaze shifted to Loki, whose mischievous grin belied his humility as he bowed. I, Loki, the floor guardian of the City of Calamity, greet the Supreme One and pledge my allegiance to the great Fool and World, the All-Mother of the Root. Even Bruce and World exchanged glances at Loki's unusually reverent tone, but they allowed his statement to stand without comment. Finally, Terrorblade stepped forward, his voice tinged with remorse. I apologize for my transgressions, my lord, the great Supreme One, the Fool. And to you, my Lady World, I beg forgiveness. Bruce leaned back, tapping the armrest of his throne in contemplation before responding. Terrorblade, your actions were grave. To rebel against World, my most trusted aide, is an offense not easily forgiven. Terrorblade fell to his knees, his voice desperate. I offer my life in atonement, my lord. Before Bruce could intervene, Terrorblade collapsed, lifeless, as Devilman dragged his body away. Leo stepped forward to take his place, his tone solemn. We, the area guardians of the tenebrous world, pledge our eternal loyalty to the Supreme One. Bruce's expression darkened, his gaze heavy with thought. Though his power could have halted Terrorblade's act, he chose not to intervene, allowing it to serve as a testament to his guardian's loyalty. With a final tap on his armrest, Bruce vanished, reappearing before Devilman and Terrorblade's corpse. Raising his right arm, summoning the Staff of Katatha, the guild weapon of the Root, he struck the floor with a resounding echo. In a flash of light, Terrorblade was resurrected, his expression one of disbelief and gratitude. Falling to his knees once more, he bowed deeply. I am ashamed of my actions. Forgive me, my lord. His resurrection perceived differently by everyone present. While some were happy for him, some were quite displeased for he had been spared with showing displeasure for the level of his punishment. With some of them being nonchalant. Bruce's voice carried a note of finality as he responded. Fine. But let this serve as a warning to you and to all. Betrayal will not be tolerated. Let this moment fade into memory, and return to your duties with the fervor you held in Yggdrasil. The gathered guardians bowed in unison, their loyalty renewed as the throne room returned to its solemn grandeur. As Bruce's gaze fell upon her, Shiroko Terror stepped forward, her piercing eyes meeting the fool's without hesitation. The silence in the throne room deepened as she gracefully knelt before him, her voice unwavering. I, Shiroko Terror, the floor guardian of the river of eternal darkness, pledge my undying loyalty to your greatness, the Supreme One, the Great Fool. Behind her, the spectral figures of Pale Rider and Corpse God mirrored her gesture, their silent devotion radiating through the hall as they bowed alongside her. Following her, Merlin, the embodiment of mystic wisdom, stepped forward. As the floor guardian of Atlantis could not leave his domain, and so was the case for his area guardians. Similarly, for the floor Avalon, its floor guardian hadn't come, Merlin had come on his behalf. Draped in an aura of ancient knowledge, Merlin bowed deeply before the fool, his voice resounding with conviction. I, Merlin, the area guardian of the floor Avalon, swear fealty on behalf of myself and the other area guardians. My lord, the Supreme One, the Great Fool, I also bring the pledge of the White Dragon, Albion, as per your divine instructions. Bruce ordering those giant or titans to meet later. Behind him, Bedivere and Mordred knelt in synchrony, their loyalty unspoken yet palpable. Merlin, however, paused momentarily, bowing briefly to Artoria before taking a knee before the fool, his reverence unwavering. Sinbad then approached, his voice carrying the weight of his storied adventures. Flanked by Imreha and Uraltago Noinuf, he spoke with unwavering resolve. I, Sinbad, the floor guardian of Agartha, pledge my undying loyalty to the Great Fool. Ugwe, the ancient master, followed, bowing with Kai and Esteth, who had come representing Aincrad. Similarly, Irisveil von Einsburn knelt, accompanied by Aurora and Medea, their vows of loyalty resonating in the room like an echo of eternity, representing the Academy City. Tiamat, the primordial mother, lowered herself with an elegance that belied her immense power. Beside her, the enigmatic goddess and the dragon Gilidistides echoed her vow, pledging loyalty on behalf of the divine throne. Truth, accompanied by Romani Archaman and Leonardo da Vinci, stepped forward, the trio representing the floor of Babylon. Their voices blended in harmony as they declared their fealty, their words brimming with unshakable devotion. The Laplace demon, ever watchful, stood by the throne's side. His gaze swept over the assembled guardians as they pledged their loyalty, his silence a testament to his role as the eternal observer of the root and the floor guardian of the Key of Light. At last, Bruce's attention shifted to the guardians of Floor Arcadia. Though the children of Yggdrasil, those created with the power of the world item, stood in full attendance, their demeanor subdued, some other guardians remained silent yet firm at the foot of the throne. Artoria Pendragon, Scathach, Arcuade Brunstud, Alice, Jean d'Arc, Morgan Le Fay, Raiden Shogun, and Arads knelt in unison, their silent pledge resonating as deeply as spoken words. Sebastian Michaelis and King Hassan, embodiments of discipline and death, completed the set, bowing simultaneously. Their gestures exuded an unyielding devotion that stirred the hearts of all present. Acknowledging their oaths, Bruce nodded solemnly. I am pleased to see you all in good health and spirit. Your loyalty was never in doubt, but this gathering was a way for me to meet each of you personally. Tears welled in the eyes of the guardians, their devotion validated by his words. Continuing, Bruce's voice took on a measured gravity. I trust you are all aware of our current situation. As I believe World has already informed you, the reason for my late return. And I believe you are aware of the situation of the Yggdrasil and the root. The guardians nodded in silent agreement, their resolve evident. His speech continuing, discussing their situation. When he turned silent, contemplative. Bruce's gaze softened as he addressed them with a touch of humor. During the lockdown, you must have found yourselves bored, I imagine. His query drew reluctant nods, the guardians unwilling to admit even a shred of dissatisfaction in his presence. Seizing the moment, Bruce announced an idea conceived in haste yet laden with purpose. After hearing about the faction problem among the guardians of the root, he had been struck with an idea, an impulsive decision. To break the factions. Before we explore the new world, I just heard of this among the conversation between maids yesterday. Well, last month to be precise, but to them, it is yesterday after all. I am not even sure of what I am doing. But going with the flow, after I hit the dead end with the topics, I could touch upon here. Seeing world enjoying this show, laughing now and then, quite enjoying my misery. And here I am now. There's a titles among guardians of the root, based on strength. Guardians labeled as the strongest guardian in a floor or throughout the guild. So, as per world's suggestion, I have thought of letting you all be set free with no restrictions. To hold a competition to declare among the guardians who is the mightiest in the root, based on strength and the one who is the wisest among all. So, it's a competition, a test of strength, wisdom, and skill. Titles have long circulated among you, such as the mightiest guardian or the wisest guardian. Let us make those titles official. His words sparked a murmur of excitement, subdued by their respect for his presence. The one crowned the mightiest guardian shall receive a wish, granted by me. Followed by the chorus joy of guardians, each wishing to get a wish from the Supreme One, if not wish, just to be in his presence, was all they asked. That was a mistake, wasn't it? Bruce murmured, his tone tinged with self-reproach. Bruce stood on the grand balcony of Arcadia's castle, gazing out at the sprawling majesty of his domain. The sun bathed the city in gold, its splendor a testament to the glory of the root. Behind him, World stood, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation. World stepped forward, her voice carrying a playful edge. Yes, a grave one. What kind of ruler pits their loyal army against itself? Even with the certainty of resurrection, it risks undermining their camaraderie. Raising the banner of competition among temporary workers for more productivity is one thing, but these guardians are unwaveringly loyal. Their devotion is born of love for you, not ambition. They don't need to be motivated by titles or rewards, they live to serve you, to protect each other, and to uphold the ideals you embody. There is no real need to spur them into action, to pit them against each other, rather than making them care and look out for each other. They do everything, all for you, to satisfy you, where you are everything to them. So, there is no need for this increased productivity session. Bruce sighed, turning to her. I see your point, and I admit my mistake. Please, handle this, my dear World. World smirked, her tone softening. It won't be a mistake if you play your cards right. Frame it not as a competition, but as a grand training session, a demonstration of their skills, their strength, and to watch their lore come to life. Let it be an opportunity to observe their lore and their strengths. Moreover, she continued, her gaze thoughtful as she turned to face the horizon, this could serve as a stage to foster unity. Let them display their might not for personal gain but to inspire one another. By the end of it, they will stand not as rivals, but as comrades who have grown stronger together, their bonds deepened by shared trials. Taking a pause, before she continued. Something along the lines of, power of friendship. It will not divide them, but fortify them for the challenges that lie ahead. Though for that, you will be needing a speech, a strong one, to instill this thought in them and to make them work towards it. And, she added with a sly smile, it will remind them all why they follow you. Bruce sighed, at his own mishap. Not sure of what was going through his head at the time. Did he only wish to watch some fight, or did he wish to assess their power levels, just for precaution's sakes? To see his project and work. To take a look at the living weapons of destruction he had created. Chapter 53. The Clash of Divine Constructs. Aincrad. The Root. The New World. What do you think Saber's chances are against Chthon, Dormammu, Terrorblade, or Ghost Rider? Bruce's voice, calm yet curious, cut through the stillness of the luxurious VVIP room. Seated comfortably on an ornate throne, he gazed intently at the spectacle unfolding in the Colosseum below. His attention was riveted to the clash of knights on the battlefield, their movements shaking the very ground. Beside him, World reclined gracefully, her demeanor serene. She turned her head slightly at his query, a sigh escaping her lips before she answered. That's a complex question. Against Terrorblade, Saber has a fair chance, but when it comes to Ghost Rider or Chthon, the battle would likely end in a draw. Intrigued by her assessment, Bruce shifted his gaze to her, his curiosity unrelenting. And Dormammu? World met his enthusiasm with a knowing smile, her tone measured. If the fight takes place on his floor, he wins without question. However, outside his domain, Saber would likely emerge victorious. Bruce leaned back. Interesting dynamics. Tell me, World, don't you think our lower floor bosses are surprising stronger than some of the upper floor ones? Where would you place Albion, Ashbourne, or Tiamat in this power spectrum? World tilted her head slightly, considering his query. They are formidable among the NPCs, certainly, but the ones you've mentioned before, like Dormammu or Ghost Rider, are stronger. Saber's edge against these demons lies in the world item you gifted her with, her being created from a world item and her special class. Dormammu is undeniably powerful, but his strength is bound to his floor. We crafted his abilities without introducing external mechanics to enhance him, to not change the plot. His invincibility is potent but floor-restricted. Ghost Rider, on the other hand, matches him because of their antithetical abilities, a clash of essence that disrupts Dormammu's dominance. The same logic applies to Tiamat, they're just poor matchups for him. Bruce let out a sigh, his intrigue for his floor guardians' strength and their relations among themselves relenting. Fascinating. The more I learn, the more complex this dynamic relations and power balance becomes, tipping the scale in either side. His gaze wandered back to the arena, where two knights clashed with unrelenting fervor. Their swords collided with earth-shattering force, each blow causing tremors that reverberated throughout the Colosseum. A pillar of flames erupted, engulfing Agravain, the area guardian of Avalon, in a dazzling inferno. It's a bit bland, don't you think, World? Bruce asked, turning to her. His posture relaxed, though his voice carried a tinge of dissatisfaction. How so? She replied, her tone curious yet reserved. He exhaled, leaning further into his throne. Watching two men fight, even in a fantasy world, starts to lose its charm after a while. I mean, sure, seeing battles like these, the kind we mortals from Earth only dreamed of, is thrilling. But honestly, it's starting to feel monotonous. He raised his hands in mock surrender at the glance World shot him. Guilty as charged. I used to watch fights like these back on Earth. But here it's boring. World smirked slightly, her gaze shifting back to the Colosseum. Humans are like that, I suppose, always craving more, never content with what they have. And though you've transcended your humanity, it seems your old habits persist. Your meeting with ROB may have altered your form, but you have yet to shred off your greed that has carried over from your human days. Bruce chuckled softly, her insight cutting to the heart of his musings. Quite the observation, World. But enough of this philosophical banter, I'm getting bored. World turned to him, her smirk deepening. You're so easily dissatisfied. What is it you want, S? Another spectacle. Perhaps something more elaborate than swords and flames. Bruce stretched, his posture casual yet deliberate. Nothing, I guess. I really have nothing here that could cure my boredom. It's just Ains and the Dragon Emperor on the stage. I can't wait to enter the stage myself. His gaze focused on the skeleton being, a being whose skull was set on fire. The skeleton man sat spectating the fights in another balcony, a lot lower than the one Bruce was placed. Seated on his throne, the skeleton man watched the fights. A sigh escaped Bruce's lips as he wondered, I wonder what would have happened if the fight had broken out. Aincrad. The root. The new world. That was good. Bruce's voice carried an undertone of satisfaction as he leaned comfortably on his throne, though the sparkle in his eyes betrayed his true delight. Below, the Colosseum roared in a storm of anticipation as Saber struck the final blow, forcing Tiamat to her knees. At the same time, Ghost Rider's hellfire consumed Ashbourne in a spectacular defeat. It seems that my boredom was temporary, he murmured, his gaze never leaving the battlefield. World, seated elegantly beside him, nodded in agreement. I suppose. Now we have our two finalists. With Dormammu, Cthon, and Terrorblade barred from participating due to their prior misconduct, this might not reflect a true measure of power. Still, it serves its purpose. True, Bruce acknowledged, his expression thoughtful. But without such restrictions, they would have learned nothing, and more importantly, the other Guardians would have been left dissatisfied. Exactly. World's agreement was resolute, yet her eyes flickered toward the rubble below, a grim testament to the destructive clash between Ghost Rider and Ashbourne. A section of the Colosseum lay in shambles, a stark reminder of the power these warriors wielded. Bruce's gaze followed hers, landing briefly on Oogway. The turtle's serene smile seemed to reflect a silent conversation with destiny itself. Nearby, the area guardians of Aincrad wore thinly veiled expressions of displeasure, their discipline tested by the chaos. Fine, Bruce declared with a wave of his hand. Let's have the final match take place in the Null Void. It should provide an environment that can withstand their strength. World nodded in silent agreement and rose from her seat, walking toward the balcony railing. The guardians below immediately stilled, their collective attention focused entirely on her. Each held their breath, their anticipation a palpable force in the air. The memory of Saber's duel with Tiamat still lingered in their minds, a battle of unparalleled ferocity, blending raw power and magical prowess. It had surpassed even the legendary clash between isekai'd and Enkidu. Yet the destruction wrought by Ghost Rider's fiery wrath and Ashbourne's shadowy dominion had left an indelible mark. This tournament was no mere spectacle, it was a testament to their strength and spirit. World cleared her throat delicately, her voice commanding reverence. Ahem. At once, the Guardians straightened, their respect for the voice of the Supreme Ones evident in their posture. First, she began, her tone warm yet authoritative, allow me to extend my congratulations to Ghost Rider and Artoria Pendragon for making it to the finals. She paused, watching as both finalists bowed deeply in her direction, and to the fool seated behind her. A smile graced her lips as she continued. And to everyone who participated, you have my gratitude. Do not let these results dishearten you. Each of you has your own unique strengths and weaknesses, gifts bestowed upon you by the Supreme One. If you were all the same, devoid of individuality, what meaning would your existence hold? Remember, your purpose is to serve the fool in different capacities, mastering distinct crafts and excelling in your own ways. From my conversations with him, I can assure you, he is proud of each and every one of you. The Guardians exchanged smiles of quiet satisfaction, their hearts swelling with pride. While many had yearned for the chance to claim the fool's blessing, the knowledge that their efforts had pleased him was more than enough to quell their disappointment. Bruce's gaze lingered on World as she spoke, her eloquence weaving a bond between the Guardians and their creator. Her words carried the weight he himself could not bear to utter, the truth of their origins. How could I tell them I made some of them stronger while others remained weaker? All because of my biases. He mused, his thoughts heavy with regret. He glanced back at his throne, to the shadowy corner behind the curtain. What about you, King Hassan? Bruce's voice broke the silence. Don't you have any interest in this tournament? While Sebastian is busy organizing the event, here you are, standing guard over me. Surely, you know there's no need for such precautions. There's no one in this guild who would wish me harm, nor anyone capable of doing so. Besides, with World here, any threat would be dealt with long before it reached me. Why didn't you participate? From the shadows, an elderly figure emerged, his presence solemn yet unwavering. King Hassan bowed low before the throne. To guard and accompany you is all I desire, my lord. The wish means nothing to me, nor does the tournament. I speak not only for myself but for all the guardians of the root. We exist solely to serve you, to do your bidding. Though he communicated with World through his connection to her, while the guardians and everyone else in the Omniverse who witnessed their talk in the dark. King Hassan was no different than the children of Yggdrasil, like Saber, who remained in the dark for the conversation between the fool and world. Bringing back Bruce from his inner thoughts, King Hassan continued. My only wish is for Lord Moors to continue blessing me. Bruce raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering across his face as King Hassan receded back into the shadows. The old man's words left Bruce pondering. Is this how they all feel? Have they each aligned themselves with one of my avatars? King Hassan mentioned Moors, but what of the others? Is there loyalty to me, or to the fragments of myself I created? And have they really created a religion out of me? Amazement flickered through his face, bringing back memories from when he roamed Arcadia with World before his dinner date with her. The temples established for his different avatars, he hadn't thought much of it back then, but now, it was different. If so, who does World follow? His musings were interrupted by World's voice. She had returned to her seat beside him, her expression serene yet knowing. You, she said simply, her tone filled with quiet conviction. I follow you, my S. A rare smile adorning her face. Null void, the root. Flames erupted violently as the female knight was hurled backward, struggling against the fiery chain wielded by the skeletal demon, Ghost Rider. His hollow sockets gleamed with eerie amusement as he whistled sharply, summoning his flaming steed through a smoldering summoning circle. The air crackled with energy as the ethereal horse burst forth, its fiery mane blazing like a comet. Hearing the beast's haunting neigh, Saber brushed the sweat from her forehead, her breathing labored but unwavering. Her golden eyes narrowed, focusing on the galloping inferno charging toward her. She raised her sword, bracing for the impending impact, when a glint of metal caught her eye, the chain was already upon her. Pivoting swiftly, she parried the chains with her sword, their fiery sparks dancing like wild embers. Yet, her back was left exposed. Seizing the opportunity, a torrent of flame surged toward her in a fiery storm, engulfing her. The heat roared, threatening to consume her completely, but Saber did not falter. Planting her sword into the barren ground of null void, she stood resolute, her body a testament to sheer willpower. Her knees trembled, but she did not fall. Blood trickled down her forehead, staining her once pristine armor as it mingled with the sweat of her efforts. Her resolve was unwavering. With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of her soul, Saber lifted her gaze to the endless void above, as if seeking her master, the fool. Was she apologizing for her perceived weakness, or asking for strength? Her grip tightened around the hilt of her blade, the light in her eyes flickering with newfound determination. As the fiery chain lashed toward her once more, the distance between it and her face narrowed to a hair's breadth. They were upon her, a centimeter from her eyes. Yet, she did not blink. In that instant, a storm of energy erupted from her core, a spiraling draconic aura that surged through the air like a tempest. The chain was deflected, if only for a moment, its trajectory disrupted by the sheer force of her will. Ghost Rider's hollow grin faltered as he watched the darkness envelop her form, twisting and writhing like a living entity. His flames roared in defiance, the intensity of their heat doubling in response to her transformation. Spell, summon meteor strike. A burning rock of colossal size descended from the void above, summoned by Ghost Rider's fiery will. It hurtled toward Saber with devastating speed, its heat rivaling nuclear fusion. But just as it seemed the meteor would crush her, she swung her sword in a wide arc, a black slash of energy carving through the flaming mass. The meteor split in two, the halves crashing harmlessly to the ground around her. Saber stood firm, her sword still raised. The golden brilliance of her blade had been consumed by a suffocating darkness, its divine radiance replaced by an ominous energy that seemed to devour the very air around it. Her armor, once gleaming with divinity, was now as black as the void itself, exuding a menacing aura that sent shivers through even the most stalwart of spectators. Laughter echoed through the null void, a deep, mocking sound that reverberated from Ghost Rider as he gestured with his hands. Chains materialized from the empty air, countless fiery chains writhing and striking towards Saber in unison. Her empty gaze flickered with intensity as the chains approached, each strike of the chains carrying enough power to surpass even the meteor she had cleaved apart. She met them head-on, deflecting blow after blow with precision. The clash of her darkened blade against the fiery chains sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, her vigilance did not waver. Her attention flicked toward the flaming horse, its presence looming like a predator waiting to strike. With each burst of her negative draconic aura, she forced the creature to retreat, its fiery form flickering in hesitation. Even Ghost Rider hesitated, wary of driving his steed into the storm of her power. Resolute, Saber raised her sword high, the tip pointing to the heavens, or what passed for the heavens in this void. Her voice, low yet commanding, called forth a power buried deep within her. The battlefield stilled, the void holding its breath as the atmosphere thickened with tension. In the Colosseum, Bruce leaned forward in his throne, clearly shocked. She isn't, he murmured, his voice laced with worry. Beside him, World's normally composed expression gave way to fleeting surprise. I did not expect this, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Her gaze flickered to the other guardians, whose wide eyes mirrored her astonishment. The children of Yggdrasil stood frozen in awe, watching as Saber's power surged beyond anything they had imagined. This was no ordinary display of strength, this was something otherworldly. Making them aware of the reason why she was their leader. Null Void, the root. Ghost Rider braced himself, his flames roaring ever higher, their heat intensifying with every passing fraction of a second. The inferno spread, consuming the floor of Null Void, drowning it in an all-encompassing blaze. Yet, amidst the chaos, Saber's voice rang out, resolute and commanding. Rangaminiad. Her sword dissolved into particles of light, shimmering before vanishing entirely. The air above the floor split open, reality itself torn apart as a colossal golden spear, wreathed in darkness and chaos, emerged. Rangaminiad, the embodiment of destruction and divinity, pierced through the void like the wrath of an ancient god. A sound like glass shattering echoed across the battlefield, reverberating through the endless expanse. The very barriers of Null Void, the dimensional walls that kept the floor isolated, fractured like a spiderweb, each crack spreading with ominous finality. The guild trembled under the weight of this otherworldly clash. Morgan Le Fay, watching from the shadows of the Colosseum, couldn't suppress her amusement. Her lips curled into a smirk as she observed Saber's might. The Rangaminiad saber wielded far surpassed her own, its power dwarfing anything Morgan could muster. Bruce leaned forward in his throne, his body taut with tension. His hand hovered over the armrest, ready to intervene. Beside him, World mirrored his unease, her normally calm expression betraying a flicker of alarm. As Ghost Rider's flames surged to consume the entire floor, his skeletal form seemed to blaze with renewed fervor. His right arm stretched outward, summoning a weapon forged by the Supreme Ones, a spear radiating malevolent power. The Spear of the Underworld. The dark spear materialized in his grasp, its wicked energy pulsating with raw intensity. With a swift motion, Ghost Rider hurled the weapon at Rangaminiad. The two world items rivaling divine constructs met in a cataclysmic collision, their origins tied to the guild's greatest treasures. Rangaminiad, born from a fusion of Excalibur, the world item and caloric stone, world items, shone with chaotic brilliance. The Spear of the Underworld, crafted from pure caloric stone, stood as its equal, a weapon of unrelenting darkness. The clash of these two weapons sent shockwaves rippling through the Null Void, threatening to tear apart the pocket dimension. The air vibrated with their violent resonance, and the fabric of spacetime cracked under the strain. The guild itself seemed on the brink of collapse, its intricate architecture groaning under the weight of this apocalyptic battle. Bruce and World exchanged glances, their mutual understanding clear. Both prepared to step in, their power the only force capable of averting disaster. But just as Bruce was about to move from his seat, the chaos stilled. Silence fell upon the Null Void, the echoes of destruction fading as if swallowed by an unseen force. All eyes turned upward. The spears, Rangaminiad and the Spear of the Underworld, remained locked in their deadly embrace, suspended midair. Around them, strange glyphs appeared, swirling and glowing with ethereal light. Unknowns. The guardians of the Safhra castle, materialized above the battlefield, their presence suffused with an overwhelming sense of authority. They encircled the spears, their silent movements imposing order upon chaos. The battle ceased. Time itself seemed to halt within the Null Void. Saber and Ghost Rider, their forms frozen mid-strike, were enveloped by translucent barriers created by the unknowns. The barriers shimmered like fragile crystal, containing their destructive power. Rangaminiad and the Spear of the Underworld continued their clash, yet their energies no longer threatened to consume the floor. The unknowns had sealed their might, holding them in a delicate, incomprehensible balance. Within their barriers, Saber and Ghost Rider stirred, the adrenaline of battle dissipating as they surveyed the aftermath of their clash. Their eyes fell upon the cracks that marred the floor of Null Void, each fissure leading to an unknown dimension, its swirling colors and incomprehensible shapes hinting at worlds beyond imagination. Realizing the magnitude of their actions, both fighters lowered their weapons. Their once burning resolve gave way to a shared silence, their rivalry momentarily eclipsed by the enormity of what they had unleashed. While Bruce sighed, remembering the day he came back. I did send them to Null Void, didn't I? Sorry, my little fellas. How could I have forgotten them there? When his gaze moved to World and other guardians who watched him with profound respect for his omniscience. After all, it was only he and World who possessed the ability to open the doors of any floor above Arcadia, and no other guardians possessed them. Even the unknowns did not possess the ability to travel to the Null Void. Though they could travel to other floors, even they couldn't travel to Null Void or the floors above Safhra Castle. Unbeknownst to all present in the Null Void, a strange presence stirred within the fractured fabric of reality. Its countless eyes, scattered across a grotesque body, fixated hungrily on the cracks that marred the dimension. This ancient entity, long imprisoned, began to seep through the fractures, its form swimming fluidly through the rift. The beings within the Null Void, Ghost Rider, Saber, and the enigmatic unknowns, were insignificant to its gaze. In its current state, weakened as they were, they posed no real threat. Perhaps in their prime, they might have annoyed it, delayed it. Now, they were mere obstacles to bypass on its path to the other side of the dimensional tear. It moved with deliberate intent, coiling its body toward freedom. Just as it prepared to break through, every lid on its grotesque form snapped open. Dozens of eyes, reflecting malice and purpose, turned in unison toward a singular figure, a man, clad in an impeccable black suit, who had appeared without warning in the null void. Fear. For the first time since its genesis, the entity felt fear, a visceral, suffocating sensation that gripped its very essence. It was also the first emotion it had felt. Its grotesque form shivered uncontrollably as it beheld the figure. The man exuded an aura unlike anything it had ever encountered. He stood at the center of his domain and realm, connecting to some higher dimension, an area that warped and overwrote the very fabric of reality around him, asserting dominance over the null void. The aura was overwhelming, unrestrained, and absolute. It wasn't just power, it was a force that defied comprehension, a presence that threatened to erase not just its body but its very concept of existence. The entity couldn't gauge his strength, couldn't comprehend the limits of this mysterious man's power. It realized, with growing horror, that this figure was beyond its understanding, beyond even the dais that had once sealed it. The man gave nothing of himself, no expression, no discernible emotion, no acknowledgement of the entity's presence. He was void incarnate, an embodiment of nothingness. It couldn't sense the presence of the man. Neither his strength nor his existence. Just his realm, that overpowered and threatened to overwrite the very reality. Had it not maintained its vision over the space beyond the cracks, it would have failed to notice the presence of the man. The entity's instinct, its very will to survive, screamed at it to flee, its instincts born from the will of its verse. The cracks in the null void, once a gateway to freedom, now seemed trivial compared to the abyssal terror this man represented. Its singular purpose, to escape and wreak havoc, crumbled before the weight of its dread. With a final shudder, it abandoned its efforts, retreating into the farthest reaches from the cracks. Its grotesque form swam swiftly away, driven by a primal fear it could neither understand nor suppress. The cracks would remain untouched, for now. At that very moment, in another corner of the Omniverse, a certain giant red dragon stirred from its slumber. Its massive, scaled head lifted, and a sneeze escaped its mighty maw. The dragon's eyes narrowed as it noticed something peculiar, a small, persistent flame floating unbidden within its domain. Shock flickered across its face. "What fire is this?" it rumbled, its voice reverberating like distant thunder. Curious and irritated, the dragon raised one immense claw, intending to snuff out the strange flame. Yet as its claw made contact, the flame retaliated, searing its tip with a heat that rivaled its own breath. The dragon recoiled in surprise, staring at the now extinguished ember. It muttered, its deep voice laced with both awe and annoyance. This was no ordinary fire. It remembered a certain annoying dragon. The dragon's golden eyes scanned the space, searching for the culprit. "Who dares?" it growled, assuming the annoying dragon had sent the flame as a challenge or to troll it. Yet no other presence could be found. The space remained silent, save for the echo of its own voice. Chapter 54. The Grand Temple of R'lyeh. Null Void. The Root. Bruce stood rooted, his presence a calm amidst the chaos. His gaze lingered on the mesmerizing swirl of myriad colors bleeding through the cracks in the floor of the null void. The jagged fissures, their fractal patterns spreading, hinted at dimensions unknown, threats unseen. His mere presence soothed the guardians, who stood tense and vigilant. The unknowns, noticing him first, swarmed toward Bruce and whirled. Their rhythmic hums and glowing forms revolved around the fool and whirled in a coherent, joyous display. The beings, enigmatic yet loyal, expressed their happiness at Bruce's arrival, easing the tension that had gripped all those present. Despite the temporary solace his presence provided, Bruce's sharp eyes remained on the cracks. They were expanding steadily, their ominous edges consuming the stability of the floor itself. Is this because the null void is a pocket dimension just live every other floor in the root? He pondered, his thoughts racing. It couldn't withstand the sheer magnitude of two world items clashing, no, three. Their flavor texts, the lores I wrote, have manifested far more powerful than I anticipated. How powerful are the other world items and weapons I've created? And error? Did it possess this level of destruction too? Raising his hand, Bruce gestured for calm. The guardians, whose gazes had been riveted to the cracks, obeyed instinctively, though unease lingered in their eyes. With a single snap of his fingers, a soft ripple of magic emanated. His left hand remained in his pocket, fingers curling around the pocket watch. As a shimmering portal materialized before him, his attention shifted. Saber and Ghost Rider stood near the edge, their expressions veiled with regret. Saber. Ghost Rider, Bruce began, his tone even and resonant. It was a magnificent battle. The two warriors bowed deeply, sorrow etched into their features. "We apologize for," they started, but Bruce raised a hand, silencing them. "No apologies are necessary. Quite the contrary, I am pleased. You've demonstrated power and resolve beyond expectation," Bruce said, his voice firm but not unkind. He paused, his eyes drifting momentarily to the ever-expanding cracks. A sigh escaped him before his attention returned to them. As for the outcome, his words hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. This battle has no clear victor. Both of you have excelled beyond measure. Thus, I declare it a tie. Relief softened their features as they bowed once more, accepting his decree. Without another word, they turned and stepped through the portal Bruce had created, vanishing from the null void. Turning back to the unknowns, Bruce conjured another portal. The swirling vortex gleamed, a gateway to the Safhra castle. He gestured toward the floating entities. They hummed melodically, spiraling around Bruce and World in one final display of their joy before disappearing into the shimmering passageway. As the last of them left, Bruce exhaled softly, his moment of solitude interrupted only by the persistent cracks that still marred the floor. The broadcast. He reminded himself, slipping seamlessly into his Supreme One persona. His posture straightened, his gaze hardening into a mask of authority. Meanwhile, within the grand structure of isekai'd, Saber and Ghost Rider returned to their designated areas allotted to their floors, weary but composed. Their minds reflected on the fool's words, the decree of their battle. As they rested, both turned instinctively toward the massive translucent screens hovering above the Colosseum. The broadcast lingered there, displaying the fool and World standing motionless in the null void. The sight of the fool brought them comfort, a reassurance they didn't fully understand but trusted implicitly. After all, they thought in unison, it was World who built the route on the fool's command. Their breath stilled as they waited for the fool to enact a miracle, to do what only he could. Yet their hope faltered as the screens flickered. In a matter of moments, the images dissolved entirely, leaving only empty space behind. A wave of unease rippled through the Guardians who observed from afar. They exchanged anxious glances, understanding the implications. No one, not even the mightiest of them, could enter the null void save for the fool and World. Bruce sighed, weariness etched into his very being. The burdens that piled relentlessly upon his shoulders seemed endless. Turning to World, the one constant in his chaotic existence, the one who always found solutions to his problems, he allowed himself a fleeting moment of relief. She had devoted her entire existence to serving him, a silent but ever-reliable pillar of strength. He cast a glance at her, his thoughts colliding in a whirlwind. Quite the fight, don't you think, World? World nodded, her expression calm yet perceptive. Indeed. They are far stronger than I had anticipated. If their power with those World items is anything to go by, imagine your own potential. You've used World Savior for your final avatar, the World Enemy avatar. With World Savior being the strongest World item in raw power, coupled with your World Enemy status and the influence of Cthulhu's abilities, the devastation you could unleash would be incomprehensible. A faint smile tugged at Bruce's lips as he met her words with a subtle nod. The same could be said about you, World. You, whose avatar was created using Longinus, fused with the World Devourer. Do you remember? In the game, World Devourer could shatter dimensions with nothing more than his presence. His aura alone had shaken Janungagap, and the tremors that followed caused cracks to appear in the void. Those cracks led to visions of the destroyed worlds of Yggdrasil, portals through space and time that allowed us to glimpse the remnants of those worlds. While we couldn't pass through them, they still connected to those ravaged worlds, annihilated by World Devourer himself in the past. He consumed them entirely, leaving nothing behind but traces in the void. World inclined her head in agreement, her voice measured as she responded. True, but Cthulhu is no less formidable. He manipulates reality itself, though only when his health drops below 20%. Let's not forget his lore, the Dimensional Lord. According to his lore, he rules over Ulaya, the lost city that vanished from Midgard, only to reappear in some unknown dimension. Bruce crossed his arms, nodding thoughtfully. Exactly. To find him, we had to travel through that underwater portal in Midgard. If I recall, Cthulhu himself can traverse dimensions with ease. That's true, World replied, her gaze lingering on the cracks that continued to grow. But let's not overlook EA. At full strength, EA might very well destroy this entire floor. Perhaps, Bruce conceded, glancing at her. Then he let out another sigh, the weight of the situation pressing on him once more. World, this is your area of expertise. Fix it. You know I'm useless when it comes to repairs. If you had asked me to destroy the whole thing, I'd have done it without hesitation. Still, knowing that those world items can cause this level of damage, it does lift my spirit somewhat. Knowing well that I won't be weak against Dragon Emperor. Without waiting for a response, Bruce placed a hand on her shoulder. His voice softened, but the edge of exhaustion remained. Just handle it soon. This kind of security breach can't be left unchecked for long. As he turned and walked away, his mind was already drifting toward the promise of sleep, a luxury he hadn't indulged in for far too long. He craved the reprieve, that addictive pull of rest he could feel teasing at the edges of his consciousness. But fate, as always, had other plans. The moment his right foot stepped forward, the ground beneath him fractured with an ominous crack. Before he could react, the jagged fissure widened, dragging him into its gaping void. It all happened in an instant, a fraction of a second. World's voice rang out, panic breaking through her usual composure. Without hesitation, she acted. In the heartbeat before he could vanish entirely, she teleported to him, catching him mid-fall as they both plunged into the abyss together. Experiencing the pull, Bruce turned to World, his gaze questioning. "Don't look at me like that," World said, her voice soft yet firm. "I can't let you embark on another journey for another 1,000 years." Bruce smirked, a glint of defiance dancing in his eyes. With a flourish, he flung his arm forward, the motion theatrical as his voice resonated with power. "I am the fool with dreams. From beginning to end. The one with no destiny. Born of dreams, where my mind is my world. In the name of the fool, I command the threads of fate and time. Let the past and future intertwine, and reality bend to my will. Summon the ancient horrors that lie beneath. Let the abyssal depths rise. And the sunken city of R'lyeh awaken. Behold, the stage of cosmic dread. Where madness reigns supreme." Turning to World, he smirked, his confidence palpable. World, awaiting his conclusion with a serene smile, nodded in his direction. Acknowledging her, he completed his chant with a flourish. "Welcome to the worlds of the dreams of the fool." A grey fog emanated from Bruce, thick and unyielding. It consumed them both, swallowing them whole, and dissolving the strange dimension they had traversed. Standing in the unknown, World gazed around. There was no ground beneath her, no sky above her. She stood atop rippling water that mirrored the boundless void. In the surreal landscape, countless eyes darted through the ether, observing yet unblinking. Her gaze was drawn to the grotesque hands rising from the water, massive, decayed, and laden with talismans and sealing tags. The hands seemed to rot everything they touched, exuding an aura of decay and dread. "So, this is our ride," she muttered, her tone halfway between resignation and amusement. Bruce, smiling at her reaction, nodded. "Yep." With measured steps, he climbed atop one of the colossal hands. From his perch, he looked down at her and nodded again. Before she could react, the monstrous hands surged forward, engulfing her in their grip. Despite her formidable powers, resistance proved futile, or so it seemed. Opening her eyes, World found herself standing before an alien city. Its architecture defied logic, twisting and ancient, a symphony of madness carved into stone. The city's eldritch essence bore an unearthly weight, and its presence was suffocating. "So, this is your reality marble," she murmured, her voice laced with awe. She wandered its warped streets, her steps carrying her closer to the grand temple at the city's heart. Not seeing Bruce anywhere, she ascended into the skies, her movements fluid as she soared toward the temple. Entering the temple grounds, she spotted S lounging on a deck chair. He reclined lazily, sipping a mocktail with an air of nonchalance. "So, World," he drawled, raising his glass slightly, "we're here. But what about the null void?" World sighed at his relaxed demeanor. "There's no need to worry about it. I've activated the auto-repair function of the guild. We had to pay for it with Yggdrasil credits, but I made some adjustments before we were summoned. Now, it's free of cost. Also, it's no longer a guild master exclusive function. I can access and modify everything a guild master can." Bruce nodded approvingly as he sipped his drink. "Fantastic. Now, you can handle all the maintenance and grunt work while I focus on the fun stuff and relaxation. Isn't that right, World?" He smirked, watching for her reaction. She nodded helplessly, a small smile playing on her lips. "That's my assistant for you," he quipped. "People should learn from your work ethic. You're a marvel." Unperturbed, World conjured a table and chair using Create Greater item. Settling into her seat, she summoned a teapot and a cup. With deliberate elegance, she poured herself tea and took a sip. Bruce stared at her, slightly taken aback. "What?" she asked, amusement flickering in her eyes. Shaking off his surprise, he replied, "Nothing. Just noticing how much you've changed. You've grown indulgent." A soft laugh escaped her lips. "Perhaps your work ethic has inspired me. Maybe you should include yourself on the list of people who need to learn a thing or two." Bruce chuckled, leaning back into his chair, mocktail still in hand. "Touché. I'm quite lazy, aren't I? A free spirit. Your existence has allowed me to live comfortably, unlike my past self." World smirked, sipping her tea. "A free spirit who conveniently delegates everything. Quite the arrangement you've carved out for yourself." The air between them was light yet charged with familiarity. The alien city, for all its eerie grandeur, seemed almost homely in their presence. Moreover, as the temple stirred with unseen energy, the air began to ripple. A shadow loomed over the horizon, an omen of what lay ahead. Standing up, sensing the distortion within the temple, Bruce let out a weary sigh. Not this again, he muttered, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken frustrations. I've postponed this long enough. With a resolute gaze, he turned toward World. Let's go, World. Your presence would be appreciated. World giggled at his attempt to exaggerate the danger, her laughter like a gentle chime. Aren't you overthinking this? Despite your strength and brilliance, you always downplay yourself. Or should I say, you hold yourself to impossibly high standards. You judge yourself harsher than anyone else, comparing your strengths to others as if they diminish your worth. Aren't you being a bit too paranoid? Bruce remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. Taking his silence as permission to continue, World's tone softened, her words aimed to soothe. Don't you remember? It was you who wished to embrace chaos, to dive headfirst into the unknown. You didn't just stumble upon this life, you waltzed into it, guided by a single motto, escalates, let's explore the unknown. You wanted to enjoy life, to make this second chance worthwhile. No regrets, no hesitation, just pure experience. You wished for entertainment. He sighed, her carefree attitude clashing with his own careful deliberation. Turning toward her, his gaze grew serious. World, he began, his voice low but firm, I've never backed away from a fight, not even against the dragon progenitor of the Fate verse. I have this suit from the ROB, he paused briefly, collecting his thoughts before continuing. I understand your point. I do. But this isn't about that right now. Yes, I was reckless in my first life, driven by an inner voice screaming louder than reason. FCK it all became my mantra. But this is different. World's skeptical gaze softened his resolve further, and he sighed again, more heavily this time. Fine. I get it. But for now, let's focus on the task at hand. His voice dipped into an almost reluctant murmur, let there be chaos, while he stole a glance at her reaction. Okay, she replied simply, her calm presence a quiet reassurance. Bruce nodded, his steps deliberate as he moved forward. Despite his apparent resolve, her silent companionship steadied him in ways he wouldn't admit. World watched as Bruce walked ahead, his silhouette framed by the temple's foreboding entrance. This was his first time entering the temple. Though she couldn't sense it as he did, she understood his apprehension. As the master of this reality marble, Bruce perceived its layers in ways she never could. Through his memories, she had glimpsed the paranoia the temple invoked in him. She recalled the ominous aura he described, something intangible yet all-encompassing. While her own senses betrayed no such presence, seeing it through his perspective left her unsettled. They continued their exploration. Bruce's voice broke through her reverie as they stepped inside. So. I was gone for 1,000 years. World sighed at his evasive approach to the topic. We've discussed this already. There's no need to blame yourself. Bruce stopped and turned to her, his expression unreadable. I understand your stance. I always knew the time between the Nasuverse and the Overlord verse would differ. A year here might be 1,000 years there, similar to how it was for me. Maybe, it is my presence that's causing it, after all, it is I alone who is the observer. Oh. Well, by the time we return to the Nasuverse, the world as we knew it might not even exist. She nodded. It's possible. We've barely scratched the surface of understanding the Omniverse. Bruce's brow furrowed. I even considered using the time machine, turning the cube, the Omni vehicle into Doraemon's time machine. But no matter how I tried, it didn't work. When I was stuck in the past in the Nasuverse, I attempted to travel back to the future. Instead, it only brought me back to the starting point. Whether it's the nature of the Nasuverse itself or a flaw in the machine, I'm still not sure. World considered his words before speaking. When we fell into that crack, I saw the Overlord verse from a higher plane. Its timeline was unique. Linear, not branching. There's a multiverse though, bound by singularity. Its rules keeping them distant, never allowing them to mingle or affect one another. It's as if they all exist in different verses. Also, time travel isn't just impossible, it's forbidden here. Bruce's eyes lit up with intrigue. So, that crack led us to a higher dimension. And we survived. That's incredible. Could be, World replied, her tone nonchalant. Bruce chuckled at her indifference. So, time works in a straight line here. Like Harry Potter's or Project Almanac, events are predestined. Anything you do in the past or future was always supposed to happen. It's a closed loop, your actions only serve to maintain the timeline. You aren't doing anything new that your future self hasn't already done. Interesting. Their conversation ended abruptly as Bruce reached a massive pair of doors. Standing before the doors, Bruce exhaled deeply. So, here it is, he muttered, steeling himself. With a sudden burst of energy, he pushed the doors open. World, I know I'm a hypocrite and often contradict myself. I play the cool guy when there's a safety net, but as soon as it's gone, I'm left exposed. I didn't react much at the time, but I felt it when the accident happened, the crushing force that squashed my body, though it all disappeared in a second. I'm overly cautious and lazy to boot. That's why my actions often contradict my thoughts and behavior. All my planning goes down the drain when I'm too lazy to follow through. But I suppose I was born with great luck, things just happened to benefit me. Bruce sighed, taking a pause before continuing. I put on a brave front, but my immaturity slips through at times. I act as if I'm better and more mature, all to be accepted and welcomed by society. I overthink, which makes me cautious in many things. But now, equipped with this suit, I've grown quite carefree, to be honest. I like to roleplay, yes, roleplay. I'm saying all this not to you, but to myself. After all, you know everything about me, don't you? Bruce smiled as he turned around, caught in the moment, only to be stopped by the world. I hope you're not thinking of writing this down. It was a great speech, after all. Yet, everything you've said could be true from your perspective. But from a third party's view, some things might differ from what you've said. Knowing everything about you, there's no need to worry about being like everyone else. You're different and unique. There's no need to be jealous of those who become the central figures in group dynamics. No need to worry about getting lost in the crowd. You are different. You are the fool, the one who shall rule the omniverse. Bringing a smile upon his face, he continued his walk ahead. World followed him cautiously but stopped at his gesture. The space beyond revealed an impossibly long spiral staircase descending into darkness. Returning to his normal, or to at least his usual mood, Bruce stared down the endless steps, muttering under his breath. Rob. I'm placing my trust in you again. This suit has served me well, but I hope it continues to hold true. Your #1 fan, at a.victim.of.rob. Are you ready? World's voice broke through his thoughts. Bruce smirked, though his eyes betrayed doubt. Ready as I'll ever be. I just thought you'd be curious about the temple's welcoming aura. That's why I left it alone, all this time. His thoughts betrayed his words, this isn't a game anymore. Dealing with eldritch entities isn't as simple as it was back then. The suit can protect my body, but what about my mind? My psyche? In the end, I'm just a shadow of Cthulhu from a game, no less, a fragment dungeon boss of a game. Dealing with real eldritch entities isn't as simple as those people on the internet made it seem. Are the real eldritch gods censored? Do they need to follow the guidelines? Are they simmered down to follow age guidelines? Do they have their gore and others horror-inducing things stripped off them? Better, are they restricted by the rules set by some three-dimensional mongrel, who so designed them in the game they were made for? Suppressing a shudder, Bruce began his descent, cursing the game developers. His movements were deliberate, almost mechanical. Chapter 55. The Heart of the Omniverse. World watched him go, her eyes twinkling with quiet amusement. He moved with the exaggerated caution of someone stepping into a trap. The normally composed man seemed comically overprepared, a testament to his overcautious nature. The air around the staircase pulsed faintly, as though alive, and a peculiar hum began to fill the silence. Moreover, the temple itself seemed to awaken. As if, welcoming Bruce. Walls once still now thrummed with energy, their surfaces shifting subtly as if responding to Bruce's presence. Faint glyphs glimmered in the dim light, their alien script unreadable yet deeply unsettling. Seeing as Bruce descended the stairs, World's gaze was drawn to another set of giant doors on the opposite side of the staircase. The giant doors had laid shrouded in grey mist, until Bruce descended. Only to allow itself to be gazed at by World. As of welcoming her. A strange pull, she could not explain. The massive doors were shrouded in a thick, grey fog, much like the mist that blanketed the staircase below. The fog permeated the entire temple, obscuring not only the stair's depth but also the true nature of the temple itself. Her curiosity tugging at her, World stepped through the doorway Bruce had left behind, moving past the staircase and deeper into the unknown. While Bruce likely fought his demons below, she felt compelled to explore the secrets behind the shrouded doors. With a gentle push, she opened the enormous doors, their sheer weight sending a low rumble echoing through the temple. The sight that greeted her beyond froze her mid-step, her breath catching in her throat. The Safhra Castle. World's words barely escaped her lips as she gazed at the giant grand hall stretching before her. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Safhra Castle from the root, though something about it felt different. Massive pillars lined the sides of the hall, their presence both majestic and purposeless, as there was no roof to support above them. Instead, the hall seemed to float in a cosmic abyss, suspended in an infinite void of glimmering stars and swirling nebulas. Her gaze was drawn upward, where two stars shone brighter than all others. They radiated an otherworldly brilliance, almost as if they were housed in some higher dimension, their infinite size defying comprehension. The two stars weren't just celestial bodies, it was as if they were presences, forces that seemed to observe rather than be observed. The hall mirrored the meeting place of the Tarot Club from Lord of Mysteries more closely than it did the Safhra castle built in the root. Yet, despite its similarities, she was certain this wasn't the same place. This replica, or whatever it was, held a unique identity. Though she wasn't certain of it, yet she knew, this wasn't the Safhra castle in the Lord of Mysteries verse. Descending the few steps into the hall, World turned back to glance at the doorway she had just entered. The grey fog beyond had thickened, blinding her to anything outside. Even the ground below the hall remained hidden beneath the fog, concealing the bases of the table and chairs. Approaching the enormous table at the center of the hall, her fingers trailed along its surface. The craftsmanship was impeccable, far superior to anything in the root. It bore the unmistakable touch of an omnipotent hand. Could this be the work of Rob? She wondered. The ornate chairs surrounding the table caught her attention. There were 22 in total, 10 on either side and 1 at each end. Each chair was unique, with intricate carvings on their backs representing symbols of the tarot. Her gaze was drawn to the largest chair, which could be mistaken for a throne, at the head of the table, its grandeur unmistakable. The symbol of the Fool was etched onto its back, its design exuding authority and mystery. Circling the table, she examined each chair, taking in the carvings that marked them. When she reached the chair at the opposite end, she paused. It was larger than the others, though not as imposing as the one with the Fool. On its back was the symbol of the world. Leaning against it, a faint smile tugged at her lips. Could this chair be for me? She mused. The thought amused her, and with a casual confidence, she settled into it. The moment she did, the grey fog thickened around her, and a sudden burst of light illuminated the hall. Above her, the symbol of the world projected itself into the starry expanse, blazing brilliantly. Her breath hitched as one of the countless stars above seemed to move. A singular star, shimmering with unparalleled brilliance, fell from the heavens, streaking across the nebula-filled void like a shooting star. Now, only one star remained brighter than the rest, its radiance commanding attention. World's gaze remained fixed on the celestial display, her thoughts racing. Does this star represent me? She wondered, her mind searching for answers. If so, does the other giant star belong to S? And perhaps, the rest represent the entirety of life within the Overlord verse? Or could it be more than that? Could these stars symbolize the lives of the Omniverse itself? If this is Rob's work, it's only fitting to hold it in the highest regard. Her thoughts were interrupted as the fog around her thickened again, obscuring everything beyond a meter's distance. Yet, to her relief, the stars above continued to shine, their light cutting through the veil. As her eyes adjusted, she noticed something descending toward her. Narrowing her gaze, she followed the object as it floated gently onto the table before her. It was a card. Curiosity piqued, she reached for it, turning it over in her hands. The card bore a single word, inscribed with an elegance that sent a shiver through her. Softly, almost reverently, she read aloud, "The world." Her voice, though barely a whisper, echoed through the grand hall, resonating as though the stars themselves were listening. Moreover, the hall seemed to respond to her voice. The fog pulsed with energy, the nebula above swirling in a slow, deliberate dance. The stars shimmered more brightly, as though acknowledging her presence. The card in her hands glowed faintly, its warmth spreading through her fingers and up her arm. She couldn't help but feel that this moment was more than symbolic, it was a declaration, a recognition of her place in the vast tapestry of this space. Her gaze returned to the stars, and for the first time, she felt truly small. Being the creation of Rob, she herself had questioned it a lot of times. If questioned, though the logic behind her thoughts puzzled her. If she had picked sides, she would easily choose Bruce or S. Despite being his creation, similar to the Omniverse, her loyalty to S shined brighter than for Rob. Her thoughts about him left her conflicting. Her thoughts filled with apathy towards him. Maybe, he doesn't deem me useful, or I am, maybe, insignificant to him. She remained seated, waiting, hoping for something, anything to happen. Yet the hall, the stars, and everything within it returned to their tranquil state, just as they had been when she first entered. Her gaze was drawn upward once more to the single, brilliant star that shone alone in the celestial tapestry. It stood as a silent sentinel, a luminous reminder of all that had transpired. The card remained clutched tightly in her hands, its surface cold yet comforting. Its material was unlike anything she had ever encountered. It defied explanation, and its craftsmanship was far beyond mortal comprehension, perhaps even divine. Yet, it carried a resonance, a faint echo of her own presence, as if it were an extension of herself. In that moment of quiet reflection, the truth dawned upon her. The creator of this marvel was unmistakable. Rob. Everything, every step, every choice, every revelation, had been preordained, strokes of a masterful brush painting a grand canvas. Bruce, too, was a figure moving within this intricate design, his actions dictated by the silent hand of Rob. And yet, despite these realizations, one question lingered in her mind: what purpose does this hall serve? Rising from her chair, she let her fingers trail along its edges. The texture, cold and smooth, carried the weight of its mystery. With quiet resolve, she turned and walked toward the far end of the hall, moving away from the doors through which she had entered. The gray fog loomed ahead, enshrouding the boundaries of the hall and cutting it off from the outside world. Stepping to the edge of the hall, she peered downward. Stars glimmered above her, but the void below was vast and unyielding, a black abyss that devoured all light. The curiosity of what lay beneath gnawed at her mind. Staring into the void, she saw nothing, no ground, no form, no substance. It was a stark emptiness, a great nothingness that seemed to pull at her thoughts, beckoning her toward oblivion. Though it could not affect her, she felt its presence. Through her instincts, she analyzed it, piecing together its nature. This is nothingness, she concluded, her voice a whisper in the silence. Anyone who falls into it ceases to exist. They are erased entirely, reduced to nothing. Satisfied with her observations, she turned and walked back to the table. The mystery of the hall still tugged at her thoughts, compelling her to explore further. She began testing the other chairs. Each time she attempted to sit, she was met with resistance, a forceful rejection that pushed her back. Yet, through her connection to ROB, she was able to override the hall's restrictions. Seated briefly on several chairs, she mused aloud, it seems only S and I can sit in any of these chairs. The hall recognizes us through our link to ROB. But who are the others meant to be? Who will fill these seats? Her thoughts churned as she walked behind the other chairs, running her fingers across their emblems. A sudden idea struck her, and she stopped before the chair bearing the tower emblem. Pressing her hand against the carved symbol, she reached out with her connection to Bruce, mimicking his presence to fool the hall. Above her, a star flickered. Her gaze shifted to the vision it revealed, Cath Palig sleeping peacefully on a lush green hill, surrounded by Bulbasaur, Rowlet, and Turtwig. The sight stirred her curiosity further. Still maintaining the link to Bruce, she directed her focus to the flickering star. Through their shared bond, she could sense him still navigating the staircase below, unaware of the hall's secrets. Her fingers tapped the star lightly, and her perception expanded, flooded with an influx of information that left her momentarily dazed. She saw the great star, her own, reappear, its brilliance restored after she left her chair. So, only two great stars exist, she whispered to herself. They are the exceptions. They represent us. Turning her gaze to the countless stars above, she felt the weight of realization settle over her. The stars weren't random, they held meaning. Each star represents a verse within the omniverse, with the two great stars representing us, an exception, she surmised. By tapping a star, a door to that verse can be created. However, the hall did not grant her free reign. Only stars linked to the chairs or visited by Bruce were accessible to her. Still, the purpose of the hall eluded her. Her grip on the card tightened as questions flooded her mind. Her musings were interrupted by a shift in the hall's energy. Turning toward the doorway, she saw a familiar figure step into the room. You're back. Bruce nodded in acknowledgement, his movements uncharacteristically stiff, almost robotic. His expression was blank, devoid of the curiosity she had expected. He approached her with slow, deliberate steps. Stopping before her, he tilted his head slightly, his eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that was almost unsettling. You saw it, didn't you? He asked, his voice low and steady. World nodded. Yes, I saw it. I didn't expect this. Bruce returned her nod, then turned to gesture toward the door with a mechanical motion. His gaze never wavered from hers as he spoke again. Why is Cthulhu sleeping in the basement of this temple? Did I just kidnap Cthulhu from the Nasuverse? His words hung in the air like a question mark, an absurd yet chilling possibility that left them both in stunned silence. Having taken his seat, Bruce turned to World, who sat across from him, her regal presence accentuated by the faint glow of the world emblem on her chair. So, Bruce began, his voice carrying a mixture of disbelief and resignation, did I just kidnap a beast and two eldritch gods from the Nasuverse? World, ever calm, nodded. It seems so. Bruce let out a long sigh, his gaze drifting toward the stars above. So, my reality marble just absorbed the city of Raya. And as part of the package, I got Cthulhu along with it. Did the root just dump two eldritch gods onto me to free itself from their chaos? Curse you, root. World studied him intently, her eyes sharp yet tinged with amusement. Her silence unsettled him. What's up, World? Something on your mind? She smiled faintly. I was just thinking about a fool who played the fool to cheer up his companion. Bruce arched an eyebrow, his expression softening. Are you suggesting? Yes, Mr. Fool, she interrupted, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Let's leave it at that. You've changed. You're still that overly cautious man who leans a bit too much on ROB's suit, but you've grown. You've become more patient, less rigid. You're not the same as you were during the Joker days. Back then, you were too stiff. Remember your gaming days? A nostalgic smile crept onto both their faces as they recalled their journey. Well, Bruce began, watching someone die in agony after getting hit by a missile at point-blank range tends to make you reflect on life. That experience changed me. I didn't want my existence to end on Earth without purpose. Even in Yggdrasil, I lost the drive to reach level 100 first. I was obsessed with being first in everything until then. And moreover, I had a vision while climbing the stairs. World's expression grew serious. Chanakya and Yaru. So, the war approaches. Bruce nodded, his tone somber. Yes. I saw myself in battle, fighting what I believe was the Platinum Dragon Lord. I haven't used the ability yet, and I didn't want to risk disrupting my life in the Nasuverse. I was hoping ROB created a way for me to return to the Overlord verse. Knowing the future, I didn't want to make a mistake that could trap me there. His body relaxed as he leaned forward, resting his head on the table. It's exhausting, trying to keep everything balanced. Knowing ROB, that's entirely possible, World mused. Bruce chuckled at her remark, letting his gaze wander around the grand hall. The overwhelming presence of Cthulhu lingered in his thoughts, dampening his mood. World, what is this place? Smiling, she began to recount all she had discovered about the hall. Her voice carried an almost melodic cadence as she detailed its mysteries and connections. When she finished, the card she had been holding began to glow. It shimmered, then transformed before their eyes, solidifying into a metallic, stamp-like object. Both Bruce and World stared at it, intrigued. The card had become an emblem, a representation of the World card, and by extension, her seat. It felt as though it had been waiting for her to uncover the hall's secrets and deliver its purpose to Bruce. As though it were part of her destiny and her duty. Holding the emblem, she marveled at its craftsmanship. Its material was unidentifiable yet carried a sense of power. Bruce froze, his mind grinding to a halt as he processed what he was seeing. World noticed his reaction and smiled. I believe, we have found the piece. He watched as World walked over to him. Standing beside him, she placed the emblem in front of him. Still in a daze, Bruce extended his hand toward the table, summoning a golden portal. From within, he retrieved a grand book, an artifact gifted to him by ROB. Its cover bore a circular indentation, a space that had eluded comprehension until now. Placing the emblem into the circle, they watched as it clicked into place, a perfect fit. It was as though the puzzle had finally found its missing piece. Bruce's gaze lingered on the book, specifically the remaining empty spaces within the circle. Then, his eyes shifted to the 20 chairs surrounding the table, each linked to a tarot card. His thoughts crystallized, and his expression grew resolute. My journey to becoming the ruler of the Omniverse has now truly begun. The Grand Temple. Worlds from the dreams of the fool. Seated in his chair of power, Bruce gazed thoughtfully at World, who stood poised beside him, his loyal companion. So, World, he began, his voice both casual and curious, should we get started on this? Although I'm not quite sure whom to summon. As you mentioned, there are already 3 others who've received the card, Tower, or Cathpalig, Sakura, and Kai. Still, don't you think we should add more to the team? World sighed, shaking her head gently at his eagerness. She turned, making her way back to her seat with measured steps. I was just praising your newfound patience not long ago. It seems I spoke too soon. Bruce chuckled at her playful jab. World, the allure of becoming the strongest in the Omniverse is a powerful temptation. You know this. But you're right, haste and recklessness is not always the answer. Still, we can't delay this indefinitely, can we? True enough, World replied as she settled into her chair. Her tone shifted, lightening the mood. I was merely teasing you. After all, you are my master, and I am here to serve as you please. She punctuated her words with a dramatic flair, her lips curling into a smirk. Bruce laughed at her theatrics. Surely you jest, he said with a smile. His gaze drifted upwards to the stars, their brilliance undiminished, their presence serene yet commanding. By the way, does this place have a name? Since you haven't mentioned one, I assume it doesn't. Considering this hall is connected to the entire Omniverse, how about calling it the heart of the Omniverse? World nodded approvingly. A fine suggestion. At her words, the stars seemed to brighten, as if acknowledging the name. The giant star representing Bruce streaked across the void, a majestic comet carving its mark in the darkness. His eyes widened as a card materialized before him, suspended in the air. Yet unlike World's card, it didn't transform into an emblem. Taking the card in hand, Bruce felt a sudden influx of knowledge coursing through him. His vision blurred momentarily as information about the heart of the Omniverse flowed into his consciousness. World joined him in processing the newfound revelations, both silently absorbing the intricate details of their domain. After a long moment of contemplation, Bruce sighed, setting the card down. So, World, he began, breaking the silence, it seems I'm only allowed to summon someone after contributing something meaningful to any world story. He leaned back in his chair, piecing together a plan from the insights he'd received. Let's use the summon I earned from my time in the Nasuverse. World nodded, as she continued analyzing the information, her expression contemplative yet calm. Bruce's gaze lingered on World briefly before drifting once more to the stars above and the endless void below. This is it, he murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. He could feel it, the tangible beginning of his journey as the Fool, the first steps toward becoming the ruler of the Omniverse, the strongest being across all existence. The weight of his ambitions filled him with both excitement and a profound curiosity. I wonder who I'll summon, he mused aloud. His voice carried a tinge of restrained eagerness. He tapped the armrest of his chair. The probability of drawing any specific tarot card is roughly 0.0588, or 1 in 17. What do you think, World? Which card will it be? World rested her chin in her palm, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The real question isn't about probability. It's whether the person you summon will accept you as their god. That's what truly matters, isn't it? Bruce let out a soft laugh, nodding. You're right. Let's just hope for the best. World smiled at his words. Indeed. And if it doesn't work out, we still have the void below us. Bruce shot her a wry look before gazing upwards, his thoughts drawn momentarily back to the unresolved mysteries. Are you still thinking about Cthulhu and that unknown eldritch god in my necklace? World asked, her voice gentle but probing. He nodded, then shook his head as if trying to dispel the weight of the thought. Enough of the boring talks, he said, straightening in his chair. You know, this kind of reminds me of my childhood. Back when I used to play Pokemon Fire Red. I'd replay it over and over, trying to catch Pokemon, speedrun the game, and collect gym badges. His expression softened with nostalgia. Now here I am, years later, collecting people instead. Summoning them here feels oddly similar to catching Pokemon. And those emblems, they're like badges in a way, aren't they? Quite the comparison, World remarked with a faint chuckle. Are you planning to also pull them now? Yes, Bruce replied firmly. But first, I'll summon someone new. As for Cthulhu, let's let him sleep for now. I'll wake him when it's time to deal with the War of the Continents. Tapping the table lightly, Bruce watched as 5 stars emerged, floating just above its surface. Each one represented a current member registered within the heart of the Omniverse. With another tap, a lone star rose in front of him. Reaching out, Bruce tapped the star. A radiant light erupted, filling the hall and illuminating its grandeur. Moreover, the light seemed to resonate with the stars above, intertwining with the void below in a symphony of cosmic harmony. The heart of the Omniverse felt alive, as though it awaited the next chapter of their story. Bruce's anticipation grew as the brilliance began to coalesce into a form, signaling the arrival of the next piece in the grand tapestry. Chapter 56, 56. The Psychic, the Demon Lord and the Mage of the Hero's Party. Earth. Midday in a bustling shopping street of Japan, the lively hum of life echoed through the air. Crowds moved with purpose, some rushing to their next appointments, others leisurely enjoying their shopping excursions. The rest passed by, engrossed in their own worlds, heading toward their destinations with quiet determination. Amid the throng of people, a boy walked, his presence subtly defying the normality of the world. His demeanor, his aura, everything about him suggested he didn't belong. Yet, curiously, not a single passerby paid him any mind. It was as though his peculiarity had become an unspoken norm, woven seamlessly into the fabric of their reality. In his right hand, he carried a plastic bag, its contents betraying his usual air of indifference. A soft smile graced his lips as his gaze occasionally flicked toward the bag. One word looped endlessly in his mind: coffee jelly. Its mere thought broke the mask of stoicism he wore at all times, melting the apathy he projected toward the world around him. Though teleportation was well within his abilities, he chose to walk. He wanted to savor the moment, enjoy the simplicity of the journey with his precious coffee jelly in tow. But his peace was short-lived. He came to an abrupt stop, his senses attuning to a monologue buried amidst the cacophony of the bustling street. It was a voice, a female voice that stood out among the thoughts of the horde of people moving around in the street. His head snapped to the left, his eyes locking onto a blue-haired girl approaching from the opposite direction. Her thoughts pierced through the din, crystal clear in his mind. He sighed heavily, a familiar weariness settling over him. Good grief. I can't even enjoy my coffee jelly in peace. Her voice continued to echo in his mind. I hope Seiki-kun just so happens to come to this place, and we have our chance encounter. But how am I going to make him fall for me? A chill ran down his spine. Her thoughts, naive yet unsettling, lingered longer than he would have liked. Cursing his misfortune, he quickly sidestepped into an alley, his goal simple: to avoid her at all costs. From the shadows, he listened to her thoughts fade into the distance. Finally, a semblance of calm returned. Just as he prepared to teleport home, his gaze fell on an object lying on the ground before him, a card. He bent down, picking up the metallic card. Turning it over in his hands, he frowned. The surface was smooth, blank, devoid of any markings or inscriptions. Before he could think much of it, a strange, unnatural fog began to rise around him. Gray fog crept through the narrow alley, thick and oppressive. He stood motionless, silently observing as the mist swirled and expanded, blurring his vision. He tried to peer through it, his psychic abilities reaching out in search of clarity, but it was as though the fog defied him. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. Good grief. It hasn't even been a week since I reversed time for Earth, and now this happens. Weird things just keep piling up. He attempted to teleport, only to realize he couldn't. His powers refused to activate. Even his body felt paralyzed, as if the very laws of nature had shifted against him. For the first time in what felt like forever, he was trapped. Confusion swirled in his mind as he tilted his head back to look skyward, hoping for answers. But the gray fog engulfed him, swallowing him whole, cutting off the familiar sights and sounds of his world. Moreover, as the fog wrapped around him like a cocoon, an unsettling realization dawned. This wasn't a phenomenon he could undo with his usual repertoire of powers. Something beyond his comprehension had taken hold, whisking him away from the manga world that bore his name. His grip on the coffee jelly tightened instinctively as he felt himself being pulled into the unknown. Good grief, he thought once more, his voice a mixture of resignation and faint annoyance. Whatever's happening now, it had better not mess with my coffee jelly. And with that final thought, he vanished into the gray fog. Confused by his condition, Seiki glanced around. Before him lay a long, lavish table stretching down the expanse of a grand hall. Towering pillars loomed on either side, seemingly supporting a starry sky that shimmered above. His gaze dropped to his feet, only to find them obscured by the same dark gray fog that had whisked him away to this place. At the head of the table, a man sat in a chair that bordered the fine line between a seat of authority and a throne, its presence both commanding and enigmatic. On the opposite end of the table, a woman rested in her chair, her gaze fixed on him with an expression of unbridled curiosity. Huh? As he took off the weird spectacles he wore, trying to make sense of the vision he was presented with. The man remained obscured by the gray fog while it was a strange sight for him, but the woman shocked him. She, unlike the man, wasn't cloaked by the gray fog, yet he couldn't see through her. Unlike his usual vision where his X-ray vision presented him the skeletal figure of others, which had confounded him in terms of beauty. After all, he only saw the arrangement of bones or skeletons walking around. For him to differentiate between genders and their individual identities, it was his telepathy that aided him in the process. So, to see the woman from a normal human's perspective was a first for him. It shocked him. It took Seiki a moment to process his surroundings fully. Turning abruptly, his movements rough and uncoordinated, he tried to make sense of the situation. His hands clutched his head, his thoughts spiraling as his eyes lost focus. He stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the surreal turn of events. The rhythmic tapping of knuckles on wood, emanating from the mysterious man at the head of the table, pierced through the heavy silence of the hall, snapping Seiki out of his reverie. Seiki's gaze shot toward the men, his shock reflected in wide eyes as life returned to them. His hands instinctively reached up, plucking the two antennas from his head. For a brief moment, his breath hitched. "I still can't see through the fog," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet, in the hushed majesty of this hall, his words carried effortlessly to every corner. "Neither can I hear what they are thinking." He stood there, grappling with the unnerving realization that he, of all people, was powerless here. Just as his mind began to spiral again, a streak of light caught his attention. He turned his head in time to witness a star falling from the celestial tapestry above. "Huh," he uttered, a mixture of awe and confusion slipping into his voice. The scene repeated itself. At regular intervals, another star descended, followed by another, each one accompanied by the arrival of a figure. To Seiki's surprise, these arrivals felt distinct from the enigmatic man and the curious woman who bookended the table. He couldn't explain it, but he instinctively knew these newcomers were like him, displaced and equally bewildered. His psychic senses reacted faintly to their presence, confirming their shared predicament. But unlike the two figures seated in authority, these individuals weren't completely immune to his powers. It was the place itself, the grand, otherworldly hall, that was nullifying his abilities. His thoughts churned as he stared at the stars above, analyzing his circumstances. "This place, it's suppressing my psychic abilities entirely," he concluded. Turning his attention back to the men cloaked in fog and the woman whose presence radiated clarity, Seiki felt his unease grow. His powers couldn't touch them, not even a glimmer of insight could be gleaned. Yet, he could sense something extraordinary emanating from both. The two others who had arrived alongside him, however, were different. While protected by this place, they lacked the impenetrable presence of the man and woman. Could it be that they, too, have psychic powers? He mused. As the place is shielding them from my abilities, am I also being shielded by this mysterious hall? His eyes flicked across the expanse of the hall once more, taking in its grandeur. What kind of place could have the power to suppress psychic abilities, he wondered, his thoughts circling the strange enigma seated at the head of the table. Moreover, as Seiki pieced together what little he could, the atmosphere of the hall began to shift. A faint hum resonated through the space, subtle yet commanding attention. The falling stars continued, each carrying with it a sense of foreboding. He sighed inwardly, his grip tightening around the antennas in his hand. Good grief. Why does it feel like I've been roped into something ridiculous again? The man at the head of the table tapped his fingers once more, the sound reverberating like an unspoken command. Seiki couldn't help but feel as though the true nature of this place, and its purpose, was about to reveal itself. Bruce watched intently as a beam of light descended behind one of the chairs, illuminating the space with an ethereal glow. The first summon, he muttered, his hands instinctively moving to support his head. His gaze remained fixed on the fading light, anticipation mingled with curiosity. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he mused, this feels disturbingly similar to those gacha games. I hope this doesn't turn into an addiction. As the glow dissipated, it revealed a boy in his mid-teens with striking pink hair, peculiar green-tinted glasses, and two small antennas protruding from his head. Recognition struck Bruce instantly, and before he could stop himself, he whispered under his breath, Seiki. Suppressing the urge to shout, Bruce's thoughts began racing. The protagonist of the disastrous life of Seiki K. Every psychic power imaginable crammed into one person, and on top of that, he's a gag character. Why, of all people, did this place summon him? His eyes darted toward World, seeking her opinion. World, why would this place summon a gag character? It's not as if they need help with anything. I don't need gag characteristics affecting this place. World, sensing his inner turmoil, smiled knowingly. Her gaze shifted to Seiki, calm and unbothered. You're a gag character yourself, she teased, her voice light with amusement. So why are you worried about him? Besides, this place has the power to nullify his abilities. Bruce nodded slowly at her explanation but couldn't help voicing his thoughts. It's not fear. It's curiosity. Why summon someone like him? Does this mean there will be other gag characters in the future? And if so, what use would they have for me? How am I supposed to earn emblems from someone whose powers and personality defy logic? World chuckled softly at his overthinking. Isn't that exactly why we're here? To navigate these unexpected challenges. Her eyes sparkled with reassurance as she added, what you're pondering, it's entirely possible. Don't overcomplicate things. Bruce sighed, leaning back slightly. Right. I suppose we can treat those cards as tickets to enter this hall or participate in these meetings. Exactly, World affirmed, her smile unwavering. It's not as daunting as it seems. And rest assured, your privacy is protected here. He can't read your mind in this space unless you allow it. The control lies entirely in your hands, even down to concealing identities or appearances if needed. I know that. Their conversations not heard by Seiki. Bruce's tension eased slightly, but before he could respond, another beam of light cascaded down behind a second chair. He exhaled audibly. Another one. Moments later, a third pillar of light followed, marking the arrival of two more individuals. The hall now held three distinct presences, all summoned from his recent journey through the Nasuverse. Bruce observed the new arrivals with curiosity, his mind racing to piece together their identities. World, ever perceptive, spoke first. So, it's Seiki for temperance, Friarin for the magician, and Diablo, the self-proclaimed demon lord, for the devil. Quite the lineup, wouldn't you say? Bruce chuckled dryly, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. Indeed. Seiki is a straightforward case. I finished the disastrous life of Seiki K long ago. His story is complete, so he shouldn't pose too much trouble. Friarin, however, is a different matter. I've only watched the anime adaptation, so I'll need to tread carefully with her. As for Diablo. He trailed off, his expression thoughtful. The story of how not to summon a demon lord is incomplete. The author's hiatus left the series hanging after 14 volumes. I've read everything available, but it's ironic to think he's been summoned here a second time. First as his game avatar, and now this. It aligns with the last volume, where he faced another summoning. World tilted her head, her smile turning playful. You sound almost nostalgic. Bruce shrugged. Perhaps I am. Still, managing three such unique personalities in the same room will be interesting. He spoke, as his gaze passed by scanning each individual present in the room, landing on World as he continued. Let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Moreover, as Bruce pondered the complexities of his summons, the stars above the hall shimmered with a peculiar intensity, their light casting intricate patterns on the polished floor. He glanced at Seiki, who was cautiously observing the others, his face twitching slightly as though testing the limits of his suppressed powers. Friarin, on the other hand, stood calmly, her hair catching the soft glow of the stars, Her eyes betrayed a depth of emotion that spoke of centuries of experiences, yet she remained quietly contemplative, her hand trying her best to summon her staff. Diablo, in stark contrast, exuded an air of confidence bordering on arrogance from outside. Bruce sighed inwardly. This is going to be a handful. Still, a faint smile tugged at his lips as he thought, but then again, it wouldn't have been fun if things were simpler. Unlike Seiki, who had maintained an unshakable calm throughout the entire ordeal, both externally and internally, the same couldn't be said for Diablo. The so-called Demon Lord, despite his composed exterior, was unraveling within. Torn between his Demon Lord persona and the socially inept or antisocial gamer he truly was, his internal monologue teetered on the edge of despair. Why does this keep happening to me, he thought bitterly, remembering the trials he had endured not long ago, battling the Hydra and the Governor. Now, to find himself in this enigmatic, power-stripping space felt like a cruel joke. Anxiety gnawed at him as he surveyed the unfamiliar hall. His eyes fell on the men seated confidently at the head of the table, a presence too commanding to ignore. Who is this guy? What does he want from me? Diablo's attempts to maintain his demonic aura faltered under the weight of his unease, his inner turmoil cracking the thin veneer of his collected demeanor. Frieren, in stark contrast, remained composed. Her centuries of adventuring and countless brushes with danger and her adventure as part of the hero party served her well, anchoring her in this unfamiliar situation. Though the place was strange, it didn't evoke panic. Rather, it piqued her curiosity. She flexed her fingers absent-mindedly, her mind unraveling the mysteries of her predicament. I can't use magic here, she noted, her brows furrowing slightly. It feels restricted, as though the very flow of mana has been severed. Her sharp gaze flitted to the man seated at the table's head. There was no doubt in her mind that he was the reason behind this suffocating suppression. But unlike her companions, she didn't allow her discomfort to betray her thoughts. The three of them, Seiki, Frieren, and Diablo, shared an unspoken understanding as their eyes cautiously studied the men at the table and the woman opposite him. Though silent, their tension was palpable. It was not the presence of their new companions that unnerved them but the undeniable fact that the powers they had relied upon to carve their paths through life were utterly stripped away in this space. Chapter 57. The Devotee of the Fool, from the End of the World. Bruce observed the trio with mild amusement and growing curiosity. He leaned back slightly in his chair and turned to World, his tone casual. As I had assumed, it's not just one person. That was our initial assumption, World replied, her gaze drifting back to the three summoned figures. She regarded their cautious stances, noting how none of them had taken a seat yet, wary of both the men who had brought them here and the woman seated across from him. But it seems the rules of summoning have adapted to the number of individuals you've interacted with in the worlds you've visited. Bruce raised an eyebrow at that. So, it's tied to the connections I've made. Glad to be on the same page. Precisely, World said with a knowing smile. Although 3 is unusual, I'd wager it's a consequence of your meddling in those worlds. Either way, they're here now, so perhaps you should address them. Bruce glanced at the 3 figures again, each radiating a different kind of unease. I suppose I shouldn't keep them waiting, he muttered. A sigh escaped him, heavy with the weight of responsibility he hadn't quite anticipated. World chuckled softly. And while you're at it, why not summon the rest of them? We're not done here. It's better to finish this faster. Bruce let out a low hum, thoughtful yet resigned. The rest, huh? That sounds interesting, so let's go with it. His sigh, louder this time, caught the attention of the 3 figures standing before him. Moreover, as the hall settled into silence, the 3 summoned individuals found their gazes drawn irresistibly to Bruce. The air between them seemed to hum with a peculiar energy, one that neither magic nor psychic powers could penetrate. Diablo's unease turned into an analytical stare, his gamer instincts kicking in as he tried to assess the rules of this space. Frieren's curiosity deepened, though she remained as composed as ever, her mind already dissecting the possible mechanics behind their summoning. Seiki, meanwhile, remained impassive, though his sharp eyes betrayed a spark of intrigue. Tired of the silence and the deliberate neglect of his presence, Diablo stepped forward, his patience wearing thin. Hey! He began, his voice tinged with restrained frustration. Yet before he could finish, the mysterious man seated at the head of the table rapped his knuckles against its surface. The sharp sound echoed through the grand hall, silencing Diablo as effectively as a thunderclap. As if responding to this unspoken command, 2 brilliant pillars of light descended from the starry canopy above. The summoned individuals watched, breaths held in anticipation, as the light cascaded down, illuminating the hall with an ethereal glow. Frieren and Seiki instinctively turned their gazes toward the remaining empty chairs, their sharp minds speculating about the purpose behind their number. Was this gathering meant to be filled completely? If so, how many more were to come? Diablo, on the other hand, found his attention fixated solely on the mysterious man. His crimson eyes narrowed as he scrutinized every subtle movement. Who is this guy, he thought, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Is he some kind of hidden event boss? Or part of an unreleased expansion in the game? His mind raced, weaving hypothetical combat scenarios, assessing strategies, and pondering his own chances of survival in a direct confrontation. His thoughts darkened as he shifted his gaze briefly to the woman seated across the table, her serene demeanor unsettling him further. She is beautiful, but... He clenched his fists, turning back to the men. If they are hostile, I'll destroy them both. As the brilliance of the descending light faded, two new figures emerged. The first was a young woman, her appearance suggesting she had only recently entered her 20s. Her poised stance and composed demeanor immediately commanded attention. Opposite to her stood a boy, his wide-eyed expression betraying his youthful curiosity. He appeared to be around the same age as Seiki. Friarin's analytical gaze quickly assessed the new arrivals. She noted their ages and appearances, concluding with measured confidence that they were likely human, unlike the demon who had been summoned alongside her. Despite her lingering caution toward Diablo, she felt the need to reassess her priorities. Her attention shifted back to her surroundings, wary yet curious. No mana, she thought again, her mind circling back to the unsettling realization. The place seemed to drain her magic entirely, leaving her vulnerable. If this demon decides to act hostile, I'll need to tread carefully without my spells. Meanwhile, Diablo remained blissfully unaware of the cautious hostility directed at him. His focus was entirely on the newcomers, particularly the woman whose graceful movements contrasted starkly with the boy's youthful excitement. Seiki, too, observed them silently, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the newcomers moved in unison, bowing deeply toward the mysterious men. "It is my honor to meet you in my short life, Lord Fool," the young woman declared, her voice steady and reverent, shattering the stunned silence of the hall. Among the onlookers, Sakura found herself particularly shaken. To say she was shocked would be an understatement. Her gaze locked onto the mysterious man cloaked in the veil of grey fog, her breath hitching as a deep, inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. His presence tugged at something buried in the recesses of her soul, a feeling that transcended logic or reason. Nostalgia flooded her senses, filling her with a profound, almost comforting warmth. There's no mistaking it, she thought, her lips curving into a gentle smile. That fog, that aura. It can only be him. Though his face was obscured, she recognized the enigmatic figure who had aided her during the Holy Grail War. Her bow deepened, a silent acknowledgement of her gratitude and reverence. After all, she could never mistake the grey fog. The boy beside her was equally moved, though for reasons rooted more in admiration than familiarity. His voice, trembling with awe, followed closely behind hers. "I am honored to be graced by your presence, my lord," he said, his words rich with sincerity. "I cannot begin to express the joy I feel in this moment." Kai's bow remained as deep as Sakura's, the intensity of his reverence palpable even to the others. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken questions and emotions. Diablo, Seiki, and Friarin exchanged subtle glances, each processing the scene in their own way. Bruce, seated at the head of the table, leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepled before him as he regarded the newcomers. His demeanor remained calm, though the faintest hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. "Interesting," he murmured, his voice carrying effortlessly through the room. The weight of his presence was undeniable, even as he spoke so softly. World, seated opposite him, let out a light, knowing chuckle. "You certainly have a way of leaving impressions, she teased, her gaze flicking briefly toward the two who had bowed so earnestly. Bruce ignored her comment, his attention lingering on the reverence displayed before him. Finally, his voice broke the silence once more, a question hidden within his words. "Rise," he said simply, the command gentle yet absolute, resonating with an authority that none dared question. The two newcomers obeyed immediately, their movements precise, as though they had rehearsed them 1,000 times. A whirlwind of thoughts coursed through the minds of those present, but Bruce's attention remained locked on something far more pressing. His gaze sharpened, and his thoughts echoed a single name, Zario's. He stared ahead at Kai's soul, but what truly captivated him was the second soul entwined with it, a presence parasitizing yet coexisting within the boy. Bruce had the power to summon physical bodies, as he had done with the 3 new members before him. Yet, that was where his dominion ended. These physical entities arrived at the heart of the Omniverse, their autonomy intact. In contrast, he could only summon the physical bodies of those summoned. While he could summon the soul or the physical body of those who have already been assigned the cards. That explained how Kai and Sakura had come to be present. But the sight of another soul latched onto Kai's, one he recognized, left him momentarily stunned. His shock deepened when he identified it. Zario's, huh? I thought he had died. Bruce was about to speak when World's voice interrupted his train of thought. They appear to be related, she remarked, her tone calm yet curious. His curiosity piqued, Bruce shifted his gaze to her, raising a brow in question. As his eyes landed on the world item in her possession, the Ravens of Knowledge, he sighed, realizing she must have taken it from his inventory at some point. Deciding not to dwell on her antics, he gestured for her to elaborate. Sighing at his reaction, World obliged. The boy, Kai, seems to be Zario's descendant. And they're living in harmony, I suppose. Their connection doesn't seem forced. Rather, it's something both have come to accept. Bruce's brow furrowed, his skepticism evident. And how can you say that with such certainty? The ravens of knowledge doesn't grant such detailed insight. World nodded, acknowledging his doubt. True, but it seems to be the doing of this place. The heart of the omniverse is amplifying the world item's abilities, she replied, her tone carrying a note of resignation. Bruce exhaled sharply, setting aside the matter for now. Never mind that. Let's begin the meeting, shall we, he said to World, turning his focus back to the room. With a glance at World, he rapped his knuckles on the table. The sound served as a signal, as he gestured them to sit, prompting them to sit as Sakura and Kai bowed to him, before taking the seat. However, Diablo and Frieren hesitated, their wariness of the situation keeping them rooted in place. Seiki, on the other hand, quietly followed Kai and Sakura's lead, taking a seat adjacent to where they had appeared. Frieren remained cautious, her eyes flicking toward Diablo, whose presence hadn't escaped her notice. But before she could act on her thoughts, Sakura turned toward them, her voice cutting through the silence. As the high priestess of the fool, she felt it her duty to maintain decorum. You are being disrespectful to the great fool. You should sit down, Sakura said firmly, her gaze unwavering as it landed on both Diablo and Frieren. Her words caught them off guard, and they repeated the title she had used, confusion evident in their voices. The fool. Shaking off his surprise, Diablo straightened, unwilling to let himself be pressured. His apathetic social skills drove him to silence, even if the situation was unfamiliar. He fell back to his demon lord persona. Despite the fear he felt, he had to continue the conversation. You're speaking to a demon lord, he began, his voice low and edged with warning. You should be careful with your words, woman. His words faltered into a whisper as his gaze settled more intently on Sakura's face, her beauty, making him more nervous than he was. His declaration drew the attention of everyone present, particularly Seiki and Frieren. Seiki's expression remained neutral, but his thoughts churned. A demon lord, huh? Those horns aren't just props, then. Is he from another world? His gaze swept over the others. Long ears, an elf, perhaps. If there are elves, it's no surprise there might also be a demon lord. So, they're likely from a fantasy world. It's as if have entered a game world. Unlike most, Seiki didn't feel panic or awe. His mind, usually occupied with his suppressed psychic powers, now raced freely, his emotions rampart. Though cautious, he adapted to the new environment with a speed and ease that outpaced the others. Frieren, meanwhile, caught on to Diablo's words. The term Demon Lord was unfamiliar to her, though it bore a resemblance to the Demon King she knew. She pondered the distinction, her analytical mind searching for clues. Then, another realization struck her. She noticed something peculiar, the movement of their lips and the sounds they produced didn't align perfectly. She wasn't the only one. Seiki had observed this inconsistency from the start, his sharp observation for details, picking up on every subtle differences. Stripped of his telepathic prowess, his observational skills had remained, and was all he could rely on. Sakura, ever alert, had already begun closely scrutinizing those around her. Meanwhile, Kai, trained by Zarios, had made similar observations, his experience allowing him to read between the lines. Moreover, this shared realization only deepened the mystery of the place they found themselves in. Something unseen, something profound, was shaping their interactions, bridging the language barrier. Bringing the realization of them being in another world. And those adjacent to them, to be inhabitants of the said worlds. After all, their characteristics and distinct features were too inconspicuous for them to be from the same world. Moreover, the place they were in, only worked to cement the fact. The place was too otherworldly and mysterious. Even the view of the outside from the open hall, depicted a starry expanse. The view was too divine and majestic, it was unlike anything they had come across in their lives by themselves or heard of by others. Sakura's silence was piercing, her unwavering gaze locking onto Diablo's. Her intent stared straight through him, and despite his best efforts to remain composed, a flicker of discomfort betrayed him. Yet, Diablo refused to falter completely, masking his unease with feigned resolve, his demon lord persona surfacing. Bruce observed the exchange with evident amusement, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile beneath the shroud of grey fog that obscured his face. World, seated beside him, found it amusing in her own way, though her thoughts took a different turn. They're so vastly different, yet there's a peculiar familiarity in each of them, she pondered, her eyes flicking between the gathered individuals. Though their personalities are distinct, polar opposites, they each echo something of him. It's subtle, barely perceptible, but undeniable to someone who knows him as I do. Her gaze lingered on Bruce for a moment as her musings deepened. Perhaps it's not a coincidence. Could their summoning be guided by some underlying parameter? A reflection of his existence drawn into these individuals. The thought lingered as her mind wandered further afield. A sigh escaped her lips, laced with mild exasperation as she watched their silent battle. Is he even considering the chaos we've left behind? With both of us absent, those children, they'll undoubtedly go to extreme lengths. Their determination knows no bounds. If intruders were foolish enough to cross their path. The scenario unfolded vividly in her mind, a twisted parallel to a Home Alone scenario. Instead of a child defending their home against bumbling intruders, it would be those children, orchestrating merciless traps, hunting down trespassers with chilling efficiency. Torturing them in the hopes of finding him, she mused as her gaze landed on Bruce. Another sigh slipped out, though her irritation gave way to a reluctant smile as she glanced at Bruce again. His joy at the unfolding chaos was evident, his enigmatic demeanor momentarily softened by childlike delight. The sight tugged at her emotions, an odd blend of fondness and frustration. He's like a child living out his dream, immersing himself in this fantasy he's created, she mused, chuckling softly despite herself. Sakura remained poised, ready to speak, but before she could, a calm yet commanding voice cut through the tension. I would advise you to sit and refrain from disrespecting the great fool, the boy said, his voice steady yet edged with an unusual authority. Unless you wish to be erased from existence. His words hung heavily in the air, and an oppressive wave of heat surged through the room. It wasn't just the sensation of rising temperature, they witnessed an illusion of a star, as they stared into his golden eyes. Everyone, even those who considered themselves powerful, felt its presence and faltered momentarily. Bruce, however, was not immune to surprise. He studied Kai intently, his analytical mind racing. So, the boy carries more of Zario's within him than I anticipated, Bruce thought, glancing at World for confirmation. Yet when their eyes met, he saw only her smirk, her amusement barely concealed. Her soft giggle broke the tension, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Seeing that they had stopped their arguments, World looked over at Bruce. Seeing her nod, Bruce sighed. So, anything that has my involvement is not suppressed by this place. Similar to World, Zario's is something I had coined as Azura, fueled by a creation of mine, which is affecting Kai now. Bruce shook his head, as he continued his thoughts. He is turning into one, though there is still time before the transformation is completed. Well, anyways it was Zario's now, he mused as he turned to World. Wasn't it, World? Satisfied that the situation had calmed, World met Bruce's gaze. Why not bring him out, she suggested. Kai is changing, yes, but the boy is still affected by Zario's emotions. Let him emerge, it'll help move things faster. We still have to return to the guild. Bruce sighed but conceded with a subtle nod. With a theatrical snap of his fingers, he declared, you can come out now, Zario's, gathering the attention of everyone back to himself. The scene confounded everyone a lot. The scene that followed left the gathered individuals spellbound. From Kai's chest, a radiant star no larger than a tennis ball emerged, its light both brilliant and imposing. Despite its size, its intensity was undeniable, an embodiment of raw, unyielding power. The star floated upward, expanding and shifting until it took the form of a man. His silhouette radiated divinity, his reddish-gold hair framing a face with glowing golden eyes. The very air around him seemed to hum with energy, his presence commanding reverence and awe. Zario's bowed low before Bruce, the motion graceful. He remained bowed towards the fool, his figure gave off a divine feeling. It was unmistakable to them, looking at him, everyone could feel it. The men had the power to destroy worlds, the pressure he gave off, radiated power. Though they remained oblivious to the principle of world destruction, or what it would entail. The feeling they got, gazing up at the men, it was undeniable. The onlookers could do nothing but watch in stunned silence, their minds grappling with the enormity of what they had just witnessed.